Dreamscape presents Red Flags by Skye, narrated by Leanne Woodward. Chapter 1. The sun dapples my tan legs through the trees, drawing yawning faces on my thighs. I have my feet up, pressed against the trunk of the oak, the bark cutting into my calves. It's a pleasant pain, a reminder that I'm alive. A bird trills for its mate. The train sounds its horn, an echo from miles away. This is what happens in Forester, Texas. A lot of nothing. The screen door screeches. I can tell from the gate that it's Maisie. Who else would it be? My mother stopped calling me in for dinner years ago. My father's still at the lumber yard. We have an understanding these days. When he's at work, I'm at the house. When he's home, I'm not. Her feet crunch over twigs and dry grass. Boards creak as she climbs the decades-old ladder to the platform where I'm lying. My mother always shakes her head over it. One of these days, the wood's going to crumble right in your hands, Sienna. And then what? Sometimes I think that's why we keep coming up here. To find out what happens next. Maisie Young sat next to me in kindergarten. For that, she has my undying devotion. You'll never guess what happened. She dumps herself onto the platform beside me, her energy like a wash of cool air in the summer heat. Someone's livestock got out and fucked someone else's livestock? A solid attempt, but no. Mosquitoes love me. They especially like the skin right below my cutoffs, biting me through the frayed denim, creating a little garter belt of scabs. I scratch them. The mayor got caught fucking his secretary. Technically, yes, but that's not interesting. He fucks all of his secretaries. There's a lot of fucking in Forester. This isn't about that. Interesting. In my experience, everything is about sex. Then I'm going to guess that our water supply is contaminated. A chemical spill from upstate worked its way into the rivers. Now we're all going to get cancer. She shivers, rocking the loose, rotting boards. Now I'm going to have nightmares about that. Fine, tell me. A circus came to town. I drop my legs into crisscross applesauce, still butted up against the tree, my back to the platform, as if I'm floating. Sunlight dances over me, blinding me in little waves. It's bliss, this treehouse. My safe haven. Though it's really just the illusion of safety. An actual circus? With red and white striped tents and everything. In Forester. Not San Marcos or Austin. They're in the old Hendricks farm. That place is a bunch of dust and crack needles. Everyone is freaking out. Mayor Linden signed the permit himself. People are saying they must have paid him to do it. Bessie O'Rourke says they're going to bring sex and drugs to the town. A little late for that. And Mr. Campbell says they must be laundering money. He says no one could actually turn a profit in Forester. What does the high school science teacher know about laundering money? Though he has a point about Forester. We don't have the wineries like Fredericksburg or the antique fairs in Round Top. Forester's only claim to fame is its lumber. Wood, wood, and wood. With a population of 2,000, the circus probably needs to charge hundreds of dollars per ticket just to pay for gas to get to the next town. They open tonight. That finally makes me sit up. Tonight? Are we going? What do you think? The entire town will show up to an event like this. Even Bessie O'Rourke and Mr. Campbell wouldn't miss this. They'll show up, if only to hope the whole tent burns down. Everyone will be there. Good. I need to kill Kyle. Kyle Moore is a piece of shit. That's nothing new. We graduated in the same high school class 2 years ago. He escaped the heavily wooded hellhole of Forrester with a football scholarship. That doesn't stop him from partying hard when he visits home. She groans. Again? For real this time. The Hendricks farm has been transformed. Gone are the rotting hay bales and empty beer cans. Many a hymen has been lost in a car parked here, but you couldn't tell now. I had imagined something small, a single tent, stale popcorn, half-broken bumper cars. I've been to little traveling carnivals like that, though in my lifetime, even a small one has never come to Forrester. This circus is something else entirely. A man with a large belly and infectious smile welcomes every newcomer. Come one, come all. Welcome to Cirque de Miroirs. We have everything you can dream of. Red flags ripple on high peaks. The wind is like a mother's hand, ruffling the scalloped fringes of the tents. Performers on stilts wear colorful costumes with sequins and flowing fabric and outrageous top hats. A woman wearing a red silk bandeau and a large black and white hoop skirt blows fire from a hoop. The scent of popcorn and sweet cotton candy fills the air. Mr. Campbell walks toward wooden picnic tables, carrying a paper plate with a funnel cake. His children run to keep up, grabbing pieces of fried dough when they can, their faces already white with powdered sugar. Apparently, he doesn't mind his money being used for laundering if it comes with fried dough and powdered sugar. A carousel plays a grand song while the animals, a horse with a large feather headpiece, a zebra wearing a three-piece suit, a giraffe whose head goes all the way through the mirrored top, a hole placed so that it can go up high, carry laughing children in circles. Screams roar in the distance, and then silence. A roller coaster. Sienna. What? I say, scanning the crowd. I spot a bunch of families I know. The Nolans, the Crosses, the Brandinis. And a bunch of people I don't. Looks like we actually drew crowds from neighboring towns. This has never happened before. Interesting on its own, but not enough to distract me from noticing them. Kyle and his two friends are here. The biggest bullies in Forrester, even now that Kyle has gone to college. He should stay there on the weekends, partying. But at a huge school, he is no longer a big shot. So he comes back every weekend so he can be the worst bully again. Of course they would be here causing trouble, but the more disturbing part is the way they walk with purpose, away from the games. Where the hell are they going? Or more specifically, who are they going to beat up? I start to follow them. Maisie runs alongside me, her shorter legs struggling to keep up with my digging strides. She puts a hand on my arm. You don't even know that it's happening. I give her a dark look, but don't speak. It's always happening. She sighs. I wish you could forget about him. I don't know which him she means, but it doesn't matter. I can't ignore it. I never could. Look, she says, as if I'm a child to be lured by flashing lights. There's a ring toss. Sure enough, a good 100 blue clear bottles lined up in neat rows. Not a single slender neck contains a ring. She grabs me by the arm. You can win a new iPhone. Along with large plush animals and a new video game system, there's a pristine white tech box. Sometimes I hate being the cynical one. That only means it's impossible to win. The box is probably empty. Come on, she says, wheedling. It's only $5. 10 rings for $1, or $5 for a bucket, the sign says. I refrain from pointing out the number of buckets that they'd need to sell to pay for a new phone. Instead, I reach into my pocket and slap down 2 wrinkled $5 bills. Yes! Maisie claps her hands together, eyes narrowed on the bottles. I'll get the next one. A hardened-looking man swipes the money from the weathered wooden counter and drops an overfull tin bucket. It's heaped high with thick, red plastic rings. Some of them slip down the side, like melting ice cream in the sun. I grab a ring and toss it like a miniature frisbee. It bounces off the pouting lip of one bottle onto another. Predictably, it slides through a gap and falls to the ground, along with hundreds of other rings. Maisie tosses 2 in the time it takes mine to land, one which goes wide. The other bounces so hard it flies over the end of the rows. She whoops, uncowed by the misses. "Watch me," she says. "I'm watching," I lie, keeping my voice casual. I toss a few more rings alongside her for good measure. And then, when the next crowd of people come by, I'm gone. I let them move me like a wave in the ocean. I'm just a body in a sea of so many, connected and then apart. I'm deeper in the fairgrounds now. There are more rides here. One is a large pirate's boat that gets swung in a giant circle, upside down, around an axis shaped like a shark. Someone I knew from school stands in line, arm slung around his girlfriend. I nod to them both, though it's more a question than a greeting. "I saw them go that way," he says, gesturing with his chin. His girlfriend makes a face at me. She thinks her boyfriend and I hooked up once, which technically we did. It was an awkward moment that went absolutely nowhere. I don't know how to be sexy, or be normal for that matter, no matter what the gossip mill says. "Thanks," I say, heading sideways. It takes me through a couple of rides, behind them both. There are thick wires back here, large steel plates that cover electrical equipment. I wonder how they got enough power outlets running to an old farm before realizing they must bring it themselves. Generators or something like that. The sound comes from behind them. I'm walking through a row of beige trailers, the kind they used at the elementary school for overflow classes, until enrollment dropped low enough that they sold them to FEMA after a hurricane. The music fades away. It sounds muted now, like an almost forgotten dream. A sharp cry makes the hair on my arms stand up. It's cut off, but I catch the general direction. I take off running, kicking up dust behind me. I round the corner in time to see Kyle land a kick to Travis's side. "What the fuck?" I say, not stopping as I turn the corner. I push straight into Kyle, taking him by surprise. He's taller than me and outweighs me by a good 75 pounds, most of it muscle. It sets him back only a few inches before he stands tall, a twinkle in his eye. I swear to God, sometimes I think he does this just to bait me. "Hey, Sienna, welcome to the fucking circus." "Let him go," I say, trying not to look at Travis. And failing. His clothes are covered in dirt and something dark. Probably blood. That part's pretty normal, unfortunately. The part that chills me is his face, which is smeared in something white and thick and greasy. There's a rainbow-colored wig of curly hair on his head. A red circle nose has rolled off to the side. Kyle's 2 friends are holding him down on either side. They have names, of course, but I prefer to call them Asshole Number 1 and Asshole Number 2. Like this is a backward small-town Dr. Seuss book, with Kyle as the insouciant cat in the hat. "What the hell did you do to him?" Kyle grins. "I thought he should get the full circus experience. And let's face it, he's always been a clown." I learned not to telegraph my movements a long time ago. Ironically, Kyle is the one who taught me that. That's how I take him by surprise. My fist comes up and slams into his jaw. He stumbles back. Green eyes flash with danger. And then it passes, leaving only that terrible joviality. That's part of the game we play. He only takes out his anger on Travis. Let him go now. Or what? Kyle asks with genuine curiosity. It's a nice right hook, but it's only going to get you so far. He nods toward asshole number 2. That one has had his jaw broken so many times, I don't even think he'd feel it. Let's find out, I say, heading toward him. I'm almost to him when I feel Kyle's hands wrap around my waist and haul me back. I flail back, trying to hit him, but I can't see from behind me. Asshole number 2 decides to leave Travis to his buddy and stand up, heading toward me. We don't hit girls, Kyle says. His hands tighten on me, protectively, I think, which is strange. I don't have time to process that thought, because asshole number 2 smiles in a way that says he absolutely hits girls, and enjoys it. Maybe I should be more wary of that. Maybe I should know better. But I've spent too long beating my wings against the chicken wire of the universe's screen door to stop now. Then stop me, asshole number 2 says. She's mine, Kyle says, reeling us both back. You know that. Asshole number 2 lifts an eyebrow that's cut through with a scar. He's full of scars, more reformed flesh than original. Schoolyard fights have turned into bar fights. They only ever seem to make him stronger. I know you get first dibs, but what then? What happens when you finally stop teasing her and actually fuck her? You think I'm not gonna get my turn? My stomach turns over, but I force the memories back. This is no time for a mental breakdown. I bump my ass back against Kyle. It's enough to startle him, the contact of my backside to his front. He lets go, and I drop down in time to avoid asshole number 2's punch. In the periphery of my vision, I see Travis scramble up and run toward the far end of the alley, but a chain-link fence on wheels stops his escape, as does asshole number 1's fist in the back of his t-shirt. All 120 pounds of me gets directed at the back of asshole number 2's knee. It's enough to make him drop, hard. He grunts and then turns around, faster than I would have expected. He's on me in a blink, his hand around my throat, stealing my air. I pull and scratch at his arm. It has no effect. Kyle yanks at his other shoulder, but it's no use. That's the problem with having violent minions who are stronger than you. You never really control them. Chapter 2. White spots dot the edges of my vision. The world turns into a blur. It's like the merry-go-round, except I'm standing still, my back against hot metal. 1 second, I'm choking for a sip of oxygen. The next, I'm slumped on the dirt. I watch, sideways, as a man dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans punches asshole number 2 in the stomach. Once, twice. His name isn't really asshole number 2, of course. It's Randall Todd. He's a pig and a bully. But in kindergarten, he brought his yellow metal dump truck to show and tell. He knew the names of all the parts, the oscillating hitch and the drive shaft. That's what I think about as I see him get his face smashed in. He pukes, and the man turns to Kyle. We don't want any trouble, he says, equal parts scared and defiant. Then get the fuck out. Asshole number 1 looks like he wants to argue, but Kyle slaps him on the back of his head. It's enough to snap the fight out of him because he goes to lift their groaning friend. The man doesn't turn to watch them go. He speaks quietly, which is somehow more menacing. If I see you on circus grounds again, we're going to have a problem. Kyle sends me a dark look, promising retribution. Then he's gone. I stagger to my feet, waving away the stranger when he moves to support me. I don't need anyone to support me. I look after myself. Travis is in worse shape anyway. He took a beating, and he looks half drunk on the adrenaline. He scrambles up, using the sleeve of his t-shirt to swipe at the white paint on his face. It only serves to spread it around. The rainbow-colored wig has fallen to the ground a few feet away from the red nose. They were trying to make him into a clown. It makes my blood boil. Not that Travis wants my sympathy. His eyes are bloodshot from the strain of the fight, and maybe from the sting of the white paint, too. "Vaseline," the stranger says. "Lots of it." Travis gives him a scathing look. "Fuck off." He looks at me next. "Both of you. I don't need you to fucking babysit me. Next time you hear something, stay the fuck away." Then he's vaulting over the chain-link fence and landing hard on the other side, up and running until he disappears from view. He probably won't stop until he reaches home, a good 10 miles away. What the fuck was he doing at the circus anyway? Dumb question. Everyone came here. Even this man, this stranger. No, he must work here. He sounded proprietary when he said, "If I see you on circus grounds again, we're going to have a problem." A rush of faraway screams heralds the high point in some unseen ride. It fades away, leaving only the suggestion of bright music. There's a realization any woman would have, that I'm alone in a secluded place with a strange man, that he could try something, that I might end up fighting him. Tension sweeps through my body. By contrast, he looks relaxed as he bends to pick up the dust-covered wig and puffy red nose. He puts his back to me as he does. It's different than before. With Kyle, it meant that he didn't see him as a real threat. With me, it's saying that he's not a threat to me. This is a man who speaks volumes with every movement of his lean body. That doesn't mean I believe him. Men lie with their bodies just as easily as with their mouths. "Friends of yours?" he asks, opening a door on the trailer that I now see says, "Props and Costumes." He tosses in the wig and nose, along with a large tube of white face paint. Something like that? Friends wouldn't leave me in an alley with a strange man. But then we stopped being friends a long time ago. Travis and Kyle and I were like the Three Musketeers. We swam and played and fought until it was way past our bedtimes, but we didn't care. Neither did our parents. Then I got breasts, and Travis got awkward. Kyle got mean. The man turns to face me, and for the first time I get a good look at him. Green eyes that seem almost otherworldly. Emerald eyes. Bright jewels in a weather-roughened face. I don't know whether it's the adrenaline or the rush of the circus, but he looks like the most handsome man I've ever seen. Powerful. Fearless. It starts a low beat of anticipation in my belly. "So, do you work here?" "The circus doesn't run itself." There's something strange in his voice. Almost as if he's saying the circus does run itself. Even though, of course, it doesn't. There were countless people I passed on the way in. Performers with stilts and fire. People selling tickets and concessions. The man who collected money in exchange for red plastic rings. I saw them, but they looked more like circus fixtures. Part of the scenery rather than real people. Now, as I study this man, with his left cheek dimpled and his brown hair blown from the breeze, it makes me wonder why someone would choose this life. Why wander around from abandoned farm to abandoned farm, from derelict city to the next? What must he think about Kyle and his henchmen? About Travis? About me? It doesn't matter. What do you do here, besides chase away assholes? A little bit of everything. But chasing away the assholes is an important part. He shakes out his hand, which I can't help but notice is large and strong. His face was like a concrete slab. I brush the dust off my legs, feeling awkward. Well, thanks, I guess. If it hurt your hand, I probably wouldn't have gotten very far against him. He lifts one pale eyebrow, not mentioning that I was about 2 seconds from passing out when he found me. I wouldn't even have gotten a punch in. What's your name? He pauses, considering. Is it a state secret? His lips quirk. Something like that, he says, repeating my own words back to me. I'm Logan. And you? I hesitate, as though my name is something precious, even though it's not. I'm Sienna, and I should probably go find my friend before she loses her entire life savings to the ring toss, unless the eviction notice applied to me as well. Nope, just them. Speaking of the ring toss, is that white box with the new phone empty? Of course. Ha! I knew it. We keep the real stuff locked up. The boxes get stolen, even though they're high up and watched. I hate to be the one to disillusion what is so clearly an innocent mind, but there are unscrupulous people out there. Doesn't matter if you guys keep the prizes on hand. It's not like anyone wins them. Happens about once a week. Really? Green eyes rake me in a slow, interested sweep. You're young to be skeptical. They only call it skepticism when it's wrong. What do they call it when it's right? Fortune-telling. He grins, and it's like a sunbeam through dark, stormy clouds. Enough to make my heart miss a beat. In that case, I wouldn't mind showing you around the place. A little behind-the-scenes tour. Assuming your friend could do without you for a little longer. He's handsome, which I find annoying. And he's interested in me, which is a red flag all by itself. Men are only interested in me for one thing. It's a lesson I learned early and often. Is behind the scenes code for you taking me back to some bunk bed in a trailer? Because no. No trailers, no beds, no enclosed spaces. Just a walk out in the open. I should say no, but I can't deny the pull. It's the same thing that drew everyone within a 50-mile radius to the circus tonight. Something new, a breath of fresh air in the dusty sauna of small-town America. For a little while. He nods his assent and starts walking. I have to put a little skip in my step to catch up. My throat still feels kind of raw from asshole number 2's grip. But I appreciate Logan not making a big deal out of it. Knowing my skin, it's probably red, if not already bruising blue. It's a little mutual charade of normalcy in the strangest place on earth. The last thing I want to do is sit with some ice pack around my throat. Or worse, to go home. There's another tent back here. Smaller than the huge one up front, but still pretty massive, the size of a grocery store. The walls on this one are pure white instead of striped with red. The blank canvas highlights the dust that's been kicked up all around it. I nod toward it. Is that where the animals are kept? A quirk of his lips. In a manner of speaking. Elephants? Lions? Bears who wear tutus and balance freshly baked pies on their paws? I can only imagine your perception of circus acts comes from 1950s black and white movies. We don't have animals now. Activists ended that years ago. You seem like someone who'd tell them to fuck right off. Sometimes that isn't enough, especially when it comes to getting permits from city councils and mayors. Cash doesn't always grease palms the way it used to. Except in backward podunk nowhere. Yes, except here. So what happened to the lions and bears? Were they sent to be slaughtered? He makes a tisk sound. So jaded for someone so young. I'm a realist. The circus owns a farm in Nebraska. 40 acres devoted to circus animal senior living. That's where the last of them live out their days, getting pampered. I grimace. That sounds like something a parent tells a small child. Where did my old dog go? Oh, we just sent them to a farm so they could live out their days in paradise. Believe what you like. He nods toward the tent. It houses operations mostly. They handle setup and tear down. And when we're in the middle of the circus, they keep the machinery running smoothly. There's also security and a small area for administration, payroll, and all that. Operations. That's the kind of thing they have at the logging company. I never thought about operations when it comes to something as playful as a circus. So you're, what, security? A faint smile. I put out fires. That's my job. And I qualify as a fire? That earns me a long, dark look. He takes me in from the roots of my black hair to my feet in worn sandals, the purple nail polish on my toes long scraped off, leaving only the reminder in pop art shards. You qualify as a goddamn emergency. It comes out as a drawl, though from what part of the country, I have no idea. There's resignation in his tone. Interest, too, as though he's given up resisting. For now. Prepare to be disappointed. People usually are. You seem like someone who'd tell them to fuck right off. The approval in his tone makes my cheeks heat. It doesn't always work. Though I'm not talking about city council permits or cash bribes. My hand goes to my neck, which still feels hot from asshole number 2's grip. And dirty. I need a shower, but I know that's not going to make the feeling go away. Sometimes I think I should leave and never come back. Bullies are everywhere. Put that on a motivational poster. Why do you think people work in the circus? Always traveling, never staying put. Bullies are in every city we visit, but we don't stick around. The circus is a safe haven for a lot of people. I glance at him, with the muscles pushing against the t-shirt and long legs, and his no bullshit expression. There wasn't any fear when he faced down 3 pissed-off guys. You don't seem like someone who'd need a safe haven. Another one of those faint smiles. They would seem almost mocking if it weren't for the self-directed derision in his eyes, as if he's admitting something personal with the slightest lift of his lips. We all need to feel safe. Bullshit. He stops walking and faces me. His voice goes soft. Excuse me? You say a lot of words that mean nothing. Bullies are everywhere. Everyone needs safety. Your job is to put out fires. You speak in generalities because they make you feel, what, wise? Better than everyone? Like some kind of sideshow prophet? Is that what you want me to do? Tell you your future? Now he's pissing me off. He has as many red flags as the tents in this circus, with his vague words and his evasive answers and his frustrating, beautiful, charming smile. No, I want you to tell me something real, something specific. Fine. He runs a hand through dark hair, making it spill over his forehead. I didn't realize it was held in check by so little, by the tilt of his head, by the lack of his frustration. You want something real? Something specific? Well, specifically, it pisses me off that the circus can't have animals when they got sirloin steaks for walking in a few circles and better health care than most people get. Now we have people working through injuries to feed their kids, and that's supposed to be more fucking humane? Is that what you want to hear? Yes, I breathe, because it's horrifying, all of it, but it's real, and I crave something real. He steps close. close enough that I can see a starburst scar on his left cheek and the gold striations in his green eyes. Before, he'd been like a marble statue of handsomeness, photoshopped by the sun into the abstract. Now he's close enough that I can see dark stubble, close enough that I can smell a faint masculine musk. Specifically, he says, his voice lower now. The dark peach of your lips makes me want to kiss you, even though that should be the last thing on my mind after seeing those fuckers hurt you. Shock holds my feet to the earth. If some guy at the coffee shop threatened to kiss me, I'd probably slap him. But I have no idea how to react when this man speaks to me this way. My mouth suddenly feels awake, as if it wants his lips. I asked for something real, something specific. He's giving it to me. Specifically, he says, touching a hand to my sternum, above my breasts, below my neck, a place both innocuous and impossibly intimate. The bruises on your neck make me want to track down those assholes, beat them to shit, and drown them in a fucking swamp. I'm sure you have swamps around here somewhere, right? Most small towns do. Now my hand goes to my throat, not to feel the pain or the filth, but to shield myself. How the hell am I going to hide this at the coffee shop? I'm fucked. I don't get involved with townies, so why the fuck am I even talking to you? He sounds pissed off, which, ironically, I like best of all. It's the realest of real, because I don't want to be talking to him either. He's going to be gone. When? Tomorrow? In a few days? Next week? Maisie didn't tell me how long the circus would stay, but it won't be forever. And then I'll know what it felt like to talk to someone interesting. I wouldn't be able to do it again. Not ever. Not fucking ever. I don't get involved with anyone, I say. So why the fuck am I talking to you? He leans down and kisses me. It's a soft kiss, questioning, exploring. I answer without meaning to, stretching onto my toes to meet him. He groans, a soft rumble that makes electric arousal arc through me. The swipe of his tongue across my lips makes me gasp. Someone rounds the corner. Logan pulls back, letting hot air rush between us. A man stands in sharp clothes that contrast with the dust surrounding us. His shirt is crisp white, his slacks black and tailored, with a red velvet stripe down the sides. It's a costume of some sort, but on him it looks more like a bespoke tuxedo. Handsome features are dark with consternation. Black hair falls over his forehead in perfect disarray. Faint scruff on his jaw lends the slightest air of disrepute to his formality. Dark eyes take us in with a flare of interest. Just as quickly, I'm dismissed. It's Alessandra, he says. I don't know who Alessandra is, but her name charges the energy in the air. Logan frowns. Where? Her tent. He looks at me, but I'm already backing away. Time to lose money on the ring toss, I say. Or who knows, maybe I'll be getting a brand new phone tonight. This is goodbye, come in a matter of seconds, though he lingers, unwilling, unable. Logan, the man says with a sharp tone. He doesn't like him lingering for me, though he can't even know the gossip about me. He doesn't know my heritage. It's just the existence of me that this stranger finds offensive. Logan gives him a sharp look of reprimand, then a resigned nod. Sienna. My name pulses with regret, longing, and finality. Then he's gone. I should have listened to those red flags. Then I wouldn't know what it feels like to have him kiss me. I wouldn't be haunted by the memory, destined never to find it again. The stranger doesn't immediately trail after him. Instead, he gives me a speculative look that takes me in from my messy dark hair to my paint-chipped toenails. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I snort. "You're flirting with me? Really?" "Admiring a pretty face. Nothing wrong with that." It isn't my face he wants. It's my body. I throw a middle finger without looking back, walking down the dirt path toward the lights and the music, the screams and the laughter, pretending like I always do that I don't give a fuck. Chapter 3. The town of Forrester has one of everything. One doctor's office, one grocery store, one police station. You want anything fancier than that, and you have to drive an hour into Bastrop. Or, God forbid, take the 90-minute trek into Austin. We didn't used to have a coffee shop until Bart Reinard inherited $10,000 from his grandmother and bought the old watchmaking storefront. He made the logo a green circle with a fish, even though we don't actually serve Starbucks coffee. I have the morning shift, which means I flip over the open sign at 6 a.m. We get a slow but steady drip of customers, from loggers who want to complain about the cost of coffee compared to their Folgers dark roast at home, to the retired women who host knitting circles over green tea. Then there are the homeschooling moms who use the purchase to teach their kids about counting money and the perils of getting straight C's on your report card. If you don't study, their smug smiles say, you'll end up working at the Coffee Bean. Or maybe that's just me projecting my own insecurities. That's a fancy word I learned on TikTok. Projecting. Therapy is another one of those fancy things that's never made it all the way to Forrester. "I'll have a mocha frappuccino." The woman wearing sunglasses indoors is vaguely familiar. I think she's married to my third-grade teacher's ex-husband. Everyone's related to somebody around here, but she isn't a regular. "We don't have frappuccinos," I say, only vaguely apologetic. I get these requests about once a week, despite the chalkboard menu above me. The rusty bell over the door rings as someone else enters behind her. "But we have an iced latte if you want something cold." She sighs and frowns at the menu. "I'll have a cappuccino." My finger hovers over the button. I want to ring it up and push out one of the tiny ceramic cups, but somehow I know that won't end well. That's pretty different from a frappuccino. It's hot and small and strong. She sniffs. "I know more about coffee than you." The way she says you makes it feel more personal than random dumbass barista, as if she knows who my parents are. Or maybe she doesn't have to know. Maybe it's written across my face. I've looked in the mirror 100 times in my life, but I can never tell. "One cappuccino it is." "And I don't appreciate your lip. I'm going to tell Bart about this." Her sunglasses slip, and for a moment I see the blue-green bruise around her eye. The reason why she's wearing those large tortoiseshell sunglasses. It makes my heart lurch. Guess there was a good reason why my third-grade teacher left her ex. Then again, there usually is. "That'll be $3.65. Her lips part. "For a drink?" "Yes, ma'am." She fumbles in her purse, but there doesn't seem to be any green bills inside, only loose change. There's a checkbook, but I doubt she wants the bastard seeing that line item. Plus, we don't accept them. Cash only. "This is outrageous." I don't control the prices, but you can mention it when you talk to Bart. An open-mouthed stare. Then a masculine hand reaches around with a $20 bill. "My treat." She glances back and then does a comical double-take at the handsome man standing in the small-town knock-off coffee shop like some kind of action hero. He's jacked like the loggers, but missing the beer belly and the sneer. Instead, he looks calm and capable. The woman flutters over the money, demurs but only for show. But my savior from the circus insists. "If you want something refreshing," he says, "I'd recommend that iced latte. I bet they even have caramel back there to sweeten it up for you." "Oh," she says, her cheeks pink. "Well, if you recommend it, then of course I'll try it." "Caramel's 20 cents extra," I say, my tone forbidding. He gives me an easy smile, as if he knows the source of my anger. Funny, because I don't even know where it comes from. "I'm sure it's worth it." I make his change and slam the cash register drawer shut a little harder than needed. Then I pour her drink while listening to her say, "Thank you," and "I left my wallet at home," and "You're such a gentleman." Then I slide the plastic 20-ounce cup toward her, along with a fully plastic straw that's sure to melt the ozone. She takes it and sits in the corner, her back to the window, presumably hoping she doesn't see anyone she knows. Which leaves me alone with Logan. "This kind of thing get you off?" He raises an eyebrow. "Ordering coffee?" "Stepping in to save the poor damsels in distress." "Were you in distress?" he asks, his tone polite and distant. "I couldn't tell, but if I helped you out just now, then I'm glad." I snort. "What do you want?" He peruses the chalkboard menu, taking his time. "Who drew this?" I don't get much pleasure from my job. It's minimum wage customer service with a side of bathroom cleaning. The one small light is that Bart doesn't give a fuck what I draw on the menu, as long as the names and prices are readable. I change it up every so often. Currently, there are little coffee bean beings with stick arms and legs in various peaceful vistas, lying on a hilltop, looking up at coffee cup-shaped clouds, running through a field of wild coffee beans, rowing through a river of espresso. That would be me. "Nice," he says, seeming impressed. I tell myself it doesn't matter what he thinks. "Your order?" "You got those little cardboard things that hold 4 cups?" "We did, but they got wet when the roof leaked. No one orders more than 2 drinks around here. We never got more." A non-committal hum. "If you have 4 cup holders, I can help you carry it out." I'm not saying it to be helpful, I tell myself, or to be nosy and look inside his car. I'm only suggesting it to get rid of him. "I need 30 drinks. Anything will work, but that iced latte looked pretty good." 30? You're shitting me. "Operations," he says. "And security. Administration, I remember." "Asked around. Heard this was the best coffee in town." "Compared to the gas station? Sure. We don't have containers, so I don't know how you're going to—" Hang on. I rummage underneath the counter until I find the empty gallon jugs of milk I used this morning. "You want me to fill these up? I can give you the cups, so you can pour it out when you get there." A blinding smile that makes me feel stupid and young. "That works." He overpays and overtips, and in the end, even his ridiculously nice biceps and large hands can't carry them all in one trip. So I follow him out with the last container, this one cardboard full of oat milk that was about to expire half full because no one here drinks it, along with a stack of paper cups. He's driving a truck, which isn't surprising around here, or in his line of work. I wonder what he usually hauls. Not lumber, I assume, and not hay feed, since his circus doesn't have animals. Black paint shines more than it should after a long trek from some faraway place. He opens the cab and ducks inside to set the containers carefully on the floor, where they hopefully won't spill everywhere. I do my best not to glance at his ass. But I fail. The denim holds him tight, and I look away, regretting my own weakness. I hand him what I've got, and then I'm standing there. Useless, useless, useless. I turn away. Sienna. I'm still facing the coffee bean, staring at my own dim reflection. What? Come to the circus tonight. Why? I whirl to face him. This red flag who came into my place of work. This man who wants to lure me back to his lair, even if it's a bright-colored lair with lights and music. So you can kiss me? More than that. So kissing would be part of it then. I might be busy. He doesn't point out that we don't even have a movie theater. There's nothing to do in Forrester except the circus tonight. He pulls something out of his back pocket. Take this. It's in my hands before I can think to refuse. I read the red and gold embossed ticket in my hands. VIP, it says along the side. Cirque de Miroirs. Everything you can dream. And then, in small print, this ticket allows the bearer access to any show under the big top, private access to the performer's tent, and unlimited rides and games. It's a generous thing to give to a stranger. Unless he's giving it in exchange for sex. Then it's probably offensive. Don't overthink it, he says, his voice low and urgent. There are no requirements here. No promises. The whole thing is a bad fucking idea. We established that much. But I want to see you again. I hoped I would see you again. This is a sign. Pleasure pulses through me at the idea of this man, so self-composed, so confident, hoping to see me. I'll think about it. Green eyes striated with gold examine me. They examine the purple scarf that's tied around my neck like a terrible fashion statement. The haughty woman and I aren't so different. Those eyes flash emerald in the sunlight. You don't trust me. I would ask who hurt you, except I already know, don't I? He means asshole number 2. You don't know the half of it. Come to the circus, he says again. I want to. I hate how much I want to. I push the tickets into my apron, the place where tips would go if anyone in this town actually tipped. Everyone will be there. I'll find you. I'm going to bring Kyle with me. Good. I'd enjoy throwing him out again. My throat feels too tight to answer. After a long look, he nods, as if something was decided. Then he gets into his truck and drives off at a nice, sedate pace that won't end up with milk and coffee rolling all over the cab. I stare after him with a giddy feeling in my stomach. No, the haughty woman and I aren't so different at all. By the time my shift ends, it's a blazing 100 degrees outside. My sweat stinks of coffee as I ride my bike down the long, winding lane toward the house. The 3-bedroom ranch-style home with a faded blue awning is the place where I live, but it's been a long time since I thought of it as home. Sun scorches the dry grass and praises the tall weeds. Despite the light blinding me as I drop my bike on the side of the house, it's dark as a mausoleum inside. Heavy drapes have remained closed for as long as I can remember. The only light comes from the metal fan above the stovetop. It's been scrubbed clean, but no amount of Clorox can make the little black specks where paint has peeled from metal disappear. I find my mother on the back porch, which my father once screened in with loose netting and a staple gun. She has a cup of tea. Black tea, I already know. It's one of the few things she kept from her culture. She doesn't move when I come in, her gaze distant. I lean down and give her a kiss on the dry, papery texture of her cheek. You stink, she says without rancor. She hates the smell of coffee. though of course she never mentions that to my father when she prepares his Folgers every morning. I know, I say, not taking offense. Did you go to the circus? She asks. I hadn't gotten home until late, but then that's normal. Everyone did. Everyone doesn't include her. She came to this country when she was only a child, and she resented her parents' foreign accents and weird-smelling food. As a teenager, she shed every part of her heritage and embraced nightclub culture, short skirts and heavy makeup. Sometimes, when I was little, and my dad was at work, she'd turn on Madonna and we'd both dance in the living room barefoot. Rebelling against her parents landed her in an Americana-themed prison, a place of shiplap, live, laugh, love signs, and little tolerance for black tea. And I knew, without anyone having ever told me, that I was the turn of the key. A woman didn't have many options, but a pregnant woman, even less. I might go again tonight. Come with me. Bessie says they all do drugs there. Bessie is one of her few friends, in the way that a spider befriends a fly as it wraps loop after loop of its string. Good, maybe they'll share. She gives me a look of censure, and I see myself in the reflection of her dark eyes, my rebellious youth and my future cage wrapped up in one. I also see the hint of purple at her temple. I reach out, but she yanks her head back and looks away again, staring into space. Not a random stare, then. Not this time. She'd been avoiding showing me her right side. Mom. No answer. God, how many of the women in this town are hiding bruises? All of us? Fuck. What if we leave? Right now. Pack bags, get on a bus, just you and me. She gives a dismissive snort. I'm too old for buses. What she really means is that Dad would find us. He would destroy everything then, even these small moments with her tea. Then at least let's go to the circus. We could share a funnel cake. He doesn't have to know. He'd find out. The words are barely a sound, but they're loud enough to make me flinch. Of course he would. Someone would tell him. Someone would tell him about the terrible debauchery of his wife at the circus, of fried dough and powdered sugar, of $5 spent in pursuit of happiness. And he would hate it. He would punish her, and if I wasn't very careful, he would punish me. I stand with a sigh. There are only a few hours to sleep before he comes back from work. Then I'll be out of the house again. Will I use that VIP ticket in my pocket? Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, I won't be home when he's here and awake. My mother grasps my wrists and holds me tighter than I'm expecting, hard enough to hurt. She doesn't look at me when she grinds out the words, "If you ever get the chance to leave, Sienna May, leave. Don't worry about me, and don't look back." Mom, I think about all the times I've wanted to leave, when I would dream about running away from home, when I turned 18 and pulled up every Craigslist rental in Austin, the way my father promised to find me and kill me if I ever left, and then he'd kill my mother. Don't worry about me, and don't look back. She looks at me, giving me that dark glass mirror, the whisper of my future. It makes me shiver. Promise me. My wrist throbs. I promise. She lets me go and takes a serene sip of tea. I'm already forgotten. Chapter 4. Every cell in my body warns me not to go into the tent. A lighted sign proclaims, "Wonders from around the world. You must see them with your own eyes to believe." Instead of the standard red and white, this tent is made from a plethora of jewel tones, an earthy brown, a deep sapphire, a dark ruby. Fairy lights zigzag over the front, providing an illuminated entrance. "You owe me," Maisie says. I just don't understand why they even have freak shows. In this day and age, are we still going to be shocked by a bearded lady and a little person? First of all, in Forrester? You're right. Of course we will. More importantly, you don't know that is what's inside. Right. I'm sure it will be 10,000% politically correct. I'm reminded of Logan's frustration with the protesters, who wanted to protect a lion from having to turn in a circle to get a sirloin steak. Meanwhile, people could be injured or paraded for public enjoyment. "We'll just go inside," Maisie says. "We don't have to stay long if it sucks." From the front, it looks like a smaller tent, but it goes back a ways. I'm imagining dark corridors with freaks held behind bars. Or maybe they jump out and scare you. This isn't going to be like The Hole, is it? The Haunted Hole runs every year in October by the community center. Inevitably, the girls get felt up in the dark. The last time I went through, I confronted a bloody clown. When I pulled off his rubber mask, he turned out to be an oversized 8th grader who started crying. Shit like that is how I got a reputation for being a bitch. But he's the one who squeezed my ass. Maisie frowns. "It's probably not like The Hole, but if it is, we'll just punch people." "You mean I'll punch people, and you'll cower behind me until we get out." "Obviously, but you owe me for bailing on me yesterday. I had to listen to Mary Beth talk about her torrid love affair with Jesus for like an hour." I sigh. It's disturbing. She talks about him in her bed. I'm honestly afraid to find out who's really there. You also wouldn't tell me what happened with Kyle and the assholes. Because it's not interesting. But fine, let's go. Good. She immediately flashes 2 admit 1 passes. I already got us tickets. We give our passes to the woman out front and immediately enter a dark hallway. It opens into a wide room containing creepy wax figures of famous people, from Benjamin Franklin to Madonna. I snap a picture of Maisie giving bunny ears to Rihanna. The room is surprisingly cold. They must have mobile air conditioning units to keep the wax from melting. There are other pieces of interesting art, including a portrait of Madonna made from uncooked beans and a landscape made entirely from braided pieces of colorful gum wrappers. Next up is a room of curiosities filled with cabinets with thin, glass-covered drawers. Inside there are fossils, pinned butterflies, and a few terrifying-looking taxidermies. Creepy, but small. And vaguely interesting. I'll give it that much. There's a large tusk from a mastodon, a trilobite fossil from the Paleozoic era, a large slab of petrified wood. I wonder if they're real. Forrester residents would have no idea whether this was a regular elephant tusk, a 3D printed fossil, or a regular piece of wood glazed so that it's shiny. Actually, the lumberjacks around here might recognize regular wood. There are little silver plaques describing each drawer. Some people breeze through this room, while some linger over each plaque reading the full histories. Maisie's eyes light up when she sees an offshoot room with large uncut gemstones held in secure cases. She pauses to look a long time at each sparkly red and purple and green. I hang back, perusing more fossils and specimens, some of them quite delicate, wondering how they transport them safely from city to city. Psst, Sienna. I look around, but no one else is standing in the room with me. Chills run over me. The voice sounded quiet, almost muted. Who the fuck is there? Sienna, turn around. I whirl around to face an empty corner, where there's only what looks like a brass door knock that's hollow in the middle. Speaking tube, proclaims the silver plaque next to it. Dating back to the 1800s, the so-called acoustic telegraph allowed people to talk up to 60 miles away. It's me, Travis. I take a step toward the tube and speak into the brass hole. Fuck you. We need to talk. If you want to let Kyle beat you up, that's your decision. I'll stay out of it. This isn't about him. I frown. Travis and I hadn't really talked for years. The only reason I ever got involved is when Kyle bullied him. But he made it clear yesterday that he didn't appreciate the intervention. Where even are you? Go back to the hallway and past the adults-only section. Good Lord. Coming from anyone else in Forrester, that would be a come-on. But with Travis, I can be sure it isn't. I follow his directions and find him in a dark corner with a red exit sign above him. Okay, you got me here. Please say you brought drugs. That's really the only thing that will make this spy subterfuge worth it. What did he say to you? Travis says, sounding urgent. Even in the dimness, I could see that he'd managed to get all the thick white paint off his face. I wonder if he used Vaseline. I put a hand on my forehead. I'm trying to catch up. Who are you talking about? Kyle? Because I haven't talked to him since yesterday. I mean Whitmere. I've literally never heard of anyone named that. Logan Whitmere. Oh, Logan. Oh, Logan, he says, mimicking me as if I'm being ridiculous. He's impatient, which would be annoying if I didn't also sense a frantic edge to him. And Travis, for all his bluster and fear, isn't usually frantic. He definitely didn't call me over to dark corners. What did he say to you? He said, "The dark peach of your lips makes me want to kiss you, even though that should be the last thing on my mind after seeing those fuckers hurt you." I throw up my hands. I don't know. He said a lot of stuff. Why does it matter? I need to know why he brought the circus here. If this is part of the Mysteries and Curiosities Act, it's very convincing, because I'm confused as fuck. The circus is here because it travels, and he didn't bring it here. It just came. He decides where it goes. Something tugs at my memory. The circus doesn't run itself. Like the navigator? Like the owner, Sienna. He owns the freaking circus. I rub the place on my sternum, the intimate place he'd touched me. He does? You didn't know that? How would I know that? He didn't have a name tag that said, "I own the fucking circus." His signature's all over the permits. Travis's mom works at City Hall, so naturally she'd see them, and apparently tell her son about them. It's a little weird that I'd met the man who owned all this, that I called him by his first name, that he gave a VIP ticket to the barista at the only coffee place in town. Okay, so I'm caught up on who Logan Whitmere is, but I still don't know why I should care. He was asking about you for one thing, asking where you worked. Had he? Is that why he'd really come to the Bean and not to get coffee? How do you know? An eye roll. This is Forrester. Nothing stays a secret. If the gossip mill knows that some circus man, the owner, no less, asked about me, then it also knows the reason why. Sex. That assumption isn't one I made. It's the one the town makes, and slowly, like a poison, it's seeped into my skin. So he has a hard-on for me. He probably isn't the only guy in the circus trying to fuck someone in town. Travis pulls out his phone and hands it to me. It's apparently the Instagram page for Cirque de Miroirs. My eyes widen. There are almost 1 million followers. One video shows a couple performing high in the air. tangled up artfully in billowing red curtains. There are thousands of likes and comments. "Thank you for a great night, Memphis," reads the caption. It was a few weeks ago, so I guess it makes sense that they could have traveled through cities to get to Texas. But it's on a completely different scale. Memphis must have hundreds of thousands of people. I don't even know, but nothing like the 1,500 that make up Forrester's city limits. It's strange. What the hell does this mean? They didn't even put up the big top. They can usually seat 10,000 people a night. They didn't put up their second biggest tent either. That one they're using can only seat a few hundred people, and that's not even sold out. I hand back the phone, unease tugging my stomach. Why are you telling me this? Because they're here for something, and it's not ticket sales. Since Whitmere was asking about you, I thought you might know the reason. Well, I have no idea. Why do you care anyway? He looks away, and for a moment the years between us fade. There are only two old friends standing together. Because you don't need to get mixed up with someone like that. Let's get one thing clear. I'm not mixed up with anyone, least of all some random guy who owns a circus who's only going to be in town for a few days. He's going to ask you to run away with him. He's going to ask me to run away with the circus? Yes. How do you know? Because he asked me. I've dreamed about running away from Forrester 1,000 times. I never thought about it leaving me. A lump forms in my throat. What was your answer? I told him I'd think about it. He has eyebrows so blonde they almost disappear, and a too thin nose. His face is both familiar and not. We played for hours when we were kids. Now, as adults who barely ever speak, his face has sharpened into a painful memory. If there's anyone who deserves to escape this hellhole, it's you. But be careful. He snorts. Yeah, because you won't be there to save my ass. Not that. It's just, we don't know anything about this guy. It could be a cult. Like 1 minute you're serving corn dogs, the next minute you're worshiping carousel animals. He doesn't laugh at my joke. Last week, Kyle pushed me under at the lake. I swallowed so much water I threw up all night. I don't think I'll last long here. Tears prick my eyes. Then go. Get the fuck out. He shakes his head. Maybe not. They could be a human trafficking organization, for all I know, going around to small towns, picking up people that no one would miss. I'd miss you. I don't say the words. Neither of us wants it to be true. The friendship of our childhood has no place in the lives of two adult outcasts. What job did he offer you? A clown. I rub my forehead, remembering his terror as Kyle and the assholes had smeared white paint on his face and tried to give him a red rubber nose. They'd done it to humiliate him. It had worked. And that seems fun? He shrugs. It seems like a job that pays better than the gas station. And I don't know, I'd get to become someone else. I would get to hide in plain sight. You'd get to act. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. Travis was the male lead in every one of Forrester High School's theater productions, especially if singing was required. It was one of the many reasons he's never been able to hide who he is. This way, he'd get to hide in plain sight. There's something alluring about the idea. Because no matter the shadows that follow me through Forrester, it seems like I'm always visible. The boys talk shit about me, making up notches on their bedposts. The girls believe them, because it's easier having the boys lie about me than them. The older folk disapprove of me, whether it's my alcoholic father or my Indonesian mother. The Coles aren't loved in this place. If you ever get the chance to leave, Sienna May, leave. Don't worry about me. Does she know that Dad threatened to find me if I ever left? Did he ever threaten to hurt her if I left? Good luck if you go, I say, my voice thick. And fuck you if you don't. But don't worry about me. He's interested in showing me a good time under the big top, which apparently is circus lingo I now know. Not the biggest tent they have, but still an impressive size. Who has an impressive size? Maisie chirps from behind me. Hey, Travis. He gives a small nod. Maisie is one of those people who can impressively get along with everyone. It's a mystery why she hangs out with me. We leave Travis behind in the dark exit corner. As we finish walking through the wonders from around the world, I catch Maisie up on what happened with Kyle yesterday. Those rat bastards. I also tell her about Logan's visit to the Coffee Bean. I can't believe you were holding out on me. And I show her the VIP ticket. She reads from the black and gold foil placard. The bearer of this ticket is granted full access to the grandeur and delight of Cirque de Miroirs. So this guy really wants to bang you, huh? Let's find out. I want to confront Logan Whitmere for a lot of reasons. To make sure he has decent intentions when it comes to my not-friend Travis. To find out why his big-time circus is bothering with the shitty town of Forrester. And maybe to see if he's really as handsome as I remember. Chapter 5. No amount of flirting or pretending to be slutty circus starfuckers convinces the man at the door to let two of us inside. That's how I end up ditching my best friend for the second night in a row, this time with her blessing. Red and purple mats line the floor. A large square trampoline is on one side. People jump with beautiful form. I've seen the circular trampolines in people's backyards, the kind with frayed plastic canvas around the edges so your feet don't get stuck in between the springs. This is something much more grand. It's not about children playing. These are athletes with clearly defined muscles and impossible height. Almost everyone here is wearing athletic clothes, from the performers to the people coaching them. Only a few other people are in street clothes. Logan is there, looking tall and imposing in a suit. And so fucking important, I almost don't recognize him. It was easy to imagine him as some kind of handsome, super strong worker bee the circus hires. Now he's pointing and commanding people in the show. A group of muscled men leap off a giant swinging platform one at a time, each performing their own twists and rolls and dives. They turn to Logan, as if he's the director of the show. A white-collared shirt hugs his biceps, the sleeves rolled up around thick muscle. He's strong. Not like these athletes, precisely. Like a fighter. Someone you wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. Black slacks hug lean hips and long legs. He's standing with the man who interrupted us earlier, the one who's darkly handsome, looking vaguely disreputable, even as he wears a tuxedo, complete with red velvet cummerbund and red velvet jacket. He holds a top hat with a red velvet band. The ringmaster, then. The announcer. A performer, even if he doesn't swing from a trapeze like some of the other people in the room. The third man is someone I haven't seen before. He wears jeans with a dark, rough wash effect. His black button-down shirt makes him look subtly dangerous. His sleeves are rolled up, revealing extremely muscled forearms with flexing tendons. He notices me first, which prompts Logan to turn and face me. His expression smooths when he sees me. "You came." I force myself not to show the pleasure that warms me at his voice. I force myself not to react outwardly, even though my insides are roiling. It's like my emotional baseline is the black, springy surface of the trampoline. I'm usually resilient. I've learned how to handle blow after blow. But he slices through my fabric like a knife. Did you miss me? Yes. The answer is given casually, as if men regularly admit to missing a woman they barely know. God, the men in Forrester barely admit to missing women they supposedly love. Honesty leaves me speechless. He gestures toward the men with him. Allow me to introduce Emerson Durand, our ringmaster, and Wolfgang Albrecht, our resident knife thrower. Do your friends call you Wolf for short? Only if they want me to throw a knife at them. It sounds vaguely like a joke, but it becomes less funny when he glares at me. Sorry. Don't be, Logan says, giving his friend a warning look. Wolfgang normally takes a lot of shit for his name, and he does it with grace, but he's uncomfortable around townies. And you? I ask the ringmaster. Emerson Durand, the one who flirted with me. He's doing it now, in a way that's silent but hardly subtle. His eyes seem perpetually at half-mast, seductive and promising dark delights. Are you uncomfortable around townies? His smile blinds me. It's dashing and debonair, and so practiced it must have been used on hundreds of women before. Successfully, I'm sure, but still. I'm rarely uncomfortable around a beautiful woman. What is she doing in the staging tent? The knife thrower. Logan's eyes narrow. She's my guest. Would you like to restate that or get fired? Wolfgang purses his lips like he tastes something sour. It's clear he wants to say more shit, but Logan's authority checks him. I'm curious why you're letting a townie back here, that's all. Yes, Emerson says, his voice more fluid, almost melodic. It doesn't hide the underlying animosity. We know what happened the last time you brought a townie to the circus. There's a frozen moment of tension. What the hell happened the last time he brought a townie here? I remember him baking in the sun the first time we met, growling out the words, I don't fuck around with townies. I don't fuck around with anyone, I'd told him. That should be true. But I'm here, ignoring everything I learned the hard way. Let me be clear, Logan says, his voice impossibly soft. It makes him sound more commanding than if he yelled. She's here because I asked her to come. That's all you need to know. If that's a problem for you, you're free to start your own circus that you own, that you control, because you sure as hell don't run this one. Emerson looks slightly abashed, though it feels fake, like a performance. Wolfgang gives him a stony look. Then, a pause. It might as well have been a fistfight for the way that the alpha was decided. And it's Logan, despite his easy smile and his casual humility. He made it very clear who was boss. I believe I'm needed in costumes, Emerson says. Au revoir, mademoiselle. He takes the knife thrower with him. Then it's only Logan and I. His eyes are on the people doing tumble after tumble. A large swing made out of metal catapults them through the air, one after the other. What was that about? I ask. It was nothing, he says, which is a lie I don't quite care to question. There are dark undercurrents here, beneath the jovial colors and music. A woman does a flip onto a man's shoulder and wobbles, only very, very slightly. Again, Logan calls, his voice not angry, but still commanding. They immediately perform the trick again, landing it perfectly this time. And again, until it feels as fluid and natural as water. What do you think? He asks. A few people chat and laugh around the edges, but everyone on the mats has their game face on. It's not playful the way you'd think a circus would be. They seem so serious. They're performers. They take it seriously. The way the lions and bears took it seriously? They thought it was a game. That's the irony of being human. We turn everything into work. Even a circus? That's why it matters. His voice startles me with its quiet intensity. That's why we need the circus, now more than ever. And here, in these struggling small towns more than anywhere else, to remind people to play. A couple of children run and jump onto the trampoline, their focus just as strong as the adults. You hire kids? Most of the performers travel with their families. Not all their children are interested in performing, but some of them are. I can't imagine what childhood would be like traveling and performing. I can't imagine anything except the stifling, overdark existence that turned me into this standoffish person. Someone who sees everything as a red flag. Why did you invite me here? Because you want to fuck me? It's not going to work, you know. I'm not experienced or trusting. I can't laugh and move and touch people as easily as these people here. I'm not going to pretend with you. We only have 3 more days in town. There isn't time to pretend. I do have an ulterior motive for giving you that VIP ticket. It's that I wanted to spend time with you, whether that's to talk or kiss, or fuck. Whatever we do, it'll be because you decide to give it to me. Understand? I shiver, because I've never had someone speak to me with such directness. I've been given orders and threats, sure. This directness grants me power, though, which makes it new. Why did you offer that job to Travis? You seem awfully protective. Do you want him? Want him, like, for sex? Something about the way Travis walks and talks, maybe even his build, announces that he's gay. It's why he's never needed to come out of the closet. Everyone knew. I would get to hide in plain sight. So it'd be silly of me to like him. But then the heart is a notoriously foolish organ. No, I care about him. We're friends. A friend who told you to leave him the fuck alone. We were friends a long time ago, and now I just want to make sure that you aren't making him join a circus cult or something. That earns me a half smile. It's not a cult. Exactly what a cult leader would say. He raises an eyebrow. So now I'm the leader? Yeah, I found out that you're running this show. There's a Wikipedia page about you. Is that a crime? When you have a Wikipedia page about you and also come to Forrester, yeah, it's suspicious. A red flag, you could say. So I want to make sure you're not fucking him around. He seems to take the question seriously, pausing to consider his answer. If your friend decides to accept the offer, he'll work hard, probably harder than he's ever worked. There will be a lot for him to learn, times when it seems like everything is falling apart. But he'll be compensated fairly, fed and housed, and free to leave whenever he wants. The hard feeling in my chest gets tighter. That's as much of a guarantee as life could ever offer, which is to say, not much. Then I hope he accepts. Green eyes see through me. I'm a collection of fears and hopes held together by transparent Scotch tape. A lot of people use the circus as a way to escape. Is that why you go through such small towns like Forrester? Like a twisted HR strategy? You know they have this website called Indeed.com. Part of the reason. Another reason is that it gives our performers breathing room between major cities. They can trade off instead of having to do a show twice a night. That's sweet, I guess. Not that sweet. The circus still makes a profit, even in a small town like this one. Ironically, his mention of profit makes me feel better about sending Travis with him. He's practical. Why did you give me that VIP ticket? Was that also a twisted HR strategy? It was more like a twisted date strategy. I find myself blushing, which is ridiculous. Why didn't you just ask me out? For a few reasons. I'm listening. Because I should be here at the circus in the evenings, in case something goes wrong. And something always goes wrong. And because I wanted to see you again. There's nowhere to go on a date around here anyway. There's an Applebee's like 15 minutes away and an Outback Steakhouse even farther. A slow smile spreads. I have something more interesting than dinner. I manage a droll tone. Let me guess. A quickie in one of the trailers? That would be interesting. But I don't think you're ready for that. Travis told me you were asking around about me. That's why you came to the Coffee Bean. You already knew I'd be there. His eyes become veiled, like my mother's jade necklace. I did. I hoped I would see you again. This is a sign. That's what he said to me. It occurs to me how careful the words were. They weren't a lie, but they definitely weren't the whole truth. I think he makes a habit of that distinction. That's a huge fucking red flag. Stalking much? I wanted to see you. Unrepentant. It makes me want to needle him. And what about what I want? You want me, he says with too much confidence. But you're scared of it. Damn him for being right. If it's not sex, then what's so interesting? Let me show you. He leads me out of the practice tent and past the big top, where people stream in for the evening performance. I feel a little conspicuous now that I know I'm walking with the owner of the circus, as if everyone else knows too. Maybe someone will tell him, "Hey, Sienna is the town slut." Maybe someone already did tell him when he was asking about me. Maybe that's the only reason he gave me the VIP ticket. That makes my cheeks turn hot. Star-shaped lights decorate a small tent made of thick purple fabric. It's been embroidered with constellations and celestial beings in golden thread. Wisps of purple fabric dance along the edge, even though I can't feel a breeze. Fortune teller, reads the painted wooden sign in front. Madame Galilee knows all. There's a drawing of a crystal ball with gnarled hands circling it. The flap of the tent is currently closed, with a padlock keeping curious people out. A private reading? I ask, nerves forming a knot in my stomach. You could call it that. I roll my eyes, as if that can hide the disappointment in my voice. Sex. How original. He turns me so that my back is to the thick striped canvas, and I'm looking up at him, the shadow of his expression haloed by stars. I hate the way you always assume I'm trying to hurt you. Why is that, Sienna? Heat burns my eyes. How does this man manage to get under my defenses? I've built up walls. I've built goddamn towers to keep men out. But somehow he's always there, already inside. Sex doesn't have to hurt if you know what you're doing. Do you? That sounds like a line someone told you. Who taught you to be afraid of sex? Was it that fucker Kyle Moore? Yeah, I looked him up, along with his 2 friends. I've been afraid of sex for as long as I knew what it was. Before that, really. I don't feel anything about sex. Not good, not bad. Nothing. I'm cold. Ice fucking cold. Got it? You're a beautiful liar, Sienna, he murmurs, dropping a swift, glancing kiss on my forehead. Maybe one day you'll trust me with the truth. Is that what's in the tent? Truth in crystal balls and tarot cards? He leads me to the back and lifts a more discreet flap, allowing me inside, as if to answer the question. The tent is adorned with intricate tapestries depicting ancient symbols. A set of lamps hang down from the ceiling, casting a purple and bluish hue over everything. Thick velvet drapes a circular table in the center. On top of a black wooden stand is a large crystal ball, which looks as if it's filled with smoke. Tarot cards, divination tools, and other mysterious objects are artfully arranged as if to present a picture of casual intuition. It would be an impressive display if we entered from the front. From the back, I can see the little tray, like the kind under desks in elementary school, storing the fortune-teller's supplies. I can see the cushion on the chair, not old and mystical like the draperies hanging from the ceiling, but gray and firm, orthopedic, so the sitter would not get sore. From here, it looks like exactly what it is, a stage. Where's the fortune-teller? I ask, moving closer to the table, to the smoky orb. It's not quite illuminated from the inside, but neither is it dark. Or is she one of the people getting a break? Apparently, she's missing. I glance back. Missing? Alessandra Gallo has a loose relationship with work. Sometimes she shows up, sometimes she doesn't, and sometimes she disappears for days at a time. You seem like someone who'd fire someone like that, especially considering he just threatened to fire his knife thrower for asking a pointed question about me. A slow smile. I would, but it's complicated. She's the mother of one of the acrobats. The circus is a tight-knit community, and throwing her out would disrupt that. So you have this whole tent, I say, waving my hand toward the hanging lamps, with the purple light and the velvet drapes, and you want me to believe you didn't bring me here for sex. Come on. That's not assuming the worst. That's assuming the obvious. He reaches into the cubby beneath the table and pulls out a tarot deck with colored images and gilded edges. You ever use these? I shake my head. Kyle and Travis and I had once gotten a hold of a Ouija board. Our sweaty hands had stacked on top of the pointer. It had spelled out hello, though I never knew which of them had moved it. I'd been trembling, so afraid that I'd peed myself. Just a little spot on the seam of my denim shorts. Maisie loved to talk about astrology from an app on her phone. He shuffles the cards so quickly I can barely see them, and then forms a bridge. It makes a little flutter sound, a poof of air that reaches my lips. I used to play cards, not tarot, Texas Hold'em. That's how I made enough money to buy the circus. I never know what you're thinking. You have a good poker face. There are some upsides to the terrible things humans do to each other. Like the way I learned to hide everything that I'm thinking. Like the way you learn to lash out at anything that comes close. No wonder Travis is seriously considering leaving everything for the circus. There is something seductive about Logan Whitmere. Not just his physical self, though that was strong and handsome and frankly hot. For all my shit talk about him wanting to fuck me, I wanted him to do it, to see if maybe it would be different, to find out if it really might not hurt. He puts the tarot deck on the table and pushes it toward me. I flip over the top card and let out a sharp bark of laughter. The Fool. The picture shows a man in old-fashioned garb prancing around without a care in the world, the sun shining on his face, his curls golden. It's not wrong. I'm definitely a fool. It doesn't mean stupid, he says. It means that you're full of wonder, that you're open to new beginnings, that you aren't nearly as jaded as you want the world to think you are. The words slice through me. Now you. He flips over the next card. The 7 of Swords. The card shows a man carrying 7 massive swords. Not a great omen? Not great. He agrees. It means betrayal, deception, secrets. I frown. Does it mean that you're deceiving me, or that I'm deceiving you? The cards don't say. It's in the eye of the beholder, or the eye of Madame Galilee. She's the one who hands out the verdicts around here, and accepts cash, credit card, and Venmo. He looks at me steadily, and I suck in a breath as I realize what he's suggesting. Are you serious? You want me to pretend to be the fortune teller? I thought it might be interesting. This is a small town, Logan. Everyone will recognize me. People see what they expect to see, and they don't expect to see rebellious young Sienna Cole wearing a wig and gothic dress and sitting behind a large table in a dimly lit tent. I don't even know what the cards mean. No one else does either, usually. But it doesn't matter. You can use the crystal ball. And tell them what? What they want to hear if you're feeling generous, or what they're most afraid of if you're not. It's a lot of power, holding someone's fortune in your hands. I'm not sure what I'd say. I imagine sitting across the table from people in town, knowing their secrets, knowing what they think of me. Except they wouldn't know I'm me. I would just be Madame Galilee, random circus person. It would be like acting. How much? You'd get half the night's take. We charge $20 for a basic reading. There are some add-ons, but we'd skip those since you're new. If even 10 people wanted their fortune read, I'd make more than I do in a full 10-hour shift at the Coffee Bean. That alone is worth it. That alone might entice me if he had asked me to clean out trailers or deliver coffee to people. That's not the only reason I want to do it. Interesting, he called it. Yes, it would be interesting to see the people who I've known my entire life when they believe I'm a stranger. Assuming the wig and dress are enough to fool them, it is pretty dark in here. Could I make my voice sound different enough? Older, perhaps? Raspy? And what would I even say? That I could tell their futures when I can barely guess my own? Presumably, Madame Galilee usually makes it up. But at least she has experience coming up with convincing bullshit. Does she give people happy fortunes so they're pleased they spent $20? Or scary fortunes so they feel the rush of adrenaline? Maybe she just chooses a random prediction for each person. No, I'm not doing it. This is crazy. He drops the cards in an elegant sprawl across the velvet. All right. No argument? No argument, Sienna. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. It doesn't sound like we're talking about telling fortunes. It sounds like we're talking about sex. The problem isn't that I want to refuse him, though. It's that I want to say yes. I suspect he knows that. He seems to know everything else I'm thinking. 1 hour only. That's all I'm agreeing to. An antique trunk on the side that looks like a prop actually holds piles of old-style dresses. There's a heavy brocade Victorian dress with high-puffed sleeves and a full skirt. There's a more rustic-styled tunic dress made out of colorful patterned fabric. It reminds me of the patterns on my mother's batik house clothes, but the fabric is much thicker, possibly heavy silk. All of the clothes are large on me, but voluminous enough that they simply make it look intentional, as if I'm draped in mystery as well as cloth. I pull on a gold and turquoise costume over my tank top and jeans. There aren't actually any wigs in the trunk, though. I hold up a black witch's hat and a large costume turban. Seriously? He shrugs. There are wigs in the costume trailer. I choose the witch's hat because it feels less like cultural appropriation, and the curving brim hides my face better. I spread my hands out. How do I look? Delicious. I'm glad it's dark enough to hide my blush. Nice try. Actually, some men who come in here will try things. That's why we keep someone outside at all times. That person will collect payment and also come in if someone causes trouble. Kind of like how bouncers are outside the VIP rooms? Except instead of selling a lap dance, I'm selling a story. What do you know about stripping? It's a viable career option for a woman in Forrester, and the only job I could have gotten that would have made me enough money to buy a car and get my own place. Instead, you decided to work at the Coffee Bean. The tips are definitely worse. The hours, though, also worse. I have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Even the roosters are asleep. Pretty much the only upside is that I have way less of a chance of getting addicted to cocaine. Because you can't afford it. Exactly. He shakes his head with a faint smile, as if bemused by me. Even though I'm completely ordinary. Every woman in this hellhole has 2 choices. Marry someone or become a stripper. Become a baby factory or the town whore. Be the Virgin Mary or Mary Magdalene. So, I say, drawing out the word, who's my bouncer? He lifts an eyebrow. You're looking at him. Chapter 6. My first customers are a man and woman clearly on a first date. They're awkward and a little giggly. Cute, if I were inclined to think things were cute. They must be from a neighboring town because I don't recognize either of them. But I recognize his nerdy nervousness and her shy insecurity from 1,000 other people. Welcome, I say in my low rasp, disguising my face even though they can't know me any more than I know them. We're both strangers, playing a part. I'm pretending I know things about them, and they're pretending they might believe me. Madame Galilee sees the stars, and the stars know what has been and what will be. Sit down, sit down. What is your name, child? The young woman answers with a half laugh. Brittany. I wave my hands around the large crystal ball as if palpitating an invisible aura. The crystal ball continues to show its opaque smoke, not images of the future. What the hell am I supposed to tell her? I don't have any psychic powers. I don't have any powers at all. Except, I do. I've learned to survive. In an abusive home, in a shithole town. I've learned to hold my own against gossip, against bullies. Because I can read people. I use that hypervigilance to read people. I notice the smallest flecks of their expression, the slightest pitch of their voice. They're all clues to what they want, what they need. And when it comes to reading people, I've become Sherlock freaking Holmes out of necessity. This girl looks cute. She hasn't wanted for male attention, but she still looks shy. Self-conscious, maybe? She has little white daisies painted on her big toenail. Her expression as she looks at me, as she watches and waits for her fortune, is hopeful. I sense that you long for a relationship that is more than love, more than sex, that you're looking for a best friend. Her face flames. Oh my God. And you, I say, rasping. What is your name? Brian. He sounds nervous. If I were cynical, I would say it's because, as a man, he wants the sex. Not love. And definitely not a best friend. Friendship is not something I saw modeled in my parents' marriage. Not even kindness. but there are damp spots where his palms were on his khaki pants. And good Lord, he wore khakis on a date to the circus when almost everyone else is in jeans, or in some cases, basketball shorts. So maybe he's interested in friendship. Maybe even love. Brian, I sense that you like Brittany, that it took a great deal of courage to ask her out. He gives an awkward laugh. Yes, you're right. Of course, Madame Galilee is right. I snap, making them both jump. My hands move around the crystal ball again. She sees the stars, and the stars know all, though Taurus moves in from behind. Shadows, smoke, Gemini rises. It keeps you from being honest with her. They both look alarmed. Is he married? She squeaks. Brian holds his sweaty hands up. I'm not married, I swear. No, I say, my tone foreboding. It's worse than that. What could be worse? This from Brittany. He's keeping himself hidden because he's afraid that he's not good enough for you. That if you see the real him, you won't want him. That he's not handsome enough or smart enough or cool enough because he thinks so highly of you. A breath catches in her throat. Oh my God! Brian, is that true? He's turned into a tomato. Of course it is. You're... you. He gestures at her. And honestly, I see his point. She's cute, and he's kind of a dork. But that just makes it sweeter, because there might as well be hearts around her in the air based on how she's looking at him. And even if she's pretty enough to live a Kardashian-esque existence, at least as close as you can get in the backwoods of Texas, she wants the sweet life. I give them a few other sternly worded warnings about planets and moons. I've decided that a little adrenaline will make it more likely he goes in for the kiss at the end of the night. They leave holding hands, and a certain circus owner ducks his head into the tent. Madame Galilee sees the stars? He asks. You didn't give me a script, so you don't get to complain. It's a compliment. Oh. I'm so used to being prickly that I don't know how to accept praise. I'm so used to being criticized or ignored that it's become my norm. How depressing. I especially liked the part about Brian not thinking he's good enough. Now you're definitely teasing. He grins. It was handsome in the broad daylight yesterday. In the dim lamplight, it's devastating. His white teeth gleam. His dark eyes twinkle. Do you think they'll make it? Sure, I manage. They'll have a couple of kids before they divorce. He doesn't seem very fooled by my cynical act anymore. Maybe he never was. You ready for your next customer? Madame Galilee is always ready. Right, the stars. The flap closes, and I hear him speaking in low tones with whoever is outside, collecting payment and perhaps preparing them to be amazed. The flap opens, revealing a plump older woman. I suck in a breath. Bessie O'Rourke, the one who said the circus would bring drugs to town. Maybe she's looking to score. More likely, she's looking to be a narc. A shiver of fear runs down my spine. Bessie has caused endless trouble for my mother, and for me. Except she doesn't know that I'm me. I'm hiding in plain sight, the way Travis wants to do. Sit down, I demand in a low, rasping voice. The spirits demand it. Bessie harumphs and sits down. I don't believe in this mumbo-jumbo. The stars do not care what you believe. They know everything, what has been, what is, and what will be. I wave my hands around the crystal ball. They are impatient. They're awfully pushy, she complains, though she sounds a little curious. Neptune is around the corner, I intone. He's coming into retrograde. What does that mean? I have no fucking clue. But I know that this woman spread a rumor that my mother was a mail-order bride from Thailand when my dad married her. This, despite the fact that she was from Indonesia, not Thailand. Despite the fact that she had come over when she was 12 years old and spoke English fluently. It was the worst possible blow to someone who tried so hard to fit in, wearing the right clothes, the right makeup, but knowing she would never actually look like the blonde moms in the school pickup line. It was the worst possible blow, and somehow Bessie knew it. And Saturn, I say, acting agitated. It's spinning so fast, spinning. Tell me what you see. My condolences for your late husband. You can see him? She says in a strangled voice. You can talk to him? Her husband was a creep who volunteered to lead the Girl Scouts troop so that he could lean over their shoulders, come up behind them in the guise of helping them throw a fishing line, and stroke their hair. He's hot, burning. He's in agony, Bessie. Oh, my God, he can't be in hell. Fear, real fear. That's what my hypervigilance tells me. I can see the whites of her eyes. I can smell her fear in the tent. Not fear for her husband, who she didn't even care about. Fear for herself. He went to church every Sunday. What can I do? How can I save his soul? How did this happen? It's too late for his fate, but not too late for yours. Me? She's outraged. I've been on the city council for 15 years. I've served this town, this community with a guiding hand. How dare you, his computer? What about it? I haven't touched it. You must. More hand-waving around the orb. Look deep in the folders. They will sound innocent. Something like vacation photos, or flowers, or Girl Scouts, or whatever a creep would name his pedo porn stash. Her hands flutter. She's agitated. How will I know when I've found the right one? Oh, you'll know. The stars will tell you. I amend. And then what? What happens when I find this folder? And then you resign. What? Sienna Cole is powerless. People talk shit about her. They push her around. They hurt her. And no matter how fierce she tries to sound, it's no armor. But Madame Galilee? She's an all-knowing being. Someone with a bouncer outside her tent. She can say anything she wants. She can push the stars around to suit her. She can read people and tell them not only what they want to hear, but what I want to say. You resign from the city council and the garden club and the Historical Protection Society. The only thing they've ever done was preserve a statue of a Confederate general that was erected 10 years ago. When you have proof of your husband's perfidy, his evil, you resign from your roles of power in this small, forsaken town as penance. His evil? Her voice is small. Part of her had to suspect. Maybe she even knew for sure. I know firsthand how hard denial can hit when someone's determined not to see. The scales of justice demand a sacrifice. Otherwise, you will join him. Her hands are shaking. I can't believe this is happening. The stars know all that has been and all that will be. She sniffs. I don't know what you mean, but thank you for your advice. I can't say that I believe in this mumbo-jumbo, especially as it's not part of the church. But I suppose it does have its uses. I will look at his computer, and if I find something, that is a certainty. Her eyes turn hazy with fear. Yes, perhaps it is. I managed to give her a cold smile beneath the wide brim of the witch's hat. "Harold has a message for you." What is it?" "He wants to see you. Let's try to avoid that, though, shall we?" She leaves in a flurry of bluster and fear. When she's gone, Logan enters the tent, dropping the flap behind him. He's lost the teasing glint he had after the couple. Clearly, he can hear what goes on inside. The dark purple lights cast harsh shadows on the planes of his face. Was that him? Harold? Was that him in the crystal ball? Sure. Was he the man who hurt you? I shiver at the low menace in his voice. He rubbed my arm one too many times, gave me some long hugs. That was when I was a brownie. Luckily for me, we didn't have the money to keep up the uniforms and troop fees, so I had to quit before it got worse. Christ. I want names. I want a goddamn list of everyone who's ever hurt you. You don't get to ask that question, okay? You don't get to invade my privacy and demand answers and stand there looking like you want to go to war for me. And you don't get to fill my dreams, but here we are. He dreamed about me? He doesn't seem pleased about it either. Maybe it was a nightmare. That would be on brand for me. I force a casual grin. Don't stress so much, Whitmere. I can take care of myself. His eyes blaze a brilliant amethyst, turned purple by the lamps, made glowing by his fury. You shouldn't have to take care of yourself. You shouldn't have to protect yourself from bastards like Harold and Kyle and whoever the fuck else. Right. Of course not. Maybe I'll just move to Bastrop or Austin with money I don't have to do a job I don't have, and then everything will be peachy. Except, wait a minute. Bullies are everywhere. Someone once told me that. I can't quite remember who. He turns away and scrubs a hand over his face. Then he spears me with a look of scorching hot promise. If you keep flaunting that sharp tongue of yours, I'm going to put it to good use. Well, that's great. You want to protect me from other men, sure, but not you. You're obviously exempt from the rules. You're different. You're tell me no. What? I can't. You're not. I'll stop, Sienna. That isn't what you want, though, is it? I scent him before I feel him. There's only darkness and a masculine knowledge that sinks into the very heart of me. It lands, solid and sure, only a half second before his lips touch mine. It's only a glance at first, a question, a taunt maybe, a warning most definitely. Tell me no. He kisses me again, this time lingering, lips to lips, sliding his tongue along the seam of my mouth, questing, searching. The truth is, he is different. Different because he wouldn't even touch me if I didn't want it. They say that people communicate over 90% with body language. The slightest turn of my chin or the tension in my stance means something. I should never even have to say the word no. That's what his lips say against mine. That's what my body whispers as it warms to him with a sigh. If a man is pushing me hard enough, far enough, that by the time I get the word out, it's already too late. It's already become a performative gesture, perfectly useless. Or worse, an excuse to get hurt. I'll stop, Sienna. There's a war being fought inside me. The sweet seeking of his kiss. The dark memory of other times. It surges and foments. It builds to a shiver that he settles with a hand up my arm. A strong hand that grips the back of my neck and kneads me gently. Firm enough that I groan into his mouth. Forget the elusive dream of an orgasm. This right here is heaven. Everything else I have to do, the undressing, the judgment, the pain, All of that is what a man demands in exchange for this transient pleasure. And at this moment, I can't argue with the balanced scales. Being held in his calloused hands, being kissed with an aching softness. It's worth whatever comes next. That isn't what you want, though, is it? Fear laps at the backs of my feet, spurring me to run. I should know better, and I do. Except there's a curiosity inside me. He already kisses me different. He touches me different. Fuck, he even looks at me different. Everything about him is foreign. This man who owns a traveling circus. This powerful man who can best bullies who outweigh him in a fistfight. I don't know what his deal is, or why he cares about me beyond a quick fuck, which I seem unable to give him. Except I might. I could try. I could let the currents pull me along. A primal ambition starts inside me, beating a drum toward some unknown crescendo, some promise that the center of my body knows by instinct. Or maybe it's not instinct. Maybe it knows because of the way his other hand moves to the curve of my breast. There are so many layers between us. The heavy brocade of the costume, the ribbed fabric of my tank top, the frayed cotton of my bra. My nipple hardens. It pebbles, turning tight and needy. The only thing that will soothe it is the warmth of his mouth. My whole body feels like that. On fire. I have too many clothes on. Too many layers of costumes around me. I'm suffocating. He breaks the kiss and tucks my head under his chin, letting me pant until I catch my breath. Shh, you're all right. I've got you, my beautiful girl. The universe stops spinning long enough for me to look up at him. Why did you stop? I was moving too fast. His expression is severe. It's lust, I realize. That's what turned his handsome features into granite. I would have taken you right on the table. I wasn't complaining. I'll know you're ready when you're begging me to keep going. He presses a kiss to my forehead, the same way he did outside the trailer after he sent Kyle away. It feels like a form of ownership and adoration at the same time. Two opposing forces, both of them unacceptable, both of them seductive. And even then, I wouldn't have done it here, not for our first time. Anger stiffens my spine. Our first time? That's mighty presumptuous of you. There won't be any times at all, because you had your chance. Is that what you want? He asks, the question beguiling. You're leaving. Yes. A laugh rustles out of me. Travis told me you asked him to come with you. Do you think he should? Probably. He can actually act, and for some reason, he's interested in doing it as a clown. No, I know the reason. Forrester isn't the kind of place where you grow up being told you can do anything. No one from here becomes an astronaut or a senator. Our most famous person is someone who holds a Guinness World Record for cracking a log in half with their skull. An accomplishment, certainly. He would act in all those school plays, but no one ever thought he'd go to Los Angeles and become a real actor. Men in this town either have enough money to go to college, they enlist in the military, or they work in lumber. Then why do you sound upset about him leaving? Because his only chance to do what he loves is to become a clown. Like, the word is used as an insult. The whole point is for people to laugh at him. The whole point, Logan says, tugging me back into his arms, is making people laugh. Only then do I realize I had paced away and then back again, wearing out the rug spread beneath the tent, giving them a small burst of joy, of abandon, in a life otherwise burdened with fear and worry and pain, Clowning is both an art and a profession. Fine, I say, almost shouting now. I'm sorry to the clowns, okay? I'm sorry to the very serious clowns who are offended right now. Is that better? Sienna. Tears leak down my cheeks. I'm mad because you're taking him away. He might not come. Of course he'll come, and he should. If anyone deserves to escape Forrester, it's him. I told him that, too. The ridiculous part is that he and we don't even talk. We're not friends anymore, haven't been for years, but the idea of him leaving still makes me cry. He opens his mouth, closes it. I remember what Travis told me. He's going to ask you to come with them, which is a ridiculous idea. And do what? Because if I don't know much about clowns, I know I don't want to be one. I learned a long time ago not to let words scare me. Travis said you'd ask me, too. He hesitates enough to show that he's thought about it. It's not a good idea. I wasn't going to say yes, no matter what my mother said, but the rejection still hurts. Why not? You wouldn't make a good clown, for one thing. I'm a half-decent fortune teller, I realized. I could do it when Gallo is missing. And when she's not indisposed, being a substitute fortune teller isn't a full-time job. I have no idea why I'm pushing the issue, why I want him to offer me a job I won't take. There's always something that needs doing. You told me that. The circus doesn't run itself. Though when you said that, I thought you were like someone on the crew, or maybe security, not the freaking owner. I could help out. I can do everything the circus needs. Even walking on the tightrope? If I had to. Even cleaning out elephant shit? We don't have animals, remember? Throwing out Kyle and his goons counts, though. He gives me a small smile. The truth is, there's plenty you could do here. We always need an extra set of hands. You could do fortune-telling. You could even do art. I saw your drawing on the chalkboard. You could help with set design, graphic design. But it's not a good idea for you to come. Because of me. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I'm not a good man, Sienna. I don't come from good stock. I won't be able to have self-control around you. Won't be able to stop myself from taking you if you were with us. I shiver. I never expected you to ask me until Travis mentioned it, so it doesn't even matter. It's not like I'm actually going to run away with the circus. It's supposed to be a joke, right? Like making fun of people who have no courage? It's an idiom about people brave enough to start fresh. I shake my head. I'm not brave. Is that it? You're too brave. You'd join the circus. And just like that, you'd be under me, in my bed. I'd keep you awake all night doing depraved things to your body. And I'm not sure that you're not sure I could take it? I'm not sure I could take it, he says, his voice rough with honesty. I should be relieved, of course. Logan Whitmere is throwing out all kinds of red flags. He's secretive, commanding, obviously used to having his way. And then there's the matter of all those depraved things he wants to do. I'm better off without him, even if I'm not precisely safe. It would be a little impractical, I say, linking our hands together, squeezing, forcing myself to let go. You can't just hire random people because you want to fuck them. No wonder you have to clean out the elephant shit yourself. I don't only want to fuck you. I manage not to ask the question. What else do you want with me? Not coffee service. My barista skills are mediocre at best. The stars know that I'm not meant for this life, and Madame Galilee sees the stars. He gives me a piercing look. It shines down to the shriveled root of me. I shy away from that much brightness. I'm not used to it. That's why I can't run away with the circus. For 1,000 practical reasons like money and food and shelter. And because it's too bright. If the circus is what gives people a moment of joy, I'm the person only meant to experience it for that effervescent split second. All right, he says. Another customer? Please and thank you. If I keep this up, I can make enough to pay off my tickets. I thought you didn't have a car. First of all, I can drive. I have a license. Ah. And second of all, I never said they were driving tickets. He closes his eyes as if I'm a temptation too great to withstand. Tell me. I'm not telling him about my City Hall vandalism exploits. You can try asking the stars, but you'd have to pay Madame Galilee $20 first. Over the next few hours, I get the hang of giving fortunes. Interesting ones. That's the word for them, I suppose. Interesting. They weren't always good. They weren't always bad. But they were always thoughtful and based on what I could observe. The fairgrounds close officially at midnight, but I knew from last night that they weren't in a rush to kick people out. At 1 a.m., I hear Logan call out, "Last call. Get your fortune told by the mysterious Madame Galilee, who speaks to the stars." That brings in my final customers of the night, a group of high school girls from a town a few miles away. By the time they leave, some of them are giggling, some are crying, and I'm richer. I'm already pulling the dress over my head when Logan ducks into the tent. The heavy fabric almost takes my tank top with it, and for just a moment, my bra is exposed. Flustered, I right my clothes, tugging and yanking at the cheap fabric. "It was hot in there," I say, rolling up the thick silk so it can go back into the antique trunk. His lids are lowered, and I know he saw the flash of bare skin I just showed. I'm expecting a heavy pitch for me to sleep over. Something about how comfortable the fold-out bed in his RV is. Or maybe he'll play it casual and offer to watch a movie with me on Netflix. Instead, he pulls out his wallet and pulls out a small stack of $100 bills. He hands them over, and I take them with a brisk, businesslike nod. I make a show of counting the money, as if to prove I'm unaffected by this terrible attraction. "You overpaid me." "Call it a bonus." I push back a couple of the Benjamin Franklins. "You're not paying me for that kiss." "That's not what it's for," he says, refusing it. "Then what?" "It's for you. Because you need it." He laughs. "You have no idea, do you, how much I'd give you if you let me, how much I'd do for you, how far I'd go to bind you to me. You should get the fuck out of here while you still can." I slip the money into my back pocket, including the extra. "Thanks for the gig. It was interesting, like you said it would be. A man who keeps his promises. Imagine that." "Sienna." "I'll see you around, circus man." It's a lie, of course. We probably won't ever meet again. I leave before he can ask me to stay, without looking back, heading through an almost empty fairgrounds. The ride's dark and quiet, only the crickets to sing their native song. Chapter 7. I've ridden my bike in the middle of the night plenty of times. It's my favorite time of Forester, actually. All I can see is the wide moonlit road and dark forests. There are animals that come out at night. Deer, naturally. Hares, bobcats. There was even a tiger who prowled around for a few months. Someone said it must have been kept as a pet and then escaped. Though now it occurs to me that it might have been a circus animal. Not from the Cirque de Miroirs, I hope. I'm not sure I should believe in the idyllic farm story for their bears and lions, but there are backyard zoos and family-owned safaris up and down Highway 83. Not always legal, not particularly safe. There are animals this time of night, but I'm never afraid. They leave you alone if you leave them alone. Unlike people. And there's precious little of those out at this time of night. The only bar closed up a few hours ago, a rule the owner made when he turned 70. His bartender could keep it open longer, but Mr. Morris still lives above the bar. He got tired of the fights in the street at midnight. Everyone is already asleep. Moments like this, Forrester feels bearable. It almost feels beautiful. It's only when I turn down my street that my lungs feel tighter. My thighs burn with the effort of pedaling, even though I felt fine before. The wheels slow on their own, faded rubber finding every bump and crack in the pavement. Wind stops whistling in my ears. The sound is replaced by pulsing in my ears. Blood rushing through me, maybe. Well, most of my evenings are spent on the beanbag in Maisie's room. We hang out until we pass out, usually, her in her twin bed, me on the sofa. Her mother sighs in the mornings, annoyed but resigned to find the stray brought inside the house. But she still makes pancakes for me. My regular schedule involves my full day at the shop, a few hours to spend at home, a shower so I can clean the coffee smell and customer service sadness out of my hair, a quick nap, and a few moments with my mom. Then I'm usually gone again before my dad gets home. The system works for everyone. Unfortunately, the circus and Logan's emerald eyes broke the system. Everyone in the Young household went to sleep already. If I even tried to get inside, the 3 corgis would bark until they woke everyone up. And the last thing I need is Mr. Young thinking I'm a coyote. He has a BB gun and a hair trigger. I was there the night they killed the Lloyd's hound for sniffing around last year. They found her the next morning, and I'd kept their secret out of loyalty. Home is a hulking shadow ahead of me. No, it's just a regular house. A plain rectangle with a short triangle on top. Maybe if I turn my nightmares into shapes, it will be easier. Deconstruction. Or is it disassociation? Either way, it's a necessary distance. It's what allows me to drop my bike on the patchy grass next to the bushes. It's what lets me climb the wooden steps and use my key to let myself in. It's pitch black inside. The curtains don't even let in the moonlight. But I don't need light to make my way around. The furniture has been in the same place my whole life. The sofas with plastic on them so no one ever uses them. My dad's worn leather recliner. The TV stand. The dining table and chairs neatly tucked in. The china dresser against the wall that holds our Christmas dinnerware, empty flower vases, and my mother's doll collection. Not dolls with blonde hair or blue eyes, though. Not most of them, anyway. There are a few German Fräuleins and English roses in there, but most of them were dark-haired with dresses native to China, Egypt, and Mexico, and more. The doll collection was a source of great envy when I was little because I wasn't allowed to touch them. Then, when I got older, it had seemed more silly for a grown-up to collect toys. Now, as I pass by their watchful eyes, it seems more sad. They're her only friends. They sit behind glass, unmoving, the same way she does. A united nation of silent women. I'm almost to the hallway when I hear it. The telltale creak. There are 1,000 sounds this house makes. The whisper of an ancient air conditioning unit. The groan of the restless foundation. I know where every sound comes from, including the springs on my father's old recliner. A light blinds me, the glare of a flashlight. My father's voice grates through the darkness. Where the hell have you been?" "I've been at the circus, telling fortunes to strangers. Pretty decent fortunes, because I've gotten so good at reading people. I've gotten so good at reading people because of you and your fucking fists. I can't even see my father now, but I can hear the fury in his voice. I can smell the alcohol on his breath and sweating through his pores. Maisie's house." "Bullshit. You've been to the circus, just like everyone else." The circus, which never should have stopped at a town as small as Forrester. What is Logan Whitmere's deal? I'll never find out, because after tonight, I'm never going to see him again. The money in my pocket was a goodbye. If everyone's been there, why do you care? "You probably went to fuck freaks who have 2 heads, or a woman with a beard." They don't have those kinds of freak shows anymore. "Bunch of fucking pansies, that's why." Naturally, he would insult the freaks, and somehow also insult the lack of freaks. Nothing can please my father, which is why I have to be very careful right now. He's usually 6 beer bottles into the evening and sound asleep by this time. I was worried about waking the corgis, but I should have been more worried about who was already awake at home. I'm frozen in place, the same way you'd be when facing down a bear. The wrong move could kill you. I'm tired, going to head to bed. "No daughter of mine is going to go whoring around town." "I wasn't whoring." "You think I don't hear word of it at the lumberyard? You think some men don't sneer at me because their son fucked my daughter?" Toughness drains out of my body. There's nothing left except fear. Light still blinds me. I can't see him, but I can feel him. His rage, his violence. It makes me tremble as I stand in the middle of the living room. My voice wavers on the lie. "I haven't had sex, Daddy." "You're not a little girl anymore. Don't daddy me. Like I won't hit you upside the head for being a fucking slut. You're 20 years old. You've probably been fucked 100 times by every boy in town. You spread your legs for them. I don't." Which way would be faster, my bedroom or the front door? If I made it to my bedroom, I could lock the door. He might be able to kick it in, but it would take time. Mom might hear and call the cops. She might not. I'm closer to the front door, but that feels even less secure. There's no way to lock him inside. He could follow me out. There's no one around for miles. Not that anyone would interfere, even if they saw something. People know not to mess with Patrick Cole when he's been drinking, which is all the time, if we're being honest. "Coming in all hours," he mutters, almost to himself. He's halfway to ranting, and then nothing will be able to stop him. Not until I black out. "Waking up the house." If you don't want me here, then let me leave. I don't only mean tonight. I mean moving out. The pay at the coffee shop wouldn't cover much. A room over someone's garage, most likely. But anything would be better than this. "You wouldn't want an accident happening to your mother." She's already had too many accidents. The words slip out before I can stop them. I might as well have shot a gun at him. He reacts with more speed than his large, lumbering body should allow. The light drops to the ground, phone face down on the floor, illuminating him in his terrifying rage. My body makes the decision for me. The front door. I run as fast as I can, my sandals slapping the carpet. I lose precious seconds undoing the deadbolt and throwing it open. Then I tumble onto the creaking wood porch and down the steps. He's behind me, breathing heavy, swearing at me. Dew on the grass makes me slip. Then I have the bicycle in hand. Once it's up, once my leg is thrown over it, once I can make one strong push down on the pedal, I'll be free. Pain in my scalp. He's got hold of my hair, and he uses it like a handle, yanking me back, forcing me to look up at him. His face is curled into a snarl. There's an unholy light in his eyes, as if he's no longer aware of his own actions, as if he's been overtaken by his impulses. They're always dangerous, but this feels different. This feels like I won't make it out alive. If you ever get the chance to leave, Sienna May, leave. There hasn't been money or opportunity or anything, just the bone-deep certainty that one day he would go too far. My heart thumps a frantic beat, telling me here, now, it's happening. You've always been ungrateful. He spits into my face. You're right, I gasp, almost delirious with the pain of his fist in my hair, of the awkward angle in my neck. Maybe it would be easier to let him finish me. Maybe some perverse part of me wants to goad him into doing it. I'm not grateful for you. I fucking hate you. His other fist swings toward my face, and my eyes close from reflex. Pain explodes across my cheek. You stupid bitch. His eyes barely see me, like your mother. Don't worry about me. I stomp on his foot with every ounce of my strength. It barely feels like I made a dent, but it startles him enough that his hold loosens. I throw myself away from him, feeling hair rip from my scalp. A handful of strands break in the process. It's a small but painful price to pay. Then I'm on my bike and riding away. You leave now, you don't ever come back, he yells, voice hoarse with his fury. You stupid bitch! Stupid cunt! Stupid slut! I ride my bike as fast as I can. The wind whips away my tears. I keep going until his shouting is swallowed up by the grasshoppers chirping, the empty night a welcome solace. And don't look back. Somehow I end up at the Coffee Bean, though I have no idea what I'd do here. It isn't scheduled to open for another several hours. I could probably form a makeshift bed using the chairs, though I doubt I could sleep. And there's no way I can open the shop and serve coffee looking like this. The entire left side of my face throbs with blood. It's already swollen and tender. It will be black and blue by morning. This isn't something a well-placed scarf around my neck can hide. Even though I'm out of breath and shaky, both sweaty and cold at the same time, despite the warmth of early summer, I keep riding past the shop. I keep going until I leave the city proper. Without forming a specific thought, I head toward the old Hendricks farm. I head toward Cirque de Miroirs. Why? Unlike Travis, I wasn't offered a spot with the circus. I don't belong here, and I have no way of finding Logan. The concession stands have all closed their windows and dropped their propped-up counters. They're just large vans now, painted brightly. The rides are all still and dark and quiet. I don't know what I'll even say to him if I do find him. Please take me with you. Please fuck me. Or just, please, please, please. I don't know what I want, except safety. I always felt safe with Logan. Makeshift chain-link fencing guards the main tent, as well as the practice tent and a few other structures. I doubt anyone is even inside them right now. That's why they need protecting. No, everyone is asleep in their RVs, which line up at the very back of the property, behind the circus. I pass by the place where I found Kyle and Travis that day, then farther. Back here, there are RVs of every size, color, and shape, and every single one of the windows is dark. Damn. Only the faint orange glow of a cigarette warns me that someone's there. An older man sits on a folding chair in front of an RV, smoking. He doesn't seem particularly alarmed to see a random woman show up, riding her bicycle between the dusty rows. Which one belongs to Logan Whitmere? I ask, panting more than I thought I would. Shock. My mind supplies the word. The rush of adrenaline leaves me shaky. What do you want with him? My mind searches for useful words, hands grasping in the dark. Nothing. I can't think of a single thing to say. I'm not even sure my mouth could make sounds. I reach into the pocket of my shorts and pull out the VIP ticket, which has been crumpled. The moonlight doesn't provide much, but you can see the thick red vellum and glint of gold embossing. Which is stupid, now that I think about it. The VIP ticket probably wasn't supposed to give access to the RV of the owner. Somehow, it works. Last one on the left, he says, pointing deeper into the line. I suppose I could have guessed as much. It's not the largest RV in the lot, but it definitely looks the nicest. I feel faint as I drop my bicycle onto the ground for the second time in an hour. It lands with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. That poor bike. We've both had a rough night. The door is painted the same black gloss as the rest of the RV. I stare at it, along with the dark window. He's probably asleep already. It can't have been that long since I left the fairgrounds. 1 hour? 2? I've lost all sense of time, but it's enough for him to have fallen asleep. He probably doesn't want some scared, lonely woman showing up at his door. If he'd wanted me to sleep over, if he'd wanted to fuck me, he would have asked me to stay. This is a terrible idea. The worst. I knock. The door swings open, and he stands there for a moment. Only a sliver of surprise, enough to hold him silent. Then he curses, long and foul. Despite the fierceness of his words, his hands are gentle as he pulls me inside. His hands go to my clothes, undressing me. Does he think this is a booty call? Isn't it? Why else would he let you sleep here? Except his hands on my body are not hungry with desire. They're careful, methodical, mapping me out, and I realize he's checking for other injuries. I shove his hands away. Nowhere else. He swears, sighs. I'm settled on a surprisingly comfortable couch with a blanket thrown over me. A couple of Advils appear in my hand, along with a bottle of water. Dutifully, I swallow. He comes back with a bag of frozen peas wrapped in a paper towel. Thanks, I murmur, too shaky to be embarrassed. Later, I'll feel silly for showing up here. Later, I'll call myself a million kinds of stupid for letting a man see me this week. I'm assuming this was your father, he says, his tone conversational as he pulls on work boots. I watch with vague confusion as he texts someone on his phone. Does it matter? Kat is a good person, all right? She's going to stay with you. What? I sit up, letting the frozen peas fall to the cushion beside me. Why not you? I have something to take care of. That's when I realize he's going to get revenge for me. He's going to kick my father's ass for what he did to me. How will he even know where we live? I suppose there are ways that rich and powerful men can figure things out. He found out where I worked easily enough. It warms me that he would even think to defend me. No, it's more than a defense. That he would think to avenge me. Part of me wants that, except another part of me is scared senseless. Logan looks strong, but he doesn't have the bulk of my father. Nor does he have his rage, his recklessness, and his extremely high blood alcohol level. What if he gets hurt? I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I was the reason Logan got hurt. Don't, I managed to say. Please. His expression is severe, but as he looks down at me, it softens. I'll come back. Please stay, Sienna. I can only whisper. He'll just take it out on my mom. Christ. The word is acquiescent. He texts again, presumably telling Kat to stay in her trailer. Then he pulls a chair by the sofa and helps me lie back down. The frozen peas go back to working on my swollen face. His elbows rest on his knees. His hands hang down, deceptively casual. We study each other in the darkness. "Rest," he murmurs. "I'm watching over you. No one can hurt you anymore." His eyes are the color of jade in the dark. They're so full of mystery. They are the stars, I think, which is a drunk thought, even though I didn't have alcohol. It occurs to me that the medicine he gave me wasn't actually Advil, but something stronger. Sleep washes over me in heavy waves, the tides of the moon pulling me down. Chapter 8. I wake up with blood pounding in my ears, harsh breath sawing in and out of my throat. The dream slips away. Or maybe it wasn't really a nightmare. Maybe it was simply a memory. Pale blue light filters through the sides of a curtain, signaling dawn. I try to sit up, but pain slams into my head. I subside with a whimper. "Shh," comes a voice, then a gentle touch, soothing me. I turn my head, where Logan sits in the same pose, but in a different chair. I shift subtly, but I'm not on a slender sofa. I'm on his bed, with sheets pulled up around me. He doesn't seem sleep-roughened. There's also no phone in his hands or headphones in his ears. Has he been watching me the whole time? I give up trying to open my eyes. The left one feels glued shut anyway. "Why are you helping me?" The question comes out slurred. "I can't seem to stop." He sounds hard, like he's almost angry about it. "There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Sienna May. I think I'd even kill for you." How does he know my middle name? The question hovers in my brain and then floats away on whatever prescription drug he gave me. "Because you want to fuck me?" "Sure," he says, his voice gently mocking. "That's the reason." "You're going to be disappointed." He's going to be disappointed if he expects sex with me to be wonderful. It won't be. It will be a disappointment to a man as experienced and handsome as he is. That's what I mean. But he takes it like a rejection, as if I'm saying I'll never fuck him. "That's okay. You're part of the circus now, which means you belong to me. You're mine. It means no one can make you do anything you don't want to do." "I'm not part..." My voice trails off. I can't form the words. My mind supplies an image of the red and white striped tent, of the antique trunk filled with costumes. "You are." The gentle mockery has left his voice, leaving only severe truth. "You belong to me now, and I'm going to take care of you, no matter what." It feels vaguely like a threat, and I shiver. There are those red flags again. The secrecy, the commands, the danger. I want to argue with him, to insist that I make my own decisions, that I don't need protection from a man, especially him. But he pulls the sheet higher on my chest, covering my arms, and the warmth lulls me back to my turbulent dreams. Chapter 9. A ray of sunlight pierces the space between curtain and windowsill, a glow in the back of my eyelids. I open my eyes and squint. Where the hell am I? Memories come back to me in a disjointed mess. My father's flashlight, the frantic bike ride to the circus, Logan. Voices murmur outside the RV, indistinct. In the daylight, I can see the length of the entire home through the door of the bedroom. I can see the living area with its couch and armchairs. There were discreet metal buttons on it, which means they probably recline. They may even heat or massage you, like the armchair in Maisie's living room. There are cabinets all the way along the ceiling on either side, kind of like overhead storage in a plane or a bus. But instead of being made of white plastic, there are oak doors and brushed silver handles. It doesn't look like any plywood and plastic RV interior I've ever seen. In my attempts to sit up, I groan and creak like rusted gears being forced to move. My head spins, and I hold myself very still, one hand on my stomach, the other covering my mouth until the nausea passes. On the right is a bathroom, white and sparkling and, of course, compact. There's only a shower, a toilet, and about a foot of counter space around the sink. That foot is made of marble, though, or at least it looks like marble to my untrained eye. It's probably some fancy polymer material that won't crack when the RV bounces over a dip in the road. I rinse my mouth using the mouthwash that's on the counter and splash cool water on my face. Only then do I allow myself to face my reflection in the mirror. It's like a split image. The left side of my face swollen and dark. The right side of my face, the standard issue Sienna Cole resting bitch face. The victim of domestic violence and the ice queen who doesn't take any shit. Two sides of a whole. I'm both of them. Neither of them. I don't want to be either of them, actually. That's the only thing I do know, looking in the mirror. That I don't want to be in Forrester anymore. Both versions of me belong in this town. What is this body outside of these hills? Who is this person, if I'm not the daughter of Patrick and Bonyu Cole? Voices are still humming outside the RV when I step out of the bathroom. Masculine voices. They aren't raised in anger, but there's a tension vibrating through the air. I don't particularly want to do the walk of shame in front of Logan's coworkers. Or are they his employees? Either way, I don't particularly have a choice. He's not here, and I don't even have his phone number. I'm not going to sit around and wait for him to get back. For all I know, he's on the other side of the circus with plans that will keep him away for hours. When I open the door, I see the back of Logan's head, his strong shoulders. The sight of him fills me with a sense of relief. Unfortunately, I resent that relief. I don't want to need a man to protect me, but I do. I'm thrust into this world with small hands only good for preparing coffee. I can't punch people. I can't fight back. It's with that poisoned thought on my tongue that I notice who Logan is talking to. There are a few people standing, including Emerson. He's wearing the same clothes as before. A tuxedo that looks crumpled now, slept in. I wonder whose bed he slept in. The knife thrower is there too. His beefy arms are crossed in front of his chest, a stormy look on his face. It looks like he'd like to throw a punch at the cop. Because, yeah, there's a fucking cop out front. For a second, I freeze, fear pounding a hard beat. He finally did it. He killed her. It would be my fault. It was always inevitable. One day he would go too far. He would kill one of us, my mother or me, and somehow, either way, it would be my fault. Emotion crowds my chest. I imagine her sitting in the case of dolls, lifeless, empty. Logan turns to me, and his expression, while intense, doesn't contain the level of solemnity that death would bring. His gaze takes me in from head to toe, like he's scanning for injuries. I try to appear unhurt. I suppose this is how a doe would stand among the brush, trying not to limp in front of a lion, pretending she can run if she has to.
I have food coming,
he murmurs, coming to me.
And coffee.
I force the worst of my fears away. Nothing happened to my mother. It didn't even look like they were talking about me. Not from the coffee bean, I assume. He shakes his head.
That was just an excuse to see you. We have coffee makers in every RV, of course, and the fire juggler makes incredible lattes.
That cop, why is he here?
Circus business.
What kind of circus business? As if I conjured him, the cop appears beside him. I have two realizations, back to back. Up close, I can see that he's wearing the tan uniform of the Texas State Police, rather than the dark blue uniform of Forrester's police department. That means this doesn't have to do with my parents, or with playing hooky from work today. The second thing I realize is that the man is the same one who I gave a fortune to last night. B. Jones. That means his full name is Brian Jones, and he has a massive crush on Brittany. He must not have gotten much more sleep than I did. He frowns at me.
What's your name, ma'am?
I'm pretty sure no one has ever called me ma'am. I'm Sienna Cole.
You with the circus?
Yes, Logan answers, even as I open my mouth to say no. I live in Forrester, I say more quietly.
I can drive you back,
Brian says, giving Logan a dark look. Realization makes me laugh, which hurts my face. Ouch. He's not the one who did this to me.
Then who did?
Brian is cute. I want to protect that innocence. But Lord knows it won't last. Even if I told him it was my father, that's not his jurisdiction. He would have to hand the complaint over to the Forrester PD. The lieutenant is a drinking buddy of my dad's, though they argue just as much as they shit-talk. That's not the only reason they don't do anything, though. If they locked up every asshole in town, there'd be no one to cut lumber. The town's entire economy relies on men being desperate for work and physically powerful. The door, I finally say. I ran into the door. Brian gives me a hard look. Then he turns to Logan, whose expression reveals nothing about what I said. Not sympathy, not denial, not even agreement. He's a stone wall.
We'll let you know if we hear from her,
Logan says, a note of finality in his voice. Hear from who? I ask.
Alessandra Gallo,
Brian says, checking his notepad.
Though you may know her as Madame Galilee. She's the fortune teller here.
I swallow hard. Last night,
Logan says, smoothly interrupting me, was the last time any of us saw her. As I said, we'll definitely let her know you're looking for her when she catches up.
Catches up? Brian asks.
We're packing up today. We'll be on the road by noon.
Brian looks like he wants to argue. Then he nods.
I have your number. And I have yours.
There's a brief, almost imperceptible face-off between the circus owner and the state trooper. It ends with Brian Jones getting into his marked car and rolling away. What happened? I ask. A young woman steps forward. At first, I thought she was younger than me, given her height. As she steps close, I see that she might be a little younger than me, 17, 18. Someone fitting the description of Alessandra Gallo was seen exiting a motel room last night. The person inside the motel room, a man who thought he was paying for sex, was later found tied up and robbed. Are you going to narc? She's asking if I'm going to call the state troopers and turn in the fortune teller. Somehow, I'm the alibi for someone I've never met. If she was telling fortunes last night, if even a state trooper had his fortune read while on a date, then she couldn't have been robbing someone. All it would take is one word from me,
explaining that I'd been the substitute fortune teller to put Gallo back at the top of the suspect list. I could even tell Brian what he'd been wearing, what fortune I'd given him, and his date. I shake my head. I'm not going to say anything. Good, she says, because the circus doesn't talk. Katerina. The woman gives him a dark look. We're leaving without her? She knows the schedule. We were always leaving today. You're just going to abandon her after everything? The word everything seems to echo in the large space. After what? The darkness in his green eyes is a clue. He looks ferocious at the mystery reference. Yes, after everything. Katerina shakes her head, as if disgusted. This whole fucking circus. She stomps off, leaving a cloud of dust behind her. Emerson gives me a curious look, faintly disapproving, but he doesn't comment before leaving. The other men and women who'd been watching peel away. Logan turns to face me. You should lie down. What was she talking about? I ask. What did she mean by after everything? Nothing. I'm surprised you let her talk to you that way. I'm assuming she works for the whole fucking circus, which makes her your employee. Normally, I wouldn't, but right now she's worried about her mother. Alessandra Gallo is her mother? She's always been flighty. She'll disappear for days at a time. Once when we were still in the practice season, for a few weeks. And she always comes back. But not this time? She'll come back this time, too. Later, apparently. After she's done robbing the assholes who try to pay her for sex. She can take care of herself. I should go. Get inside the RV, Sienna. I attempt to make a severe face, but it just pulls on my bruise and makes me flinch. Don't tell me what to do. Now. God, men! I stomp up the metal steps, aware that I probably look much like Katerina did, as she reluctantly did what Logan demanded. He seems used to getting his way. He follows me inside, his expression calm, almost serene in the face of my frustration. You're coming with us. I feel like you need my permission for that. Otherwise, it's kidnapping. You want to come with us. It's why you came back. Is it? There's a certain logic there. I could have gone to Maisie's house if I just needed a place to crash for a few hours. Corgis be damned. I came here instead. Why? My soul answers with a feeling instead of words. The feeling of peace that I have when his arms are around me. The feeling of safety. I don't see how. I don't have a car, let alone an RV. You'll stay with me. I raise one eyebrow. Presumptuous much? You'll take the bed. I'll take the couch. Absolutely not. You're almost 6 feet, and it looks to me like the bed can barely hold you. Definitely not this couch, which is just about the right length for my height. Then we'll share the bed, Sunset. I won't touch you, unless you ask me to. Sunset? That's what you remind me of, the burnt orange and brilliant purples of a sunset. Despite myself, a laugh escapes me. This is insane. I don't even know you, and now I'm moving in with you? Doesn't that freak you out? No. Why would you even want to do this? Is it because of if you say sex, I swear to God. My voice drops to a whisper. I've just never been good for much else. He pulls me into an embrace, turning my face so that my good side is against his, feeling his heartbeat, steady and sure, leaving my damaged side free. It's worse, you know, the lies they told you, the way they made you feel worthless. It's worse than the bruises. Tears prick my eyes. He's right. I have to get out of here. I've known it forever, but now I finally have a chance. My plans of moving to Austin would have taken years, if they'd ever happened. Enough money for a car and then an apartment. That would have needed the first and last month's rent, plus a deposit. Then there's leaving my mother. That part still hurts. Though maybe the biggest reason I wouldn't have left is because I didn't feel worthy of it. Didn't feel worthy of escape or safety. Logan is right about that. It's worse than the bruises. At least those heal eventually. Rest, he says. I should help out, I say, though I have no idea what I'd do. I don't know anything about taking down tents or packing up entire communities of people into a modern caravan. We're leaving now, driving off the lot in a few minutes. But how? Someone always goes ahead to make sure the place is ready. Is that usually you? It is this time. He runs a hand down my cheek, my uninjured side. Rest, dream, heal. And when you wake up, we'll be miles away from here. Chapter 10. The bed of the RV is surprisingly comfortable. The dip in the middle of the young sofa kicked my hip out of alignment every time. Even my bed at home is older than me, a hand-me-down from my parents. I might have been conceived on that bed, which is the kind of mindfuck that can keep you from sleeping for weeks once you realize it. This mattress feels like clouds. It allows me to dip a little more than a regular mattress, so that I don't roll off when the vehicle turns. The ride is smooth, the small vibration and white noise of the road lulling me to sleep. When I wake up, the worst of my violence hangover has passed. I peer out the window, where a late afternoon casts shadows on white rocks and sharp blades of grass. We're out in an open field, though I can see a big building in the corner. Maybe a stadium? Something small, like a high school stadium. It's like the old Hendricks farm, a temporary resting place. Right now, we're the only car in sight. There are no other vehicles, no tents, just an open space. If I squint, I can see a small butterfly flit around a lone weed. It's hard to believe that soon this place will be a full-scale circus, even larger than the one back home. Home. Forrester isn't my home anymore. At some point in the last few hours, we crossed many borders. My sleep was made deep by the knowledge that I am safe and relatively alone, that I won't be disturbed. I'm in a different city now, a different county. I'm a few hundred miles across the state. I'm not sure I can call Logan's RV my home either. I don't have a home, really. He must have seen me sleeping when he parked and climbed in the back. But I'm right in the middle of the large bed, the sheets wrapped around me. Did he join me in bed? Somehow, I don't think so. I think I would sense that somehow, even if I'd been fast asleep. I hear the sounds of water running. A shower. How does that work? I wonder if there's a giant tank somewhere underneath or above me. Or maybe we're hooked up to a water line. With that many people in the caravan, this must be a problem they solve often. Carefully, I sit up. Most of my dizziness has passed. The spike and hard crash of adrenaline happened during sleep, leaving me feeling relatively normal, which is strange, really, considering how much has changed. I left. I left home. I don't have a home. I peer at myself through the glass on the oven door. Even this dim, colorless reflection shows the swelling on my face. Assuming I couldn't already tell from the changed angle of my vision from my left eye. I doubt makeup will do much to cover this. If I had any makeup, which I don't, I don't have clothes. I don't have anything. It feels surprisingly okay, though, because I'm controlling my own destiny. Even if my destiny leaves me murdered in a random forest off Texas's highways, I got here on my own. A whistled song reaches me, over the hum of the air conditioner and the water sounds. It's something I've heard before, though I can't place the name. It reminds me of the kind of thing that would be played by a band on a white platform with red and blue swags around the railing. Logan left the curtains shut, so I can see the sliver of light that comes from the bathroom door. He's in there, showering, and the door is open. Only an inch, but that's enough. Enough for what? I creep closer, suddenly more cautious with my steps. When I'm close enough, I peek inside. Logan stands beneath a wide shower head, tall enough that he's almost level with it, whistling as he lathers his brown hair in suds. Water runs down his body, highlighting the miles of muscle, the tanned skin, sprinkling of dark hair weighed down, and lower, lower. He's facing away from me, so I couldn't see the front of him. My face flames at how much I'm already encroaching on his privacy. His ass, though. I've never understood women's attraction to a man's body. A lot of men are strong in Forrester, lumberjacks and a handful of ranchers. They have muscle, but I've always been far too aware of the darkness of their minds to appreciate it. But here, with the protection of a glass shower door and secrecy, I can admire the curve of his ass above hard thighs. He's beautiful, a statue of marble made flesh and blood, and sluiced with water. Colorful tattoos peek around the sides of his muscled torso. Red and white stripes stretch in what might be a tent. There's a pointed foot that might belong to an acrobat, the striped tail of a tiger. The overall colors are darker, jewel-toned, almost vintage. It makes nostalgia burn in my nose. Nostalgia for a time I never had. There's movement, too, a subtle tightening of his abs and his biceps. I narrow my eyes. It's a rhythmic movement, as if he's rubbing something. Not in a washing motion, as if he's jerking himself off. Heat steals over my body like liquid fire. Good Lord, he's masturbating. Abruptly, I realize the whistling has stopped. My gaze snaps to his. Fuck, he's seen me. Though he doesn't seem annoyed at the intrusion on his privacy, he seems something else. His features are severe, his eyes dark, his lids slightly lowered. Aroused. That's what he is. If he turned around right now, he'd be erect. Though he doesn't turn around. He just lets me watch my fill, acknowledging my interest, returning it tenfold. A shiver runs through my body. Not fear. Craving. He doesn't stop moving, doesn't stop jerking himself. His gaze holds mine, full of need and torment. This isn't a light way to pass the time. This is an agony of desire. The air in my lungs hovers there, leaving me light-headed and frozen. Oh, God. He's watching me while he fucks himself. His lips part. They're full and firm. I already know how they feel on my mouth. I want them on other places on my body. A drop of liquid quivers on his bottom lip, then falls. A groan fills the air, and I realize he's coming. He's climaxing, his green eyes clouded with pleasure as he watches me. My eyes dart to the bottom half, but I can't see anything through the steamy, tempered glass. His arousal mixes with the hot, rushing water down the drain, leaving only my embarrassment. My face flushing hot, I take a step back. Only a foot away, but he's out of sight. From this angle, I can barely see the white and silver gleam of the sink. I take another step back for good measure. Now there's nothing, only the crack in the door. The temptation. Why did I look inside? It's the question I should be asking myself. Instead, my blood beats with a different wonder. What if I'd had enough courage to do more than watch? If I were different, if I were bolder, if I were the slut my father claimed I was, I could have dropped my clothes to the floor and joined him. What would he have done then? In an effort to escape my own lust and humiliation, I leave the trailer, pushing open the door. Sunlight assaults my eyes. I squint and take cautious steps down the tall stairs. Once on the ground, I take a deep breath in and out. The burning hot air might be a shock to someone up north, but for me, it's a relief. It's what I know. It's home more than any building has ever been. I take stock of my resources, which are few. I'm mostly intact, aside from the ugliness on the side of my face and fading bruises around my neck. In my pockets, I have a few $100s from the fortune-telling gig and a red and white striped scrunchie. I pulled this from a bowl of other scrunchies in Maisie's room yesterday morning, before heading to the Coffee Bean. It reminded me of those Where's Waldo books I'd loved as a kid. I envied Waldo. He could travel around the world and even through time. Though, now that I think about it, that choice may have been a portend. It matches the tense of the circus. I reach back to pull my hair into a ponytail, on account of the humidity. If I'd known I was going to run away with the circus, I would have packed. I also would have been scared out of my mind. Enough to stay away from Logan and Cirque de Miroirs? Perhaps. The step felt too big. I couldn't have formed the thought, I'm running away to the circus, when I frantically pedaled away from home. It would have terrified me. And yet here I am, feeling mostly peace, feeling mostly relief. I know that Texas is big in a theoretical way. We have the coast at the bottom and the panhandle to the north, but I've never gone far from home. I'm used to limestone hills, pine trees, and a blanket of wildflowers. Maisie and I made crowns out of bluebonnets and Indian paintbrush. Sunflowers grew as tall as us, their stems as thick as a quarter. We haven't even reached the westernmost part, but already the arid landscape has transformed lush green grass into hard dirt. Easier to see a rattlesnake, I suppose. The sun bakes it into jagged pancakes, which crack and peel at the edges. Yuccas thrive in the dry land. Prickly pear cacti wave their flat green palms with stubby pink flower fingers. I turn my phone over, revealing a bunch of notifications. Missed calls, voicemails, texts, mostly from Maisie. Nascent grief gnaws at me. She's done so much for me. Maybe one day I'll find a way to repay her. Her texts start early, with a screenshot of dick-shaped latte art she wants me to try when she comes to the Coffee Bean next, and a cuddle bomb of corgis stretched out on the couch. Those corgis know it's their furniture. When I'm there, they just pile on top of me. At least the two younger ones do. The older one likes her space. Whenever I come over, she gives a big, long-suffering sigh. At least now she'll be able to enjoy the lumps and dips of the plaid corduroy without a lame human in the way. In the afternoon, the texts become more urgent. Where are you? Hearing some weird shit. Call me. The last text is just a series of dead skull emojis. I call her. Where the hell are you? She asks. Sunlight blinds me to almost everything except what's in my immediate vicinity. Dirt with patchy grass. In the words of Dorothy, I am not in Kansas anymore. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, even considering Maisie's typical excitability, she sounds like she's on crack. Are you freaked out about the whole running away with the circus thing? Or is this about something else? A long pause. What? Never mind. What was your thing? Okay, we'll come back to that in a second. Do you know about your dad? My blood runs cold. What about him? Is Mom okay? Yeah, as far as I know. I saw her at the hospital, but The hospital? No, I mean, she wasn't in the hospital. She was there for your dad. He's unconscious, Sienna. I stare blindly at the flat, sun-drenched landscape. My dad is in the hospital, unconscious. Did he have a heart attack after I left? Did he slip on a rock and hit his head? Did he get into the truck to follow me but drove into a ditch? I take a deep breath. How? Someone beat the shit out of him. The sheriff was looking for you. He thought you might know what happened. Your mom found him that way in the morning. I put a hand to my forehead. My mother is an early riser. Always has been. She had her first cup of black tea with a splash of rice wine before taking me to school. No, I just saw him. In the middle of the night. He wasn't even hurt. Maisie's voice is low. I saw him through the window. He looked really bad. There are a lot of broken bones. They're saying he might need reconstructive surgery. That's how bad he was hurt. A shiver takes me. What the hell? Did someone come to the house? If there was that loud of a noise, my mother might have woken up. But with the rice wine she puts in every cup of tea, she usually sleeps hard and deep. Logan. He was going to beat him up. Except he stayed with me all night. At least, I think he did. That's crazy, I manage. Yeah, and speaking of crazy, what's this about the circus? I went to the Coffee Bean, but they said you never showed up. The sheriff was losing his shit about it, talking about alibis and suspicion. They don't think I did it, do they? I told them that was fucking insane. It's not like you could have kicked a man's kidneys hard enough to make him pee blood into his catheter. Oh my God. He had some crazy idea that maybe you'd convinced some guy to do it for you. He even brought Kyle in for questioning. Kyle? I breathe a laugh of surprise. Why the hell would he defend me? We haven't been friends in forever. That just goes to show what the sheriff knows. Not much, Maisie says in agreement. Everyone in town is freaking out, though. Loretta Fisher is saying she thinks the carnival freak show did it. How she said they would be violent criminals, and the day they leave, look what happened. I remember a conversation in the moonlight. Why are you helping me? There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Sienna May. I think I'd even kill for you. Had he done it? Not killed my father, but beaten him bad enough that he needed to be hospitalized? I remember asking him to stay. He stayed, didn't he? Then again, I'd slept so hard that I might not have noticed if he left. Maybe it hadn't been him. He'd texted someone. I remember that. He'd texted Kat, whoever that was, not to come and replace him. He might have also texted someone and asked them to go beat up a random asshole. No, I'm falling down a rabbit hole. Logan Whitmere did not know my father. He would have no idea where to even find him, much less the desire to exact such intense revenge for my bruises. People don't just go around beating up random guys, even if they deserve it, right? I shiver despite the warmth of the day. The man in the shower, the one I depend on for a job and shelter and transportation, might be just as violent as the father I left behind. Do I really know what he's capable of? No, I have to admit to myself. I don't know, and the thought chills me down to my bones. And that's not even the craziest part, Maisie says, continuing to list everything that's happened in Forrester in the past 12 hours, which is apparently a lot. Bessie O'Rourke quit. The city council, the clubs, everything. She won't say why. My throat feels dry. I guess she looked at his computer after all. I had no way of knowing for sure it would be there, or that, even if it was, she would find it. But it wasn't hard to guess. I wish I could call my mother, but she's never had a phone, because she doesn't want to learn new technology. That's what she says when I ask her. I think the real reason is that my dad wouldn't let her. I've offered to buy her a phone before, using my earnings at the Coffee Bean, but she refuses. I should have done it and snuck it to her before I left. Then again, it wasn't exactly a planned escape. I don't even have the money I've been hiding under my mattress. Hello there! A middle-aged woman wearing a colorful tunic and leggings waves wildly from across the barren ground. She crosses with surprising agility, navigating the underbrush and occasional lizard adeptly in her hot pink Crocs. I've got to go, I say into the phone. Wait! Maisie sounds exasperated. You haven't even told me where you... Call you later. I end the phone call as the woman gets within 6 feet. The RV door opens, and I whirl to face Logan, who has transformed. Gone is the muscle-caressing t-shirt and jeans. Instead, he's wearing a white dress shirt and black slacks that make him look delicious. The tattoos we can see through the expensive cloth only make him more appealing. You must be Mr. Whitmere. I'm Kathy Miroirs. We've spoken over the phone. Logan gives her a lazy smile that would charm the pants off anyone. Or leggings, as the case may be. A pleasure to put a face to the voice. Call me Logan. Good Lord. No wonder he can sweet-talk the towns into giving them permits. Though how his megawatt smile worked on Mayor Linden, I don't know. He may have bribed him, after all. Kathy Miroirs is busy blushing. I'm looking forward to showing you around. We have everything ready for you. The water hookups, electrical. The whole town has been excited ever since you sent those flyers. And that billboard, and the radio ads. He puts a hand lightly against my lower back. The touch is gentle, but also intimate. Possessive. It says we're together. This is Sienna. She's recovering from an accident, so she's going to stay here while we walk the grounds. Kathy blinks several times. It's like she's finally noticing the swollen left side of my face, though I can hardly blame her. Logan Whitmere does outshine everything he's near. You poor thing! What on earth happened? A trapeze fall, Logan says. He lies so easily that it both impresses and terrifies me. I find the right words to agree with him. Yes, I'm a professional acrobat who had a nasty fall. Yes, it's a dangerous business, being in the circus. I hadn't realized that when I'd first set foot in the RV behind me, but it's true. The circus is dangerous. I finally escaped Forrester, but I'm not sure I'm any safer in the circus. Chapter 11. A knock on the door startles me. They don't wait for a response, but instead push inside with a holler. Put your clothes on if you don't want me to see you naked. It's the young woman who was standing outside with the state trooper before. The daughter of the missing fortune teller, Katerina. She carries a large tote bag that makes me curious. She also has a white bag that looks like takeout. Smells like it, too. My stomach grumbles. I come bearing tacos, she says, dropping the bag onto the counter. I stand and pull down the hems of my cut-off shorts. thanks. I didn't want to come. Well, still thanks, I guess. Logan sent me to make sure you're fed and watered and have a potty break, like a stray puppy he found in a dumpster. My eyes narrow. I'm all set then. He wasn't sure what kind you like, so he ordered a couple of everything. Carne asada, rotisserie chicken, tilapia, a couple fried avocados, just in case you're vegetarian. A rumble comes from my stomach because it has no decorum. I'm not. There's a food truck that feeds the crew, but I guess you're too good for that. Ugh. It's not like I'm the one who asked her to get me 1,000 kinds of tacos, though it was sweet of Logan. Katerina doesn't like me, which is nothing new. I'm used to that from a lifetime in Forrester. But since she's here, I will use her for information. What time does the circus open? Fairgrounds open tomorrow morning. Just rides and games and concessions. The first show isn't until 5. We'll set up this evening. What can I do? Stay out of our way. It's important to me that I pay my way. I'm not silly enough to think it negates the massive favor Logan's doing, getting me out of Forrester, or the fact that he most likely wants to be compensated via sex, regardless of his assurances otherwise. His masturbation session in the shower left little doubt that he desires me. It left little doubt that I desire him back, which is the stranger part. Listen, I get that you don't want me here, but I'm here anyway, and I've got 2 functioning hands, so I might as well use them to help. She reaches into the bags and grabs what appears to be a shrimp taco. We've set up the circus hundreds of times before you got here. We'll set it up hundreds of times after Logan dumps your ass in a random city. Don't get comfortable, Townie. I learned early not to back down from a challenge. If you look weak, it makes people want to crush you. Got crushed a few times. Not looking for another. He might dump my ass in a random city. Or he might dump your ass in a random city. She's got a big mouthful of taco that keeps her from snapping back. Her eyes narrow, though, revealing what she thinks about that. You don't understand the circus, but I do. It's family. And you're the hookup of the week. Hookup of the week? Ouch. We'll see. I've got my eyes on you. If you think you're going to scam Logan out of money or steal from the circus, I will take you down. Got it? Now she's just pissing me off. I've got a phone on 20% battery and a few $100 in my pocket. That's all I have to my name. And she thinks I'm some kind of super manipulative thief? Got it, Katerina Gallo, I say, my tone cool as ice. So she knows I remember who her mother is. Someone who drinks too much and disappears for days. Her dark eyes narrow. Black eyebrows point down. She's fierce this way. Beautiful, too, in a far more interesting way than the assortment of bottle blondes that Forrester has. Not that I would tell her that. That's another thing. That fortune teller tent, that's hers. Everything in that trunk, hers. The job is hers as soon as she comes back. When will that be? Full lips pressed together. No answer. That's what I thought. I sort through the tacos until I find carne asada. It's a red meat kind of day. What I do and don't do with Logan is none of your goddamn business. He's circus, which means he's family. I have no desire to steal from him or anyone. I want to work. Whether that's in the fortune teller tent or shoveling manure out of the lions' cages, I don't care. We don't have lions. Because the protesters shut it down, right? Now they live out the rest of their days on a magical farm where they never get old or sick or die. Because Logan wants to feed me bullshit. But guess what? I see right through it. And I don't care. He's my ticket out of Forrester. That's it. Her eyes meet mine for a long moment. It feels vaguely like a battle. Her hard gaze. I don't look away. She's the one who gives first, turning her attention back to her fish taco, taking a bite. She's still chewing when she says, "The farm is real, though." Then it sucks I'm not a lion who performs tricks, because I could use a rural vacation with unlimited sirloin steaks and someone to rub my belly. I take a bite of the taco. My eyes close. This can't be normal. It's unnaturally good. The meat tender, the vegetables crisp, the tortilla fresh. Although I guess this comes close. It's Lopez's. We have it every time we come through here. I pick up a piece of tomato that dropped onto the plastic container and eat it. God, even that tastes good. It reminds me of the time I won a tomato pie that Bessie O'Rourke made at the county fair. She never would have let me have a slice normally, and I'd never have asked for one. I'd imagined a pile of marinara sauce in a pre-made baked tin. Instead, this tomato pie had a flaky crust and ripe red, orange, and yellow tomatoes that almost melted on my tongue. If you come through this place all the time, how come you've never come through Forrester before? Because I've lived there my whole life. I would have noticed. She shrugs, seeming more at ease now that she said her piece. Sometimes we test out new towns to see what demand will be like. I remember Travis's worry over Cirque de Miroirs stopping in Forrester. It's too small for such a big traveling circus. He was suspicious, but the thing about testing makes sense. Though we don't usually stop at towns that small, she adds. Damn. She doesn't seem to notice my expression, because she washes her hands and pulls things out of the large tote. It contains several smaller bags from Target. Apparently, she made a quick run for me. There are more shorts, tank tops, bras, and plain cotton panties. A couple of light sundresses, as well as shampoo and conditioner, a toothbrush, all the essentials. I poke around through the scrunchies and hairbrush. What do I owe you? She rolls her eyes. Logan paid for it. You can pay him back, or try to, at least. I peer at myself in the oven door reflection again. My face looks, somehow, worse. I was just thinking I need makeup. Even if I don't play Madame Galilee tonight, I can't walk around looking like this. Someone is bound to call the cops. You can try the costume department. They have plenty of makeup. Are you sure they won't mind? Anything for Logan's hookup of the week. Does he really bring a new girl on every week? Her dark eyes turn mischievous. Wouldn't you like to know? Now it's my turn to roll my eyes. I'm not blind. He's handsome and powerful, and apparently wealthy enough to drop money to replace my wardrobe. That doesn't mean I'm interested in anything serious, or that I expect him to want that. He recruits from places we visit all the time, people who end up performing or working in operations. He picks up the oddballs and the outcasts. They send someone around to the homeless shelters, too. But he's never brought a woman into his own RV like this. That's new. My cheeks feel warm. She says that like it's a warning. I'm being watched. By her. By the whole fucking circus family, probably. They can be suspicious all they want, because I'm secretly pleased. Far too pleased over a man I can't let myself get attached to. He may not have girls all the time, but that doesn't mean this is serious. I'm not fooling myself. He's keeping me around right now because it's fun and maybe a little mysterious, challenging, since I didn't fuck him right away. Eventually, he'll get bored with me. And when he does, I'll be out of a place to sleep. Which means I should work on lining something up. It's only a matter of time before he drops me off in a random town, so I need to be ready for that. She pulls out her phone and frowns. I hesitate. Do you know where she went? Her mom, I mean. A quick shake of her head. Could be anywhere. She sounds like she's reassuring herself. She can take care of herself. Her dark gaze meets mine. We all can. The circus doesn't have room for people who don't carry their weight. Always taking down or putting up. Always moving. That's the last thing she says before she walks out the door, leaving an entire feast of tacos and my entire worldly possessions in a Target bag. Forrester was like a boiling pot of tempers and desperation and judgment, with nowhere to go in untempered heat. This is like being tossed in a pan, dangerous in a new way and just as hot. Chapter 12. The circus may not run itself, but it can get pretty far. While Logan is gone walking the grounds, whatever that means, more trucks pull in. Men and women hop out, clear on their rolls. One marks off the perimeter of the living space, where the RVs park, the practice area, the big top, the fairgrounds, and the ticket area up front. This allows other people to start hauling out large bundles and folded structures out of 18-wheelers. The circus tent is the centerpiece of this table. They built that first. From my very short time in Girl Scouts, I've pitched a tent before. It wasn't that hard, but then it could only fit 2 girls each. There were plastic sticks that stuck into pre-made plastic holes. This involves metal poles, a massive canvas, and a whole lot of rope. Men move in smooth coordination, hoisting the peaks in succession, revealing grandeur that's topped with a red, waving flag. A good amount of time is spent tightening the ropes, making me wonder if it's ever fallen down. Then comes the equipment that goes inside, from folded metal seats to lighting equipment to pieces of a stage. A bustling group of workers streams in to build their parts. Meanwhile, other essential structures take place. The concession stands and ticket booths are trucks that pull into place with the help of a man waving a lighted baton. Their overhangs pop up, and painted wooden menus drop down over the sides. There are others that I can only guess at, having heard the chatter from Maisie. Sounds scamper across the barren earth, the shouts of men, the hammering of stakes, the whip of untethered canvas waving in the wind. The game booths get set up with surprising ease, huge slabs of plywood knotting together like a log cabin toy. I watch this happen from the metal steps of his RV, protected by a 2-foot overhang. I know it would be cooler inside, but I feel strange being there without him. It's not really mine, is it? I can sleep on the sofa when he's inside, but even that 5-foot length of cushion belongs to him during the day. A shadow covers me. I look up to see Travis glaring down at me. They told me he brought a girl from town, he says, his tone grim. My stomach knots. I told you I can handle myself. His pale eyes narrow. I'm not worried about you anymore. I'm worried about me. Don't fuck this up for me. Then he stalks off, leaving me staring after him, my heart in my throat. What the fuck did I ever do to him except try to defend him from Kyle Moore and his goons? Except be his friend? Somehow that's turned into a threat, something that needs to be warded against. The Wonders from Around the World tent goes up. Then comes a large swath of purple fabric. The fortune teller's tent. I don't know what they'll think of a girl with a black eye trying to help, but I'm determined to earn my keep. Dry earth separates into mini tectonic plates, the edges curling away from solid clay. They feel almost springy beneath my feet. There are 2 men working on this tent, a small number compared to the larger tents. They take a stance on either side of the balloon of fabric. I choose a space between them, finding a length of rope I'll pull alongside them. I may not have done this before, but having watched enough tents go up, I think I can at least pull. I reach down and grasp the heavy rope. It's surprisingly heavy. I set my stance onto the earth and prepare to pull. Neither man moves. One stares at me, his expression dark. "Who the fuck are you?" "A townie," the other says, dropping the rope. It reminds me of when Logan told me off the first time we met. "I don't get involved with townies, so why the fuck am I even talking to you?" "I'm just an extra pair of hands," I say. "Let's pull." "Let's pull," the first one says, mimicking me, but making my voice sound a lot higher. He's wearing a red bandana and no shirt. Sweat glistens on his muscles. Maisie would probably say he's hot, but I'm not that interested in muscled bodies. I know too well how they match flying fists. So why doesn't Logan scare you? He probably should. The other one's wearing a wife-beater that's soaked through with sweat. He's even more muscular than the other guy, built in a way I can only find threatening. "Listen, little girl, I don't care if Logan wants to fuck around. Good for him. Or if he wants to get sucked into your little sob story and then fuck around for a few extra days. Whatever. But you aren't one of us, so get back to his trailer. Naked in his bed is probably how he prefers you." Bullies. At least I'm used to them. And I know how to handle them. You can't back down, or that makes it worse. "You jealous of what's in Logan's bed?" I taunt. "You jealous of his trailer? That's what it sounds like, because you can't fucking shut up about it." Wife-beater glares at me. Shirtless laughs. "You look like you weigh about 110 wet. You think you're going to manage to actually help raise a tent?" Not the big top, that's for sure. But this one? It's one of the smaller ones. I'm still not sure, but I brazen it out. "I'm going to be working in this tent. I can help raise it." After a tense moment, they take hold of their ropes. With the biggest tent, there were 10 people. They counted off before the first pull. These 2 share a look and then pull, leaving me to catch up. I lunge against the rope with all my weight, determined to prove them wrong, determined to be useful. It's harder than I thought. But I'm stronger than I thought. My side of the tent doesn't lag far behind theirs. Once it's standing tall, Shirtless drops his rope in order to grab the extra ropes. That doubles the pressure on my side. But I grip my teeth and tighten my fists. I'm determined to hold my weight, literally. He pulls each one tight around a metal stake. By the time he reaches me, my muscles are shaking. An eyebrow raise is all I get from him. No, good job, and definitely no thanks. But at least I did my part. I did what the carnies do. After all, I'm not a townie anymore. A large cart swings by, dropping off a huge stack of trunks and boxes in front of the Wonders tent, and a much smaller number in front of the fortune teller's tent. "I can take it from here," I say, hoping that's true. I remember what it looks like, at least.
Sure you can,
Wife-beater says. Then he spits, acting like it's something casual he's doing. It lands a few inches from my feet. Gross. He stalks off, leaving his friend to shake his head.
Don't mind him, Townie. He's just mad we lost 2 days to that shit podunk town. Sooner he gets west, sooner he sees family.
I don't like the shit podunk town any more than he does, and I'm not a townie. Shirtless takes a big step closer to me.
I'm not vulgar like Mikey there, but we're all curious.
He gives me a long, thorough, highly suggestive look at my tits.
What you got that has Logan Whitmere so hot and bothered, he lets you sleep in his truck?
You'll never find out, I shoot back.
Maybe.
He gives me a smile that's more disturbing because it looks genuinely charming. This is the problem with men. Some of them look like my dad. Some of them look like this. But they're all dangerous. I would do well to remember that with Whitmere.
Or he might share you, pass you around like a bonus for all the hard work we do around here.
What work? All I see is you standing around talking shit.
It's happened before. How do you think Alessandra Gallo got so fucked up?
Shirtless gives me a mock salute before heading toward the next tent with his friend. What the hell? Logan has passed around a woman to his circus workers? No, that's bullshit. He's just saying that to spook me. Then again, how much do I really know about him? Right now, we're close enough to Forrester that I could go back. Most people probably don't even know I'm gone. But what about when we're across the country? I'll rely on him. And what the hell happened to Alessandra Gallo? 2 of the trunks are black with silver edges, similar to the rest that are being placed around the circus. Standard containers. The 3rd is the antique trunk with leather bands and an ornate brass locking mechanism. I grab the handle of one of the trunks and pull. Nothing happens. Fuck, this thing is heavy. I plant my feet into the dirt and try again, this time managing to scrape it along by the edges. Inside the tent, it's noticeably cooler than outside. We don't have the heavy weight of the sun. Neither does it bake us like a car. I wonder if the flaps of the tent are built in a strategic way to keep the airflow going. I open the trunk to reveal the heavy tapestries with ancient symbols on them. There are hooks placed inside the tent that show where it should be tied. I get to work, using the trunks to stand on so I'm tall enough to reach. Inside another trunk, I find the folded table at the bottom, along with the chairs. The antique trunk is last. A velvet-lined box contains a heavy crystal ball. I study it in my hands, searching for what makes it seem like the smoke moves. It's not something that plugs in. It's part of the material inside the thick glass. There are tarot cards, a wooden figure of a palm with its various palm-reading parts delineated. There are costumes she can wear. I peer down at the bottom, which feels a little higher, like a false bottom. I knock on the wood, and sure enough, it sounds hollow. My hands search the dark wood for a lever, but I can't find anything. How do I get inside? On one side, there's a little leather piece attached. I pull on it. Nothing happens. I push, and the other side swings up. Bingo. A heavy volume reveals sketches. Well-done sketches. They feature beautiful people laughing at a wedding, a different couple holding a baby. One has a woman crying as she holds a flag. Perhaps her husband was in the military and he died. They are not fully filled in, not colored, only thick strokes of charcoal, but they draw a clear and compelling picture each time. There are people of different ages and races, different settings, from a country lane to a sleek high-rise. It occurs to me that these might be her visions. I'm just playing pretend when I give my fortunes. Does Alessandra Gallo actually have visions? I wonder what she'd say about me. Then again, these might just be her imaginings. I can imagine that state trooper proposing to his shy girlfriend, and I already know that Harold O'Rourke is burning in hell. I don't have to have any special soothsaying gifts to know that. I turn a page and reveal a young woman facing me. She has distinctive features, the kind that had kids making fun of her when she was in kindergarten. Kyle used to defend her from bullies until he became one. It's me. The young woman in the portrait is me. It's presumptuous to think it might be. Madame Galilee has met people across the country. Surely some of them might look like others. Except I've stared at this face in the mirror for so long. I've hated it, the way my nose is too wide and my eyes are too heavy-lidded. Why would Madame Galilee have a portrait of me? A shiver runs down my spine. Why did Cirque de Miroirs come to the podunk town of Forrester? The draperies I hung loom over me, turning threatening in the dark. Dusk has fallen over the fortune-teller's tent. Only the crystal ball remains faintly illuminated, though I know it wasn't plugged in. A trick of the twilight, most likely. What the hell does Logan Whitmere want with me? Nothing good. How do you think Alessandra Gallo got so fucked up? I'm afraid to find out. Chapter 13. I step out of the fortune-teller's tent onto empty fairgrounds. It's almost eerie. Every sign and ribbon perfectly in place, while not a single person talks or laughs. Only a sliver of orange light shimmers at the horizon's edge. Night fell. Everyone went back to their trailers. The two guys putting together tents on this row decided to leave the new girl behind. As I watch, a figure breaks the wavy light in half. Tall, strong. That description could fit 100 guys working this circus, and 100 guys back home. But I recognize this version of tall and strong. My body hums awareness, remembering this body slick from the shower. I stand in the middle of the walkway, between the fortune-teller's tent and the wonders from around the world. The closer he gets, the more heat sinks into my skin. It's not the warm night air that makes me flush. It's the dark eyes, the promise in them. "Didn't mean to take so long," he says, his voice a low drawl. "One of the rigging trucks broke down on the interstate. Took a bit to handle the transport." "No problem," I say, waving my hand, as if to say, "I'm nothing. See? Don't worry about me. No one else has, and I'm still alive. I can amuse myself." He glances at the fortune-teller's tent. "You didn't have to start working right away." "Did someone tell you where to find me?" "Don't let Albert bother you," he says, which means yes. Albert. I have a feeling he's going to be trouble. As he said, he's not vulgar like his friend Mikey. No, his version of dangerous is a lot more sly. "Thank you for sending Kat with the food and clothes and stuff. How much do I owe you?" "Nothing." "Logan." "Sienna." We'll have to deal with that later. Preferably when I have more money. Eventually I'll leave, and when I do, I can stash $100 in his RV. About her mother, Madame Galilee? Alessandra. Yes, her. Does she actually have, visions? Visions of money, perhaps. She knows what to tell people that will make them shell out more money for another prediction, or an energy cleansing, or whatever else she could convince them would help. She could make a lot more than this tent can provide if she weren't caught at the throat by her addiction. Alcohol? Cocaine. Shit. Most of the time she follows the circus. Sometimes she wanders off. But you live with it because of her daughter. The circus means family. The only thing I know about family is fear, about being told you can never leave, which makes me turn my back on him. I stroll through the wide, empty lane. It was just a field before we got here. Tomorrow it will be teeming with people. How temporary, how fleeting. I pass the Tent of Wonders, the tent where Travis told me who Logan was. House of Mirrors, says another tent. This one is made of shimmery blue material. I step closer to where a plaque reads, "Find your way through an enchanting labyrinth of mirrors. Be careful not to get lost. Cirque de Miroirs contains never-ending pleasures." Cocky, I say to Logan, feeling him come up behind me. Never-ending pleasures? Would you like to try for yourself? You can give an honest review. Are we still talking about mirrors? I'm usually talking about mirrors. I glance back, where the evening shadows have given his handsome features a sharper edge. He looks hungry and restrained. This isn't a man showing me his true self, and I don't want that. I don't want a reflection of whatever he thinks is safe. Stop protecting me. I wish I could, Sienna. I face him and back into the entrance of the maze, smiling at him. I might even look like the young woman in the drawing. Happy. Not even for a few minutes? His expression hardens with desire. You're not ready for how I want you. How is that? Hard, long, filthy. My breath catches. Have you been thinking about it since the shower? I've been dreaming about you since I met you, making you come apart in my arms, feeling your arousal drip down my cock. I want you open and begging, Sunset. But you aren't ready for that. You aren't ready for a damn thing. Pride raises my chin. That's where you're wrong, Whitmere. Is that so? I'm going to tell fortunes in that tent until Alessandra comes back. I'll help set up and tear down anything that needs doing. I'm going to earn my keep in the circus. But that has nothing to do with why I'll be sleeping in your bed. I told you I could take the sofa. Do you really want that? I glance behind me, where the glow of sunset reflects 1,000 different orange points in the entranceway. There are 6 Siennas standing looking out, as if there are 6 of me facing every direction, wondering which way to go. I don't want to hurt you. You can't hurt me. No one can. You're so hurt, you can't stop running for a second, Sienna. Maybe other people can't see it. I don't know what the hell is wrong with them, because I look at you, and all I see is pain. Those walls you have up, that strength, you don't get that without getting hurt. I try to hold his gaze and fail. Instead, I look toward the fortune-teller's tent, like maybe the constellation designs on the fabric hold the answer. I talked to someone back home, my friend Maisie. She said someone kicked my father's ass. Was it you? I sat beside you the whole night, he says, with so much calm, with so little surprise, that he must be behind the attack. He must have sent some of his circus buddies to my house. The irony in all of this is that Bessie O'Rourke was right. The circus is dangerous. Am I supposed to be angry at you? Or grateful? No. You want to know the truth? I'm scared. Because I ran away with the circus to get away from violence. Now it looks like you might be worse.
I would never hurt you. Not like that.
How will you hurt me then? It's his turn to look away. He's even more handsome in profile, with strong features limned in evening light. A bump in his nose, enough to make him human instead of a dream.
The circus can be a lot of things. A ticket out. That's how you're using it, which is fine. That's fine, but it's not what the circus means to me.
It's family.
It's the only thing that's real in a world full of smoke and mirrors.
Why did you go to Forrester? Tell me the truth. He lifts one eyebrow.
You're tenacious.
I'm a goddamn German shepherd, clenched down so hard you'll have to rip your own muscles out of your leg if you want to shake me loose. So you might as well tell me.
Fine.
He nods behind me.
You want the answer? The real answer? Head into the maze. That's where you'll find your answer. That's where I'll tell you.
You're coming with me?
In a manner of speaking. It wouldn't be fair for me to lead the way. I'm the one who designed the path. But I can come with you. I can walk beside you. Now, Sienna, enter the maze.
I obey him because I want to hear his answer, not because it feels good. But it does feel good. It feels good to let my mind drift away, to let my body become his vessel. Easy. It's so easy to listen to his low voice. The entrance is adorned with tall, sleek mirrors reflecting the light, creating an illusion of infinite corridors stretching out before me. A million options instead of just one. I smell the dust from outside and the metal that was used for the frame. And something else. Anticipation. What's going to happen in this maze? I have a feeling I won't be the same on the other side. There are 6 other Siennas in the mirror, but no Logan beside me, no Logan behind me. I whirl, but no one is there. The black tent curtain has dropped, hiding him, or hiding me instead. I thought you were coming with me, I say to the prescient darkness.
I am. Comes a voice from shadows unknown. I'm going to track you. I'm going to catch you. I'm going to take what belongs to me, and I'm going to make you watch. You said you could handle it. I guess we're going to find out if that's true.
My breath catches. This is a game that I started, but he's turned the dial up to 11. Do I want to play at this level? I suppose I do. If only to experience it. I didn't run away with the circus to live a boring, safe life. This will be my first test, I think. My first taste of danger where I make the choice. It's delicious. And terrifying. The mirrors are strategically placed at different angles, distorting the reflections, making me seem tall and thin, and then short and wide. They aren't the wavy mirrors I remember from childhood. These don't make me look like a monster. They make me look like a stranger, and that's almost more terrifying.
Ready or not,
comes a male voice from behind me. I whirl, only to face 5 more mirrored versions of myself. His words echo, ready or not, ready or not.
Here I come.
I have my hands out in front of me, waving gently, searching for open air, finding glass. Somehow, even with protection, I bump straight into a mirror, leaving a smudge mark on the perfect reflection. The reflections seem to multiply and multiply, forming a web of illusions, a web of Sienna May coals. The combination of dim lighting and the play of mirrors creates a surreal atmosphere, adding to the sense of adventure and the sense of desire. I cautiously navigate the maze, my steps becoming more soft, more quiet. He won't be able to move that quickly through the maze. At least, I hope not. I don't hear any footsteps, not even my own, only my shallow breathing. I'm in the maze, I call out. Now answer the question. Why did we stop in Forrester? His voice echoes off the mirrors. He could be coming from any direction. I had unfinished business with someone there. A little revenge. It should have been quick and bloodless. We should have left without making a fucking scene. But then I saw you. I put out my hands and touch glass. You were a fucking emergency from the very start, Sienna. I wanted you. I couldn't have you. I shouldn't have you. Somehow I found the willpower to stay away. But you showed up at my door in the middle of the night. Your fate was sealed then. Glass, glass, glass. A space opens, and I slip through a narrow passageway. It twists and turns, leading me deeper into the maze. Who did you have unfinished business with? I ask, though that's not what I really want to know at the moment. What I want to know is how far I've come. How close is Logan? The mirrors play tricks on my perception of space and direction. Of course, he has an advantage. He knows the maze. I'm new here. That's true for more than this mirrored labyrinth. He owns the circus. I'm the one who doesn't belong. Like I said, he says, the circus means family. You're talking in circles, in riddles. That doesn't count. I'm giving you a maze. It's your job to find the answers at the heart. My hands occasionally brush against the cool surfaces of the mirrors as I search for clues in my mini reflections. They are all made of glass, flat versions of me who frown in concentration. I can't trust my senses anymore, so instead I must rely on my instincts. There's a lesson in there somewhere. Damn you, I say. The only response is dark, echoing laughter. Chapter 14. I encounter a dead end, and my heart kicks up a notch. He could corner me here. I turn to face the entrance and press back, stumbling as something releases. A secret door. The mirror moves, depositing me in another part of the labyrinth. I feel a moment of relief, and a surprising amount of disappointment. He won't catch me. I'm free. I step forward through the blackness, expecting to open the curtain to the outside. Instead, it reveals another part of the labyrinth. It was a trick, a feint. More laughter, this time lower, almost sensual, wicked. Then I'm moving again. Sweat forms at the small of my back, even as cool night air whispers through the mirrors. There's movement behind me. I whirl. That's when I see it, me standing there in surprise, fear written on my face. Desire, too. And there he is, behind me. He looks fierce and hard-boned, like a monster in a nightmare, one who makes my blood race. He's caught me, the way he promised. My heart thuds. I hear my own breath, which sounds abnormally loud. Something about the echo of the glass. There are still 100 of me, but now there are also 100 Logans. 100 men reach around to pull me flush against his front, where I can feel his hard chest and even harder erection. I jump at the sensation, the promise, the threat. He notices. His eyes darken. Was it your father? He asks. Is that who hurt you? No one hurt me. Little liar, he says softly, easing me back against him once again. So I can feel how much he wants me. So I can feel how much it would hurt if he pushed that inside me while I was dry and fighting back. What am I going to do with you? Leave me by the side of the road, most likely. He shakes his head, his gaze never leaving mine. You deserve better. Is that what you are? I lift my chin and let him see the challenge in my plain brown eyes. He thinks I'm a weakling, too weak to take what he has to offer. I'm not weak. Not anymore. Not since I left the toxicity of Forrester behind. Better? You deserve better than me. He caresses my cheek, brushing his thumb across my bottom lip. Unfortunately, you're already bound to me. I'm going to break you. No. I'm going to make you beg. No. You will. No. I will make you. His voice is a low growl. And your first word will be yes. No. I lick my lips and taste the salt of his sweat. Even angry, his scent is spicy and male. For every no, I will make you say yes. And then, only then, I'll stop. I'm pretty enough. He likes my fierceness, my stubbornness, my body. But he is not here for me. He is here because he has a job to do, and I am something he needs to do it. Better than a woman who would have anything to do with you? His eyelids shudder just a moment, a brief, dangerous pause. If you've got something to say, bring it on, beautiful. I don't even care that my eyes are sinking shut again, that I'm being a coward for him. It won't be the first time I've received a beating or enjoyed it. I feel his body tighten around me, his head dip lower. Don't say things like that to me, he mutters, sounding like he's talking to himself. He lets out a rough curse, then reaches around him. His hand grasps my neck and squeezes. Not enough to cut off my air supply, but enough to send waves of tension through my body, waves of arousal. I can see us in the mirror, my smaller body being dominated, being owned by his. Is this what you like? I ask, feeling my throat move against his calloused hand, feeling my vulnerability against his strength. Hurting women? Are you in pain, Sienna? Tell the truth. God, the truth. It's been so long since anyone wanted that from me. Never. I'm afraid, but I'm not hurting. That's what you want, he mutters. You want someone to take you far away from home, don't you? You want to walk into the Miroirs and never come out, don't you? Yes, I say on a low moan of surrender. I hear his breathing. It's harsh and fast. God, he's so hot I can practically feel his skin sizzling. I have been with men before. It's easier that way. Easier to ask forgiveness from God than to tell someone no, to fight them, to lose. I'm not a virgin, for Christ's sake. But I've never felt like this. Never wanted to be touched like this. Never wanted to fuck like this. I've never had a choice. Until now. This is what you want. Logan breathes against my ear. Yes. My cock, deep inside you. Yes. My hands, on you, everywhere. Yes. This is what you want. His voice is a growl against my ear now, as his hand leaves my neck and finds my breast. He cups me softly, so light it almost feels like a whisper, like his breath against my nipple, blowing warm air. It's only the mirror that proves it's his hand, the mirror that proves a hard man can be gentle. Like this. He tips my head back with his other hand and presses his mouth into the tendons of my neck. And like this. Please. They aren't questions. I am bucking against him now, my body needy and demanding, desperate and scared and wet. You want to come? He's got my nipple compressed hard now, and I'm arching into him. You want to come hard, Sienna? Yes, please, I gasp, jumping when his hand surges down my belly and comes to rest between my legs. Oh, Please, Logan. His hand slips under the waistband of my shorts. I close my eyes, but he squeezes my neck gently until I open them again. He says. Watch me. Watch yourself. Have you ever seen your face when you come? I shake my head, soundless. No? He asks. I bet you're beautiful, transcendent. I bet you make me come just from watching you. His fingers part my folds. I guess we'll find out what you look like when you come together. I shiver. Logan. Has a man ever made you come, Sienna? Yes. No. Shit. I don't know. I don't remember. Tell me. He's going to leave me empty and lonely if I don't get something from him. Anything. Tell me and I'll stop. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm sobbing, crying. I feel the tears spill down my cheeks. Please. Please what? His forefinger circles my clit. Please stop. No, please don't stop. I'm shuddering, and I'm wet. So wet. Please make me come. Come on, Sienna. Come on my hand. Come on my fingers inside you. He's rubbing me now, rubbing my sensitive flesh through my jeans, making my clit ache for his touch. I feel the zip of my shorts, the brush of his knuckles against my hip. I hear the gasp I can't hold back. I see my own mouth moving with it in the mirror. Please, it says. Then his fingers ease into me. Nothing gentle about it, nothing easy, no whispers of his breath, only harsh breathing and blunt intrusion. His eyes are molten. Does it hurt? He asks, his voice somehow deeper, harsher. I shake my head, and his fingers slide out of me. I make a sound that is part whine, part sob. His gaze cuts to mine. You're a liar. I can't look away. I can't breathe. The room feels hot. So hot. No. Oh, God. He pushes his cock against my ass. I might not be able to stop. I might just come on the outside of your shorts. Would you like that? Reducing a grown man to a rutting beast? I'm about to fall apart right here in front of this man. My body is shaking against him. My tears are falling freely. He is stripping away the last of my strength. I don't even know how to fight back. I just haven't figured out what else to do but fall apart. I just stand there, motionless, my eyes huge with fear. Inside, there is chaos. In front of the mirror, I am alive, trapped in Logan's arms, his hands on me. Right now, I have never been so alive. I have never wanted anything this badly, except for my freedom. And I want that too, with all of my being. And I will get him. I will get him soon, and I will take it. I will take him and all of his secrets. I will take him, and I will take my freedom. But he is here. He is here now. I don't know how. I don't know why. But he is here. He is touching me. He's making me go insane. I am moaning. I beg him to make me come. I feel his hands on me, squeezing my nipples through my camisole. His leg pushes my ankle from the inside, forcing me open, pushing my knees apart. There is no tenderness now, just blunt force. I am broken open, my body welcoming the invasion. I feel the stretch, the burn of his fingers against tight flesh. It's too much pleasure, too much pain, too much need. Then I'm coming. There is no mercy in this pleasure. There is no tenderness. There's only desperation and relief, and sweet, sweet relief. His cock is still hard behind me. I feel his hands on my breasts, feel his hot breath on my neck. He is murmuring to me, an incoherent stream of words that I don't understand, and I don't care. I'm sated. I am floating in euphoria. My body is limp. I am in awe of the pleasure he gave me, the knowledge that it can be like this. And even when he's done with me, even when he drops me off at the side of the road, I will remember this man, and I'll be grateful. I will take all that he gives me, and I will take it. He is watching me. I have never seen a man look at a woman like this, like she's a sunset, like he's watching the most beautiful thing he's ever seen disappear over the horizon. He murmurs when he sees the tears streaming down my face. He leans over me and sweeps them away with his tongue. He's still hard. He didn't come against my shorts the way he threatened. I didn't reduce him to a rutting beast after all. He kept a single drop of sanity to hold himself back. Does that mean I'm not worthy of a fuck? Or does that mean I'm worth more than that? I can't tell the two apart. They're merging together like 1,000 visions of me in the mirrors, an endless enigma. Don't cry, Sienna, he murmurs, fixing my clothes, turning me around to face him. I'm supposed to have a witty comeback. I'm supposed to lift my chin and say something sharp, but the dam has broken. He broke it with pleasure, with the hand at my neck and his fingers against my clit. He broke it with kindness. I collapse into tears, a bundle of broken girl. He catches me, guiding us gently to the floor, allowing me to sob in his arms. I don't watch. The mirrors reflect back 1,000 shards of grief. When my sobs slow, I push out the words. What happened to Alessandra Gallo? To my surprise, he answers. She was hurt, Sunset. Like you. I turn up to face him through watery eyes. Did you hurt her? Yes. Torment flares in his dark eyes. Tension runs through his muscles, tightening his hold on me. I didn't mean to, but I did. The same way I'm going to hurt you. The maze captivated me, but it was nothing compared to the man who chased me. He hunted me, and I was his willing prey. It felt like an accomplishment to have escaped unscathed, though I'm not sure I really have. Like the trick door, it might let me believe I'm free when really I'm still caught in the maze. Chapter 15. The water runs surprisingly hot in an RV, a wide spray that's more relaxing than our cantankerous plumbing back home. I scrub the dust of the day from my skin, using shampoo and conditioner Logan paid for, and body wash that he used while he masturbated this morning. My body heats with the memory of what he did to me in that house of mirrors. It was adolescent, in a way. Not what I expected when he said he was going to break me. But he's right. It did break me. I never expected it to be so hot, and I certainly didn't expect to like it. I didn't even know I liked it until I felt my orgasm coming on, and then I couldn't stop it. I let him take me places I didn't even know were inside me. You're beautiful, Sunset. That's what he'd said when I was blissed out from orgasm. Light and dark at once. So goddamn hot, I can only breathe you in and out, memorizing the scent of you. I'll smell it every time the sun sets, every day for the rest of my life. I scrub my body raw, trying to get rid of the old me, the me before Logan and the circus and whatever this is, trying to be clean for this new life. It's no use. When I step out of the shower and wrap a towel around my body, I can see the black eye. The bruises around my neck have faded to pink. Sex didn't magically change me, at least on the outside. On the inside, I feel subtly different, like the kind of woman a man like Logan Whitmere could be with. Maybe it was the hundreds of reflections of us. They're burned into my brain. I dress in a loose-fitting sleep shirt and panties. It's a relatively modest outfit, less revealing than a swimsuit, even though I'm not wearing a bra underneath. It still feels intimate. More intimate than sex, certainly. I've had sex before. I've never slept with a man. Down the hallway, I can see the bed with its neatly made sheets. He expects us to sleep there tonight. Together. Of course he does. The sofa looks safer, though less comfortable. It's not about comfort, really. I don't want him to think I'm too scared to share a bed. After all, he had his fingers inside me less than an hour ago. I can't pretend to be shy now. Even if I feel impossibly shy, my cheeks warm. I hear voices from outside. Please don't let it be another state trooper with bad news. Or worse. Please don't let it be my father, recovered from the hospital and here to make good on his many threats about me leaving. Night has fallen. Only the light above the stove is on. I creep closer to the door, listening hard.
"How much does she know?"
Comes a male voice.
"Nothing."
Logan.
"You're sure? You didn't used to be scared of authority. And you didn't used to chase after towny pussy. But here we are. Besides, everyone is on edge after Alessandra. She'll come back. If she can. Fuck."
Logan sounds pissed, and I cringe from my silent place inside the RV.
She damn well better come back, because I can't deal with the entire fucking circus looking at me with suspicion. Is that why you like your fortune teller? Because she doesn't know about your past?
The answer comes muffled, and I get the sense they've moved farther away from the RV. That's when I see them through the gap in the blinds and the window. Logan and the guy in the black collar shirt, the one who's bald. The knife thrower. Fuck. I drop down so they can't see me. Luckily, they were walking away from me, so I'm probably safe. I creep back through the hallway until I reach the bedroom. What past don't I know about? Why would everyone in the circus look at Logan with suspicion? My confusion distracts me enough from my embarrassment that I climb into bed as if it's a normal thing. A bed that smells like Logan. It has the imprint of his body. And from earlier, mine. I don't know whether I should lie down and close my eyes. Maybe I could pretend to be asleep when he gets here. But it would be fake. He could probably tell, seeing as how he managed actors all day, and how childish it would look. So instead, I scroll on my phone, sitting up, my back against the padded headboard. Yes, this felt very grown up. This was probably what regular couples did before bed. I text Maisie. Any news? It takes her a few minutes to answer. Yes and no. Then there was a long delay in which 3 dots showed up long enough to make me go insane. If I didn't know Maisie better, I'd think she was punishing me for leaving. After the long wait, the next message is short. Your dad is still in the hospital. Good, I write back. And Mom? Haven't seen her. I heard she's keeping vigil at the hospital. Of course she is. She's the good wife, even if he's a terrible husband. She's the one who taught me about honor. What he does is about him. What I do is about me. She wasn't even particularly religious, so I never understood what drove her duty. It was a religion in its own right, duty, a form of self-sacrifice with no reward. What's wrong? I ask, because I can tell she's holding back. An even longer delay. This time I start to wonder if she's never going to reply. Then a voice message appears. I press play just as I hear the RV door open. Kyle is gone, Maisie says. No one knows where he went. Apparently he didn't show up at class on Monday, and the 2 assholes are beat up good. They're saying it was circus folk, but Bessie O'Rourke spoke up and said she thought they probably went after Mr. Cole, which makes more sense. What would circus folk care about your dad anyway? But listen, you didn't tell Kyle where you were going, did you? Fuck. Where did Kyle go? It could be anywhere. It could have nothing to do with me or with Travis, though Lord knows he's spent enough time tormenting us both to be worried. It wouldn't have been hard for him to guess that we left with the circus. Is he following us? Using the circus's social media feed to find our current venue? Perhaps I'm paranoid. Maybe he was embarrassed about getting kicked out of the circus, about the assholes getting their asses kicked, so he's hiding out. Or maybe he suddenly reached enlightenment and he's off studying on the top of a mountain somewhere. A light knock on the door pulls my attention back to earth. Logan leans against the doorframe. On a call? I glance down at my phone. Just a voice message. He shouldn't feel like he needs to give me privacy in his own bedroom, so I say, "Come in." That just makes it worse, though. Like this is my office, and I'm inviting him in for a serious conversation. He offers a lopsided smile that dispels some of the tension. He's changed from his work clothes from earlier. Now he's wearing a soft t-shirt that hugs his abs and loose pants. In a smooth, graceful, purely masculine movement, he pulls the shirt over his head and tosses it on the chair beside the bed, which leaves him half naked. That should not be shocking, considering what we did earlier. Still, I find myself shocked and impressed. My gaze looks everywhere but his broad chest and laddered abs, but somehow I still see them. He notices my unease, my attempts not to stare, and the way I fail. He's entirely unself-conscious, in the way a man that looks like him can be. He climbs into bed beside me, as casual as anything.
I told you I wouldn't make you do anything.
But that's the thing. He wouldn't have to make me. We both know that. Desire simmers in the air around us. You said you wouldn't touch me unless I begged.
I don't think you'd have to beg very hard.
The words are self-deprecating. Can I see? The tattoos, I mean. He leans back on his palms, allowing me a clear view of the tattoos that wrap around his torso. It also gives me a clear view of the muscles that provide the canvas, lean and powerful. It's more than a reference piece, more than a memory. It's a visually stunning piece of art in its own right. At the center, a majestic lion stands proudly on a colorful circus platform. Its magnificent mane flows across his chest, a testament to regal beauty. Its piercing eyes convey a sense of power and confidence, symbolizing the boldness and charisma often associated with the circus. Surrounding the lion, a dynamic circus scene unfolds. In one corner, a vibrant and ornate circus tent stands tall, its billowing fabric capturing the excitement and spectacle that takes place within. The tent is adorned with red flags, alluding to both the grandeur and danger within. An animal, I say softly.
They always mean circus to me.
Along with family.
That too.
Without asking permission, without letting him tell me no, I touch a finger to the lion's mane. Tight ab muscles bunch, but he does not pull away. He lets me explore the outline of the line. Then the tent. Then the other side, where a high-flying trapeze artist gracefully swings through the air, captured mid-flight in a pose of daring acrobatics. The artist's body is contorted in a display of strength and agility, with colorful ribbons trailing behind, enhancing the sense of flying. There's a particular intimacy born of reading these tattoos. That's what I'm doing. It's more than admiring art. I'm reading them as surely as a fortune teller reads tea leaves or tarot cards. I'm reading them using the same hypervigilance I learned growing up in an abusive home. Only this time, I'm not afraid. There's joy here, but it's It's fading. He presses my palm flat against his chest, and I feel his heart beating, slow and steady.
My mother hated the circus, despised it. She talked every day about how much she hated it, how the people in it were little more than thieves and criminals, how cruel fate was to send that long-ago circus to her small town.
My gaze meets his with the silent question, "Is that how you were conceived?" He nods.
I assumed it was an affair that she lived to regret. A single mother isn't precisely treated well in a conservative small town, as I'm sure you've seen.
No, small towns don't have much space for deviation from the norms.
She didn't realize that every time she talked bad about the circus, it only increased my curiosity. I went to college, got a degree in business, started working for a hedge fund. I lived the life she wanted me to, for a few years, long enough to buy her a house and a car that would make the bastards back home think twice before turning up their noses.
I imagine my mother having that kind of house. Imagine Bessie's jealousy of a new car. My mother doesn't even have a phone. That's partly because she insists she doesn't want to learn how. But it wouldn't help her much. My father doesn't allow her freedom.
Then one day, I quit. It surprised everyone, including me. I was making money hand over fist, but I decided to find my father. I had a few clues. He had distinctive tattoos she'd mentioned when she'd had wine with dinner. They covered his body. There weren't too many people like that, and the circus is a small community. Once I found a job working in operations and built some trust, people talked.
Playful and mischievous clowns are scattered throughout the scene. Each clown is depicted with exaggerated features, from their oversized grinning faces to their colorful attire, reflecting the whimsy they bring to the tent. One clown doesn't smile, though. He cries exaggerated tears that should be silly, but they tug at my heart. You found him?
I found him.
The words sound ominous. A series of musical notes swirls around the tattoo, symbolizing the lively melodies played by musicians. These notes intertwine with various circus props, such as juggling balls, unicycles, and tightrope walkers. Was he an asshole? A faint smile.
You could say that. Apparently, he cut a swath through the entire goddamn country, fucking everyone he could find. Sometimes the women were willing, sometimes not. They flirted with him, not always knowing where it would lead. And back then, they didn't have the language for date rape, for consent. He was not a good man.
My heart squeezes because of the heaviness in his voice. It sounds like he wears that fact as his own burden. It wasn't your fault,
wasn't it?
He shakes his head as if to clear it.
It doesn't matter. That's where I met Gerald Monroe. He created Cirque de Miroirs, but he was getting older. The circus was struggling. It needed fresh acts, a clear vision. He did more than sell it to me. He took me under his wing, let me learn with a net, the way trapeze artists do. I bought the circus from him when he retired.
And did a great job, according to Albert. According to sold-out shows in major cities. According to the way he leans back, looking content in his circus career. It's easy to imagine him working in a hedge fund. He has the sharp intelligence, the ability to make hard decisions. But I can see that he doesn't belong there. The tattoo is a testament to the rich history and captivating allure of the circus world. Through its intricate details and vibrant colors, it captures the essence of wonder that has enthralled countless audiences.
Go to sleep,
he says gently, and only then do I realize that my eyelids are heavy. With reluctance, I stop tracing his tattoo and lie down on the pillow. My eyes are already closed when I ask the question, where is the owner now? Guy something.
Gerald Monroe. He lives on the farm.
A wry smile touches my lips. The magical farm with the retired performing animals.
Yes.
You'll have to take me there one day, so I might believe in happy endings. A hand strokes my hair.
One day,
he says, like a promise. I don't believe him, though I'm not entirely sure whether I think he's lying about the existence of the farm or whether he'd take me if it did exist. Both, I suppose. It didn't escape my awareness that he didn't climax in the mirror maze. I run a finger down the colorful ladder of his abs. What about your own happy ending? His eyes darken.
Do you want more?
It doesn't matter what I want. I'm ready for you. His cock is hard beneath the sheets. It tents them in an impressive height. A scary height, to be completely honest. He turns me on my back, and I think, yes, good, I can take it. He pulls the new cotton panties from my legs and drops them to the side of the bed.
You aren't too tired?
He asks, even though I am. I am too tired for this, for anything. But I won't refuse him. I can't. Not when he already made me come. Not when I'm sleeping in his bed. Do your worst. A tisk sound.
I'm not going to do my worst, Sunset. I'm going to do my best.
He spreads my legs, but instead of stabbing his cock into me, he bends down. A strangled sound of surprise escapes me. Wait! He glances up at me, his eyes dark with lust and mischief.
You wanted me to take you to the farm. That drive would take days, but we can get here in just a few minutes.
No one has ever done this to me. But what about you?
What about me?
He asks, his voice faintly mocking.
Trust me when I tell you that I dreamed of tasting you from the first moment I saw you fighting those bullies like a goddamn Valkyrie. I wanted to worship at this pretty little cunt, to praise it, to please it. You'll let me, won't you?
I feel like I'm in a trance. Yes, I whisper.
Good.
He bends down and nuzzles into my sex, gentle and inquisitive. It's sensual, but also sweet. A greeting. Only then does he swipe his tongue. Sensation explodes through my body, and my head drops back. Oh, God.
Logan,
he says, as if correcting me. Then he does something else that makes my legs quiver. Logan. The sound of me moaning his name spurs him on. He kisses and licks and gnaws at my sex, making me buck and writhe. I grasp his dark hair, wanting to push him away, wanting to pull him closer. I should be the one servicing him, but I can't deny his groan of pleasure makes it sound like I am. I should be servicing him because it's right, because it's fair. But I don't only want it for that reason. One thought pierces my sensual haze, that the scales aren't balanced, that I owe him more and more and more, and soon the debt will be large enough that no amount of painful sexual acts would be enough to repay it. There is a sort of pain in this, the way he keeps me on the edge of orgasms, the way I cry out for mercy, 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 though I don't know how it will come. Cessation or completion. I don't know whether I deserve it, but I don't decide that now. He does, with his merciless mouth, with his fingers that push inside me, finding a spot that sends my hips off the bed. Please, I gasp.
Who am I?
He mutters, his lips moving against my sex, his voice darkly possessive. I've never been able to forget, not even for a second, of his mouth on me. Logan. His name is the key that unlocks my pleasure. He swirls his tongue around my clit, and I let out a long, mournful cry. The pleasure takes my body and squeezes. I twist to get away, but it only finds me there. It clamps down on every muscle. on every thought, on every fear, and it obliterates me in long waves of orgasms. When it leaves me, I'm wrung out, exhausted. Logan joins me on the bed and pulls me closer, my head cradled on his warm shoulder, my body safe in the circle of his. Sleep surrounds me. It's implacable, determined. Or maybe that's just Logan, as he strokes my hair, murmuring soft words, as I drift away to sleep, the scales tilting wildly, off balance, ready to tumble over, taking me with it.
Chapter 16. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, step right up and prepare to be dazzled by the enchanting world of Cirque de Miroirs.
The voice booms from the speakers around us. I'm standing in the narrow aisle between two sets of risers. Each has hundreds of seats, which are filled with men, women, and children eager for the show. They have buckets of popcorn, thick plastic cups full of strawberry lemonade, and colorful hats they purchased from the concessions area. The air in the tent is charged with anticipation. It's sort of wild that I ran away with the circus, but I had never actually seen the show. The fortune teller's tent and the Tent of Wonders didn't have the bustling energy of the audience, laughter and excitement humming through the air. The circus ring, a circular stage bathed in colorful lights, takes the spotlight. Musicians tucked in the corner strike up a lively tune, filling the tent with vibrant sound. A man dressed in a tux with long tails and a top hat steps into the center ring. He must be the ringmaster. He's the one welcoming us with his commanding presence and booming voice.
We'll return to the story soon. But for now, let the music help you slow down and feel present. This free audiobook is made with care.
This grand spectacle combines thrilling acts, breathtaking acrobatics, mesmerizing performances, and a journey you won't ever forget.
He lifts his arms like a conductor. Fireworks shoot from each side of the tent, bursting in the middle with light and sound that makes the entire tent gasp. Then it goes dark. It's startling after the display of bright fireworks. The last tendrils of light swirl to the ground, like fairies laying down to rest. A spotlight appears from the very top of the tent, reaching down to the center of the ring. A young girl stands there in a blue dress. She wanders toward a set that gradually comes alight. There's an antique couch and what appears to be a white granite fireplace mantel. As we watch, a fire appears behind a grate. She throws herself on the sofa, as if in despair, or boredom. Oh yes, I recognize boredom. She kicks up her legs, reminding me of how I reclined in the treehouse before Maisie told me about the circus. I had no idea that my life was about to change. A large mirror with an ornate gilt frame moves into place above the fireplace. There is no wall, but it sits as if it's on one. At first, it's a real mirror, reflecting the little girl and her repose. Then, a glimmer runs through it. It becomes transparent. A clown appears from the other side of the stage. He wanders aimlessly past the mirror, then jerks himself back, peering through the mirror as if shocked that he can see through it. He knocks on the glass. We hear the sound come through loud and clear. Knock, knock, knock. The girl hears it too. She sits up, bemused, curious. She walks around an oval coffee table to the fireplace and peers up at the mirror. The clown jumps in alarm, arms and legs spread wide, mouth open comically. He darts to the left and then to the right, as if to escape the terrible beast that is a child. There's a titter of laughter in the crowd. He finally decides on a direction and pinwheels his arms there, stumbling as he goes. The little girl reaches up as if to call him back, but he's too afraid. She crosses her arms in a pout. Then she puts her hand to her face to think. It's impressive that she manages to convey her emotions through movement alone. We're too far away to make out her expression. A decision runs through her body, making her rigid. She reaches up for the mantel, but it's too high, even when she hops on one foot. "The chair!" some children call out. Clearly, they're used to climbing places they aren't allowed. She puts a hand to her ear, signaling that she heard them. Then she peers around the room. Aha! An oak finish accent chair, with the same striped upholstery as the sofa, sits beside it. She pushes it over to the fireplace and climbs on it. Her movements graceful, but also exaggerated, making sure every single person on the metal seats can see. My gaze flicks to them. Their attention is rapt. She isn't even flying through the air or breathing fire, but they are holding their breaths, waiting to see what happens next. It's a story, I realize. It's the story that's even more captivating than the feats they paid to see. She hooks one small knee on the marble and climbs up. She stands on the fireplace, bringing her to the mirror that hangs in the open air above it. It reflects the little girl's curiosity and her disappointment. She knocks on the mirror, which has become regular again. No magic. She reaches to the edges as if to find some hidden lock. Nothing happens. Then she pushes on the glass as hard as she can. There's a collective intake of breath. It might break. It might shatter. It might ripple with a magical light. One moment she's pushing with all her might. The next she's tumbling to the other side. She manages a smooth roll. The set pieces move on their own as the light shifts to the front of her, where a clown is panting in relief, leaning against a gnarled tree. Then he sees the little girl. He does a huge jump of surprise and runs deeper into the forest, the little girl chasing him. The entire scene goes dark. When the lights come up on the other side of the stage, we see a group of clowns working vigorously on something. One uses paintbrushes on what appear to be tall white flowers, making them pink and orange and rainbow-colored. Another uses a long roller to paint a tree trunk white and blue stripes. Rather than playful, they appear very industrious. Another clown appears, his clothes colorful, his shoes oversized. White and red paint cover his face. A rainbow wig sprouts from his head. Something about the way he moves arrests my attention. It's familiar. He holds a paint palette and a long, old-fashioned paintbrush. It doesn't look very practical. As I watch, he stretches up to attempt to paint the leaves. Unsuccessful. After that, he tries to climb up the tree trunk, only to slide back down, marring the blue and white stripes the other clown already created. The other clown begins waving his hands angrily, much to the amusement of the audience. The new clown points to the leaves, showing what he was trying to do. Then he attempts to climb on the old clown's back, which sends them both into a playful tumble. The new clown comes out of the roll and then lands splat on the floor. That's when I realize what's familiar about him. It's Travis with his lanky limbs. You can't see his pale hair or his blue-green eyes. but it's him. We met in kindergarten. Two awkward, nervous boys had sat at one of the low, round tables, not making eye contact. I'd plopped myself down. "We're going to be friends," I announced, and somehow it worked. Even then, at 5 years old, I knew something was wrong with my family. I knew people exchanged glances when my mother walked by in the grocery store. I knew my father came home angry more times than he didn't. I hadn't been afraid of those boys, though. Travis and Kyle and I had formed a friendship that lasted for a few years, until Kyle blossomed into an asshole and decided that Travis's gayness and my Asian heritage were a threat to his manhood. The clown version of Travis picks himself up and begins to stretch for the leaves again with his paintbrush. Meanwhile, the older clown goes back to painting the tree trunk. They're interrupted by the sudden arrival of the original clown from the mirror. He runs through the group, using his actions to illustrate alarm, his hand marking a space about 4 feet off the ground to indicate a child. This makes all of them jump in alarm. The paintbrush flies through the air, sending a spray of pink liquid in an arc. The roller gets thrown down. They all run just as the little girl arrives at the clearing, puzzled and alone. The light disappears again. Then the entire tent becomes clear, revealing a large net stretching across the ring. Performers wearing colorful blue and indigo feathers emerge from the wings. The first one soars through the air, holding onto a trapeze, making everyone gasp, including me. It's a simple enough trick to begin, but the focus on the ground, as we'd squinted and strained to watch the story unfold, makes the height and speed that much more impressive. Another aerial artist soars through the air. This time, he releases the bar and turns in 2 somersaults. The original acrobat catches them midair with grace and precision. The two fly around the tent, making everyone tense and gasp and sigh in awe. The spotlight finds the little girl, who's walking through this unexpected world. She looks on in amazement at the colorful birds swooping above her. I realize we're seeing what she does. Each act is another strange scene she stumbles upon, like the clowns painting the flowers and the trees. 1 minute, I'm alone, watching the show from my secret perch. The next minute, there's a presence beside me. Large, strong. It would be a threat, that size. But my soul recognizes the identity before my mind does. "Do you like it?" Logan asks. I imagine the people of Forrester didn't understand half of it. Metaphors and shit. They probably wanted something to blow up. That happens later. I can't help the small smile that it brings me, his dry self-deprecation. God, this man. Why does he turn me inside out? It's like he can see to the heart of me, and somehow, despite everything that's happened to me, he likes what he sees. I saw you convince Travis to come with you. He nods, keeping his eyes on the show, where tightrope walkers wear pink. Flamingos. They balance high above the ring with unwavering focus and agility. Their every step is a testament to their nerves of steel and impeccable balance. One dip to the left draws gasps from the audience, but it's smoothly countered by a sweep to the right. There are no accidents here. Only intentional risk as they navigate the thin wire with grace and precision. The reason why the circus came to Forrester was to see him, he says. I force myself to remain still and calm, keeping my eyes on the show, as if he's an unbroken horse who will spook if I move too quickly. To see Travis? Everything is part of the story, including alligators drawn with light projectors, snap their long jaws from the bottom. If a flamingo were to fall, they would be eaten. The little girl runs off one of the ledges, right onto a tightrope. Everyone gasps as she waves her hands out in a panic of balance.
My father was covered head to toe in tattoos. He was part of the freak show. People would pay money to gawk at him. He said he didn't care, but I know he did. I know he got his own form of revenge by fucking their wives and daughters.
By leaving his children behind?
He didn't care about consent. Come here, let me show you a tattoo in a special place that no one else has seen. He had tattoos on his cock. They must have hurt like hell to get, the needle piercing and piercing. Once he had them alone, it was too late.
I shiver at the visceral sensation. It almost feels like a memory I've experienced, instead of something someone described. The flamingos notice her standing there as she panics about the crocodiles waiting to eat her. One approaches her carefully. He holds out a light pink hand, and she darts her gaze between the strange flamingo and the terrifying crocodiles. Not much choice, she decides, taking the flamingo's hand. Then they're soaring through the air. The flamingo passes her to one of his friends, who passes her along. They're more playful than they need to be, passing her time and time again, sometimes having her do flips in order to reach her next destination. But in the end, she's nudged onto a platform. She whirls to face the flamingos, but they're already gone. Travis has never known who his father was. Even when we were young, he asked his mother, but she refused to tell him. Does he know why you asked him to join the circus?
I didn't want him to feel pressured. If he were happy in Forrester, he should stay.
No one is happy there.
Life in the circus isn't easy. It's not for everyone.
I give him a sideways glance. Is that why you didn't tell him? Or is that you didn't want to deal with the emotional fallout of having a new brother? A sharp glance.
Are you going to tell him?
Are you going to forbid it? He shakes his head slowly.
I told you because I wanted you to know. I wanted you to understand what I meant when I said that circus means family.
As the spotlight shifts, jugglers wearing red and white striped outfits take positions. They circle a game of croquet in which clowns use mallets on balls. The jugglers run through, wreaking havoc on the game as they steal the balls. They appear to defy gravity as they showcase their incredible hand-eye coordination, juggling 3, then 4, and then 5, and then 6 balls to the delight of the audience. Children laugh in amazement as the balls turn through the air. It's an incredible show. Seriously.
Thank you.
He sounds sober now, proud in a way that makes me proud. Because my opinion matters. My voice matters. At least when I'm with him. At least for now, comes a small voice. What happens when he gets tired of you? I strangle that voice in a swamp. Like Logan said, there were plenty of swamps where I'm from. Someone makes a gesture from the back, some movement, some small voice, and Logan is called away from me. He leaves without a word. It will always be this way, having to share his attention with the circus. It's not only a job, not only a business, of course. It's family. How different is the father from the son? I don't think Logan would ever force me, but even without that, his father fucked many women and left them when the circus moved on. The clowns, angered by the disruption to the game, chase the jugglers with their mallets. One appears with a firecracker and shows the other. They all become excited, using their gestures to indicate their plan. They arrange the firecracker on the ground, but nothing happens. One puts his hands on his hips. Another scratches his head. They wander around, looking at the firecracker. "Light it!" children cry from the audience. "Use a match!" One appears to hear them and produces a large match the length of a pencil. With a broad stroke of the match to the sole of his shoe, it starts a flame. Everyone cheers for the clown as he leans down with a dramatic flourish to light the firecracker. Rather than going in an arc toward the jugglers, it explodes in a spray of sparks that sends the clowns jumping for cover. They scramble away. One hides with his hands over his head on the ground only a few feet away, too scared to move. More laughter. Another presence. I turn to look at Albert, who's come to stand next to me, right where Logan stood. They have a similar height, a similar strength, and yet they are completely different. Like ice and coal, both solid, with completely different temperatures.
You should be in a seat, Townie,
he murmurs under his breath. Fuck you.
Just because you're fucking Logan doesn't give you the right to be backstage.
Why are you so jealous of who he's fucking? Is it because you want to fuck Logan yourself? A short laugh.
I don't begrudge the boss man some prime pussy, but I do have a problem with him bringing a townie along with the circus to do it. You're changing him.
Am I? Logan seems unchangeable, like his nickname for me, Sunset. You can't change sunsets. You're at their whims. Leave me alone.
I would, except I found him with you. When there was a problem, he was with you. Usually he's already fixing things.
Yeah, because the circus doesn't run itself. Maybe it should. Maybe you should all stop being such needy little fucks and do your jobs. A gleam in dark eyes threatens violence. I'm safe enough in the company of thousands of strangers, but how long will that safety last? Then, in a burst, the firecracker does burst into a tall arc, heading straight for a juggler who holds up one of the balls to protect herself. The flame lands on the ball, setting it on fire. I can't help but gasp along with the audience.
Cirque de Miroirs was a joke. It was a shitty little traveling circus with a fancy name under the last owner.
Gerald Monroe.
You've done your homework,
he says. The juggler hops on either foot, tossing the flaming ball from hand to hand, clearly in shock. She tosses it to another juggler who's still mid-juggle. He adds the flaming ball to his circle, which then sets all of them on fire. He tosses one of the balls to another, and another. Pretty soon, all of the jugglers are tossing balls that are on fire. There's a rush of laughter through the crowd as it becomes clear that this accident is part of the show. No, Logan told me, because he does more than fuck me.
That doesn't make this better. It makes it worse. See, we make more money this way. A lot more money. We have more food, more rest, more money than we've ever had before, and no one wants the gravy train to stop, especially not for a little bitch from Forster, Texas.
He stalks away from me then. The other guy who wanted to swear and spit at my feet seems safer than the charming fake smile and sly calculation in this one's eyes. One of the clowns rushes out with an oversized fire extinguisher, but when he starts to spray it, there's no water or foam. Only silly string comes out. Yards and yards of neon blue silly string cover everything. The audience roars with laughter. The show continues with fire breathers, sword swallowers, and other daring acts that have me holding my breath. It keeps the audience on the edge of their seats. I understand the saying more, the edge of their seats, now that I stand in the background, watching them lean forward, their butts scooting to the edge. The little girl appears in each of the vignettes as she wanders through the looking-glass world. Throughout the performance, the spectacle is heightened by dazzling costumes, vibrant set designs, and carefully choreographed lighting effects. The colors, sequins, and lights create a visual feast for the eyes. Even jaded as I am, I feel the stirrings of wonder. The little girl rubs her eyes as if she's getting tired. I'm shocked to realize that an hour and a half has passed already. It seemed both an endless delight and a handful of breathless seconds. She walks into the distance, a spotlight following her as she finds the original set of antique furniture. though this time she's behind the fireplace. She sleepily climbs up the back and through the mirror. It allows her to pass, shimmers, and then becomes a regular mirror once more. Magic. We see her both in person and in the reflection, as she climbs onto the long settee and tumbles into sleep in time with the playful music. Was it real or a dream? The percussion seems to ask. As the show nears its end, a man appears in the center of the ring. It's Emerson, the ringmaster wearing his signature tuxedo with a red velvet coat with long tails and a top hat. He has a dark, almost sinister smile. It matches the show more than if he was round-bellied and jovial.
Thank you all for coming to Cirque de Miroirs,
he says, his low voice booming as if it comes from the canvas walls.
You have seen but a glimpse of the magic behind the mirrors.
Logan doesn't say a word. He doesn't move, but I sense his awareness, his reminder. Somehow I blush anyway, remembering the glimpse I had behind the mirrors in the funhouse.
It contains both your deepest desires and your darkest fears, because, dear audience, the mirror isn't only under the big top. The true mirror is the threshold of your mind.
With a final burst of music and applause, the circus show concludes. People are slow to get up, laughing and discussing the feats they've just seen. There's a sense of awe on everyone's face. I would expect it on the 6-year-old whose face is sticky with dried cotton candy. I expect it less from the tired moms and distracted dads, who seem to have discarded their worries and their phones long enough to enjoy the show. But they look just as impressed. The circus has indeed been a mirror. Their hopes and their nightmares, the togetherness of their family contrasted with the solitary sojourn. No matter how quaint our living rooms, or how ornate our fireplaces, we all go through the mirror alone. Chapter 17. I'm getting good at this fortune-telling thing. I tell fortunes to groups of giggling little girls who got the money from their mother, to teenage couples and older men who proposition me. Even with my gray wig and voluminous dress, even without them being able to see much of my face, they offer me money for a blowjob. Logan doesn't act as my bouncer, but there is always someone outside who can throw them out. Right now, I'm giving my second fortune to an older gentleman named Firenze. He walks with a cane and a stoop in his back. He came last night and again today. I think he doesn't want a fortune. He just wants to spend money to talk to someone, which is kind of sad, but still better than the blowjob guys. He's told me about the squirrels who mess with his bird feeder and the mailman who rolls over his curb.
Do you think my wife can see me?
The question catches me off guard. But of course she does. She looks down from the stars. The stars, eh? Have you been thinking about the afterlife? He leans forward.
I want to speak to my wife before I go. It's been a long time.
The departed do not always wish to speak. Firenze pulls a $100 bill out of his pants pocket and looks at it thoughtfully.
Can you really talk to the dead? All I need is for you to pass a message. She doesn't have to say anything back.
Guilt gnaws at my insides. Here's this sweet old man, and I'm lying to him. It doesn't really hurt him. What else is he going to spend his money on? Birdseed? Still, it doesn't sit right. Then again, neither will being homeless.
Madame Galilee speaks to the stars. I trust you.
He hands me the money, and I tuck it away.
Please.
I do my hand-wavy thing around the crystal ball, turning my face up to the top of the tent, as if communing with the heavens.
I call to the spirits above. Open a passageway to this man's wife.
Allow her to hear his message. As if on cue, a gust of wind blows into the tent. Perfect timing, nature. He looks suitably impressed. She's here? Can you tell? I give a pointed look to the right. Tell her your message. She's listening. Maybe she is listening. If God and angels and heaven are real, which I doubt. If those things are real, I'm going to have a few choice words if we ever meet. He takes a deep breath, looking down, gathering himself. Then he looks up and toward the empty space in the tent where he thinks she is. Gloria, there's a lot I never told you. That I knew about your affair, for one thing. I keep my expression blank with care. After all, none of this is a shock to Madame Galilee. She communes with the stars. I know I had my own affairs, he says, but it's different for men. You knew that when we got married, or you should have. I couldn't abide by that, so I lost my temper. I never meant to hurt you. Him, yes. He deserved to die for touching what was mine. What happened with you was an accident. All this time, I thought you should know that. Fuck. You're not surprised, remember? Madame Galilee already knows this. Did she hear me? Yes, she fucking heard when you murdered her and her lover, you cheating son of a bitch. The $100 bill doesn't seem like enough for the nightmares I'm going to have about this seemingly sweet old man and his fucking bird feeders. She has heard the message. Forgiveness. That is another matter. He nods as if he expected that. Gloria had a hard heart. I wouldn't expect her to forgive me, but I thought she should know the truth. I nod in what I hope is a sage expression, instead of a murderous one. The truth has been revealed, but then, of course, Madame Galilee already knows. The stars tell all. When he leaves, I mutter to the guy outside, a thick-set guy named Vlad, that I'm done for the night. He nods and lopes off, his long strides eating up the dirt as the circus is in full swing. Hopefully, he still gets paid the full amount, even though I ended early. I'll have to check with Logan about that. But I can't bear the idea of giving out more fake fortunes, or hearing any more homicide confessions. My insides feel all quivery, as if I've just been in a life-or-death situation. And I suppose I have. I was just alone in a tent with a murderer. I'm not sure Vlad could really jump in and save me if someone was intent on hurting me. What if Firenze decides he regrets telling me about that murder? What if he comes back to the circus tomorrow looking for me? At least it's the last night. Maybe I can ask Vlad not to let him back in. Then again, he might not come as a customer. Is he able to sneak around with that cane and bad back? Then again, it doesn't take much effort to pull a trigger, and Lord knows there are enough guns in Texas. You're freaking out. Calm the fuck down. Firenze isn't going to come back and kill me. He probably won't come back at all now that he's revealed his deep, dark secret to the fake fortune teller at a traveling circus. I find myself drawn to the trunk again, to the false bottom, and the stack of drawings inside. They're waiting for me, untouched. They don't belong to me, of course. They belong to Alessandra, wherever she is. The more days that pass, the more I wonder whether she's really okay. Is she having a good time with cocaine and all the money she makes telling fortunes? If so, good for her. That might not be the truth, though. She could be dead in a dumpster somewhere, or trapped in some guy's basement being tortured. Some guy like Firenze, if he were 30 years younger. Fortune-telling never struck me as an especially dangerous profession, but right now, it seems like it might be. I turn the pages through couples in love, new babies, someone wearing a graduation cap. What are these? Fortunes that she envisioned? Hopes and dreams? Or are they somehow a record of people who might come after her? Proof for when she's harmed? And why the fuck is my portrait here? I pull it out again, trying to figure out whether it's really me. It certainly looks like me, with its almond-shaped eyes, dark hair falling in waves around my face. Only my lips look different, tilted in a peaceful smile. My features are unique in a place like Forrester, but they're not unique around the country. There are plenty of people who are mixed like me, half white and half Southeast Asian, features blending together in predictable ways. It's simple genetics. It may not be me. It doesn't even feel like me, at least not the me I am right now. I've never been peaceful a day in my life. Footsteps sound outside the tent. They're not coming from the front, like a customer or even Vlad. Instead, they're coming toward the back. My heart pounds. What if Firenze has come back? What if he's going to hurt me so I can't repeat what he said? He may be old, but I doubt he wants to spend his last few days in a prison. Texas still has the death penalty. I move away from the back entrance, heart pounding. They're coming closer. Definitely not just cutting through on the way to another ride or game. What the fuck? There's nothing I can use as a weapon, only pillows and some old pictures, old faded tarot cards, nothing I can use to protect myself. The crystal ball is the only thing heavy enough to work. I pick it up. It feels almost light with adrenaline running through my system. I hold it to my chest, my hands slippery with sweat. Someone ducks beneath the back flap. Panic tightens around my throat. I throw the crystal ball. The man moves in a blur, too fast to be Firenze, no matter how murderous his intent. A low masculine voice curses. The ball hits the heavy blue fabric against the side and rolls harmlessly on the rug spread over the dirt floor. "Fuck," I say to Logan. I'm sorry. He looks at the crystal ball as it comes to a stop under the table. Not the way I thought I would go, but ironic. It would make a good headline. Don't joke about you dying, I snap, my nerves still taut. His eyes darken with concern. Vlad told me you were done early. What happened? He means, who hurt you? And every time he asks me that, my heart melts a little more. A cold-hearted bitch turned into a puddle of girl crush. It's disgusting. And unavoidable. 2 fingers lift my chin. Sunset. It's become my pet name and a prayer on his lips. A sigh escapes me. I overreacted. His eyes darken at the admission that something did indeed happen. Tell me before I tell the exits to keep everyone inside. And do what? I want to ask him. Tears prick my eyes. I've never had someone give a damn. He didn't touch me, okay? Not like that. He just said things, and sometimes that's worse. What did he say? That he killed his wife. He has his hand in his pocket, pulling out his phone before I can finish. Wait, I think it happened a long time ago. A crime of passion when he caught her cheating. But he was also cheating. It's complicated and gross, mostly sad. We can call the cops. There's no statute of limitations on murder. I shake my head. Maybe. No. There's no proof except my word against his. That kind of situation usually doesn't work out well for the girl. His eyes darken. Experienced it before? You know I have, I whisper. He knows with the kind of certainty that few men have. Even though they see the statistics about rape and assault as much as anyone else, they are usually surprised when they find out it happened to someone they know. Logan shouldn't know me. We're strangers. But he seems to see more than people I've known my whole life. Can I kill them for you? The question comes out adorably earnest. Are you telling me you weren't behind my father ending up in the hospital?
That's not the same as dead.
Maisie texted that he's still there. A couple broken bones mean he can't go home.
Maybe he'll dry out while he's there.
No alcohol. Fuck. I didn't even think about that. Of course they won't serve a bottle of Jack Daniels next to bland chicken and Jell-O on a hospital tray, which means he must be giving the doctors and nurses absolute hell. I wonder if my mother is sneaking alcohol into his hospital room. Don't kill him, I say, taking a deep breath. I don't want that on my conscience.
It wouldn't be on yours. It would be on mine, which is already quite dirty.
Wariness heightens my senses, so I can smell the faint musk of an active man on a Texas evening. I can hear the laughter happening outside the tent. Why is it dirty?
It would be better if you didn't know.
Does it have to do with Alessandra? He frowns.
Has someone been talking to you?
The circus is small. People say shit. He turns away, but there's nowhere to go in the small tent. Thudded steps run by the front as children pass in a herd. With the front of the tent tied together and a small cursive closed sign, people know not to stop here. Finally, he faces me.
We have a history, me and Alessandra.
A sexual one. I try to make it sound casual, but it comes out wavery.
A dangerous one.
Tell me something true, I murmur. He gives me a sharp glance.
Something true is that she was hurt, and it was my fucking fault. Why do you think I didn't ask you to come with the circus at first?
You were trying to protect me.
She has a bad reputation, Sunset, and she leaned into it. This bullshit with scamming men, with luring them to motel rooms and tying them up, that's some shit she shouldn't have to do. She doesn't have to do it. But she does, because all that reputation shit, she started believing it.
She started believing it. Have I ever started believing the reputation about myself? Maybe. It got so tiring fighting it, like constantly swimming upstream. It became easier to let myself float down the river, straight to hell. It was easier to act like I'm slutty and rude and a million other things, rather than admit how much it hurts when everyone assumes the worst about me. Everyone except Logan Whitmere, apparently. Chapter 18. We spend a week in Lubbock before moving on to Albuquerque. Phoenix is the biggest venue yet. They unfurl games and rides I hadn't even seen yet. Late that night, after the fairgrounds had their soft open, before the first show of the town, there's a cast party. Only the performers can attend. I'm only allowed to come because Logan is the owner. He brings me like it's a date. Everyone looks at us when we enter like it's a date. Is it a date? I'm not sure. In part because I'm not sure I've ever really been on one. That's the irony of having a bad reputation. You understand more about what happens to lone women on empty country roads than you do what happens on dates. I'm wearing a dress. Does that help? It's something I picked up at a Target on I-10 as we crossed over the Texas border. A symbol of my freedom. There was no forense to make me look over my shoulder, no Kyle sneaking around the fairgrounds. Even my father's hospitalization began to take on a dreamy quality. None of it mattered anymore. I was free. Somehow Arizona would become my promised land. A promised land that includes scorpions, unfortunately. It seems each person has their own way of dealing with them. There's a spray, of course. They sell it by the gallon at a home improvement store with a little hose. Some swear by a tire iron.
Works just as well.
Others insist that a flamethrower is the best way to get rid of them. The land here is firmly desert, with scrub brush bursting through hard-packed earth. We arrive at the big top without any scorpion incidents, though covered in a fine mist of clay that seems to hover in the air. Dry. Everything is dry. My throat, my eyes. When we arrive, the party is already in full swing, with buffets of food laid out and an open bar. People smile and laugh. It looks almost wholesome, like a barbecue cookout happening at night. I stop in my tracks. Logan gives me a questioning look.
What's wrong?
They didn't have parties like these under Gerald, did they? He huffs a laugh.
What makes you say that?
Because I'm coming to understand you. I don't say that, because sometimes the truth can be delayed. It can't be put off forever, but it can wait. You started doing these so that everyone in the circus could stay safe, so they didn't have to go to wet t-shirt contests at local dive bars and end up on the side of the road. It's not even a question, because I'm sure. He nods, though.
It's not a guarantee of anything, but everyone deserves a safe space.
What about you? I ask him. Where is your safe space? He looks into my eyes without answering. Or maybe that is the answer, that steady gaze, the desire in it, the admiration. Fuck. The ringmaster comes over, clearly 3 sheets to the wind, his shirt tails hanging open, revealing a muscled chest. He slings one hand over Logan's shoulder and one hand over mine.
Where have you been, mon ami? The party has been in full swing.
His gaze goes to me, and a knowing smile turns up his handsome lips.
Then again, perhaps your party has also been in full swing.
I feel a blush creeping up my neck, but Logan pulls him away from me.
Ease up, Durand. Don't touch her.
The ringmaster clicks his tongue.
But she's so pretty, Logan, and so curious. Maybe she wants to be touched. She doesn't, Logan says firmly. And either way, you'll leave her alone. She's off limits.
Emerson cocks his head, sizing up Logan.
Is that so?
Emerson shrugs, turning to me again.
Ah, well, perhaps another time.
He saunters away, grabbing a glass of champagne from a table and leaving Logan and me alone. I look up at Logan, feeling light-headed. Is he always like that? Logan's expression softens.
He's harmless, just flirtatious.
Good to know. Next, we meet a group of acrobats who are sitting around an empty table, none of them eating. I imagine they all eat protein shakes and broccoli without respite because their bodies are ridiculous. The men are tall, with muscles that could grace a magazine. They use those muscles to launch themselves in the air and to hold the women, who are both slender and strong. Even in street clothes, their skill and grace cannot be denied. I hesitate, feeling out of place among the performers who have bonded over their shared experiences on the road. But Logan puts a hand around my waist and gently squeezes. It feels good to listen to them chatter, actually. It feels safe as long as I'm by his side. They are athletes, almost more than performers. They challenge each other. Nadia Sokolov trained as a gymnast in Russia. She even competed in the Olympics years ago. I get the sense that it's a dark story that required her and her husband Ivan to leave their home country. Their story isn't unique. Kendra and Abdi Mwangi were in track. Daniel and Camila Soto have done circus as long as the circus existed, in Spain. People come from all over to work at Cirque de Miroirs, and it makes me feel less alone. Though even here, among friends and laughter and alcohol, there is a separation. People married within their race, within their culture. I'm one of the few mixed people. Well, me and Kat. Her ethnicity is ambiguous, like me. She sits down at the table without saying a word, participating while holding herself apart. I feel a kinship in that moment.
Come now.
Ivan says in his heavily accented English.
Even Logan Whitmere can do a backflip.
Other acrobats pick up the challenge, and he sets down his drink. Logan shakes his head.
You don't want to see that.
Oh, come now, Nadia says. Will I spot you? Logan looks around the group, watching them all with amusement.
Fine,
he says, grinning now.
Let's do it.
The acrobat's clearing a space. He takes off his suit jacket and hands it to me. I clutch it between my hands, holding it close, wishing he wouldn't try this. What if he gets hurt? He stretches his arms, once, twice, flexing muscles beneath his white shirt. Then, with a short, hard run, he pushes onto his hands and spins around, landing with relative lightness on his feet. The acrobats cheer and applaud, and I can't help but join in. Logan turns to me, grinning, and I feel myself flush with warmth.
What do you think?
He asks in a teasing tone. I hand back his jacket. You can stand in for the little girl, maybe, I say, pretending to be unimpressed. The one who climbs through the mirror. That's about it. He laughs as he puts on his jacket. The other acrobats take his movement as an invitation. Soon they're doing forward flips and back flips, agile and quick, even tipsy. This is their idea of fun, I think. The way other people dance at a party. The acrobats perform daring feats. They move away from the tables so they have more room. Half of the people go with them. Others settle into the chairs around the table. Logan turns away to speak to a couple of people I recognize as jugglers, which means I'm facing down a table full of strangers. The circus is so big, we can travel for miles and miles without knowing half the people here. In a way, it's even bigger than Forrester. Kendra smiles at me.
What did you do before you started telling fortunes?
My stomach gets tight, but I force myself to smile. She's only asking because she doesn't know, not because she's mocking me about my midnight bike ride to Logan's RV. I was a barista.
She's still a barista.
Kat's eyes flash. They're a changeable color, sometimes blue, sometimes green. Sometimes, when she's angry, which she usually is when she's looking at me, they're almost gold. Her position here is temporary and has far more to do with Logan than the fortune-telling tent. Tension vibrates through the air. Kendra's smile is frozen on her face. The Sotos share a look. I force a smile. She's not wrong. As they say, I'm only here for a good time, not a long time. Then I take my leave, blindly walking away. I stop to murmur to Logan that I'm grabbing a drink. He gives me a concerned look, but he's absorbed in a heavy conversation. I hear the words miscarriage murmured as I leave, so I know he can't break away. That's a good thing. I need a moment to breathe on my own. I head toward the bar where one of the clowns serves drinks. There is no paint on his face or rainbow-colored wig on his head. We've never met, but he gives me a big wink.
What'll it be, beautiful?
Whiskey sour. He makes the drink with a heavy pour. I push a tip into the jar. Drinks are included, though I'm sure that Logan has a strict policy of cutting people off if they get shit-faced. It's unnerving getting to know someone this well, especially considering I've only technically known him for a couple weeks. There's a cluster of tables placed in the back that haven't been used. Wolfgang Albrecht is there in the shadows, nursing a drink and watching the festivities. His eyes meet mine, and he gives me a small nod of acknowledgement. He's acknowledging that we're alike in this, both outsiders in this world of acrobats. And perhaps we both have secrets we keep hidden, things we left behind in our past lives. I take a sip of my whiskey sour and try not to think about the things I left behind, the life I had before I met Logan, before I started telling fortunes to the circus goers. It's a different world, one that I'm not sure I can go back to. But can I really stay here forever? A hand suddenly lands on my shoulder, making me jump. I turn to see Emerson, his dark eyes gleaming in the low light.
"Come play with us, little fortune teller,"
he says, pulling me toward Wolfgang. I try to resist, but his grip is strong. Whiskey sour spills onto my hand. I don't want to interrupt. He laughs.
"Wolfgang needs to do less of that brooding bullshit. Besides, he loves Logan's playthings, don't you, Wolfie?" "Fuck off,"
Wolfgang says, pushing the ringmaster away. Emerson gives an exaggerated bow and then wanders away to cause more mayhem.
"Sorry about that,"
he mutters, handing me a napkin. I clean off my hand. He's annoying.
"Charisma. That's literally all he brings to the table. Unfortunately, it's also the only requirement for the job."
"Yes, well." A faint smile.
"You don't have to say it. I know that I bring no charisma. There's only one skill required for my job, and that's accuracy."
"I've never seen your show. I think your stage is on the other side of the big top from me."
"I could show you now. You could be my volunteer from the audience. I'll put an apple on your head and throw a knife through it."
I glance at his drink. "Maybe when you're sober." He tilts the glass for me, as if letting me sniff.
"Water. I'm always sober."
"Is that why you're sitting back here, like the designated driver for the entire circus?"
"Something like that."
Wolfgang throws back his water.
"Half the people in this tent think that Logan killed her and left her in a swamp in Forrester, Texas."
I stare at him aghast, as Logan's words play in my head.
"The bruises on your neck make me want to track down those assholes, beat them to shit, and drown them in a fucking swamp. I'm sure you have swamps around here somewhere, right? Most small towns do."
Then why the fuck would they work for him? Even as the question leaves my lips, I know it's stupid. I didn't work for Bart Reinhardt because I believed he was a good person. I did it to pay the bills, to survive.
"Circus is a mercurial business,"
Wolfgang says.
"Jobs are never a sure thing. Acrobats might break their legs tomorrow. Business might dry up in favor of newer, flashier things. We used to compete with concerts and sporting events. Now we compete with everything on the internet. Logan is one of the few owners who keeps up with the times."
"Like putting the animals out to pasture." He snorts.
"More like health insurance, so the broken legs can be fixed. There are other improvements. More production value, better music, stronger costumes. He invested a bunch of money in a drone light show that will debut next month."
"And a new temporary fortune teller." A faint smile.
"That too. Come, little fortune teller. I'd like to throw knives toward you and miss."
Chapter 19. Emerson performs his regular duties as announcer for our impromptu demonstration.
"This particular sideshow is called the Art of Mixing Drinks, where our master knife thrower, Wolfgang Albrecht, will slice fruit for our many cocktails and drinks."
He holds up a lime, which he retrieved from the bar. He tosses it into the air, along with an orange and a lemon. He juggles them with surprising ease, revealing that he could be in the show, not just announce it.
"And we have our lovely volunteer, whose nerves of steel will be put to the test as steel travels 30 miles per hour toward her head."
"You don't have to do this," Logan murmurs. It definitely sounds worse the way Emerson describes it. Then again, he's going to hit the fruit, right? He said he wasn't drinking.
"He doesn't drink. He also doesn't miss. But that doesn't mean you need to volunteer. Someone else can do it. Or they can throw knives at fucking objects like they're supposed to."
"Is that what he does in the show?"
"No,"
Logan says, sounding reluctant. "I want to see it the way it happens in the show." This is how I end up with an orange sitting on my head, both my hands out, palms up, each holding a lime and a lemon. I'm about to be covered in citrusy juice, which will be infinitely preferable to being stabbed with a flying knife. Everyone in the tent has gathered around us, abandoning their meals and their games to watch this unfold, to watch me be the pincushion. It only occurs to me as I stand there, feeling the bumpy peels of the fruit on my palm, that I might develop a reputation this way. Isn't this how it happened at home? A little daring, some small defiance, and then, bam, I'm the town slut. Oh, and a dark night I try not to remember. But I push those thoughts away and focus on the task at hand. Wolfgang pulls a knife from his boot. I half expected him to use one of the small paring knives that the bartender used to slice the fruit. Apparently, he came prepared. I wonder if he's always prepared. He tosses the knife into the air. It turns in fast, glinting circles above him before landing firmly in his grip. His mastery of the weapon gives me heart. He would cut himself if he wasn't skilled. He tosses it a couple more times, and I realize he's doing more than warming up. He's got the crowd in his grip. They're almost silent now, watching, waiting, breathless with anticipation. He doesn't need charisma, because like he said, he has accuracy. He faces me. I can feel his intensity as he grips the handle of the knife and takes aim. My heart races as I wait for the inevitable impact. The knife whizzes past my head, slicing effortlessly through the air and embedding itself into the orange resting on top of my head. Then the weight is gone, disappearing in an instant. I hear the tumble and splat as it falls to the ground behind me. The crowd erupts into cheers and applause, but all I can hear is my own pounding heartbeat. Wolfgang steps forward, plucking the knife from the orange with ease. He turns to me, a smirk gracing his lips.
Not bad,
he says.
but can you make it a little more challenging?
Throw it, Logan says from the audience. I look at the lime in my hand, and then back at Wolfgang. I toss it into the air. It's an easy toss. The knife catches it before it's even a foot away from my hand. It plunks against the wall we're facing and rolls unevenly away, the knife making it wobbly. He pulls a third knife from his pocket. Good Lord, how much armor does one man have? You want a challenge? I ask, and the crowd laughs. Performers appreciate a performance. Wolfgang gives me a mock bow, as if threatening me to do my worst. Close your eyes. His lips quirk in a smile, and I see how a man this hardened might actually be handsome if he lightened. Then again, a man who throws knives for fun probably never gets very light. He closes his eyes, and I raise my hand holding the lemon. You can only open them when we get to 0. Now, count with me. There's laughter from the audience, but they're game. 3, I say, and only some of them join in. 2, comes a louder count. On 1, I throw the lemon far up into the vaulted ceiling of the tent. Dark eyes snap open. They zoom in on the burst of yellow in the air. His aim is too quick to even see. Then the blade flies through the air. It catches the lemon and lands directly in one of the wood poles holding up the material. The scent of citrus fills the air. Everyone claps, but I'm only interested in Logan. He grabs me in his arms and spins me around, his green eyes sparkling. Beautiful sunset. The show is over, but my blood still pumps through my veins. I feel strange, almost euphoric, like I could do anything.
Adrenaline will do that.
I've felt adrenaline before, but this is different.
It's the good kind of adrenaline.
Ah, I say with a laugh. That kind. He leans down to murmur against my temple.
People usually feel good after an experience like that. They want to drink or dance or fuck. Which one do you want, Sienna?
I pull back, surprised to feel that I'm already wet. Apparently, having knives thrown at me is a turn-on. Who knew?
Danger is an aphrodisiac.
Take me back to bed. I don't know how we managed to say goodbye. There is a blur of faces and excuses and knowing smiles. Then we're moving through the fairgrounds. It's a long walk to the RV, and neither of us has the patience. He pins me against a concession stand, kissing me so hard I'm breathless. He feels like an iron rod through our clothes. I wasn't the only one who got turned on watching the knives sail toward me. We stumble past the Ferris wheel, which stands like a silent sentry, past an undulating roller coaster shaped like a serpent. We stop again at the carousel, using the ticket booth to hold me up as he kisses me, deeply, endlessly, forever. No, I have to remember. This isn't forever. It just feels like it, because it's not only sexuality that infuses his touch. It's intimacy. It's affection. He kisses me like I matter to anyone, like I matter to him. I break the kiss, my heart pounding in my chest. His eyes are filled with impossible intensity. It feels like I might burn to a cinder from the way he looks at me. Terrible truth spills from my lips. I wish this night could last forever. There's understanding in his eyes, indulgence, because even in his protective beneficence, he knows that's not possible. He doesn't lead me to the RV to fuck me into oblivion. Instead, he hops the low fence that guards the carousel. He holds out his hands to help me over, but I ignore him and jump over it, probably flashing my panties to the owls and ring-tailed bobcats in the darkness. The carousel is still and silent. Some animals high, some animals low, mid-motion. The big pirate ship that turns people upside down and then back again has a clear stopping point. The carousel doesn't ever stop. It only pauses, like the circus, I suppose. There's a horse with a feather headpiece, a zebra in a three-piece suit, a giraffe that disappears through the top of the carousel. There are even a few benches with tall backs, adorned with lights and jewels, probably for mothers to hold small children. Even here, there are mirrors. They line the center of the carousel in tall, reflective stripes. They must look psychedelic when this thing moves, reflecting the lights and the laughter, children riding animals. Perhaps it moves fast enough that the mirrors become like those little flip books we made as children, as if the riders are animations instead of real people. I climb the platform and stroke my hand along the flank of a regal orange and black striped tiger. His mouth is open in a perpetual roar. You said there were no animals in your circus. He looks aroused beyond measure. Climb on. Heat streaks through my body. He doesn't mean the regular way, with my legs straddling the animal on the elaborate saddle. He means sideways. It takes a little bit to hop up. I'm too short. His hands grab my hips, and he puts me there as if I weigh nothing. He touches me, but I'm already wet, already slick for him. There's not much foreplay this time, but no, that's a lie. This entire evening was foreplay. Watching his show of strength with the backflip, challenging the knife thrower by throwing the fruit in the air. This entire evening has been leading to this. Me sitting on a roaring tiger, him between my legs, still taller than me with his feet flat on the platform. A zip of his pants, and then his cock nudges the head of my sex. Sunset. Sunset is over. It's long past. We're deep into the night now, stars high above us. Sunset isn't a time or a place. It's me. It's inside me, and he's asking for entrance. Yes, I breathe. He pushes inside me. I flinch at the fullness. It's been so long. All right. He's holding himself still inside me, his body trembling with restraint. I make him tremble. Move before I kill you. A soundless laugh, and then he's thrusting inside me, the friction creating an unbearable ache, arousal and pre-cum mingling together, easing his way. When he goes deep, the base of his cock bumps against my clit, making me moan. My fingers claw at the smooth, glossy animal, but I can't find purchase. I'm in the air, floating in a twirling space of desire. The carousel moves, not in reality, but in my mind. It spins me through need and need and need. It's a delicious feeling. I wrap my legs around his waist, needing more of him. Harder, I gasp, but he's already slamming into me, the entire platform creaking as he lifts my body off the tiger with each thrust. The pleasure is too much, too full. I'm so swollen, I'm aching. The power is too much. I cry out as orgasm crashes through me, hard and hot, leaving me shaking in its wake. "Logan," I gasp, and he thrusts harder, hitting the same spot over and over until my orgasm is less a peak and more a plateau. I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him down for a kiss. He's not finished with me this time. Thank God. I'm hot and wet, and his fingers are pressing into the base of my spine. He pushes me against the tiger, using it for leverage as he fucks me. He's trying to hold back, but the sounds coming out of him are desperate. "You're close." "You get off on it, don't you?" he gasps, knowing I'm this close to losing it. I'm about to reply when he slides out of me and spins me around. He pushes me over the tiger with hard, desperate movements. I clutch the edges of the saddle, but it's no use. I'm too high off the ground. My feet dangle above the platform. Then he's inside me again, fucking me, using me, taking what he needs. Finally, I'm ready to be used by him, by Logan Whitmere and no one else. Then he's gone, leaving a terrible emptiness. His mouth replaces his cock, making me gasp. He licks me from behind, making me moan and buck on the animal, as if I'm really riding a wild tiger, as if I'm being mauled to death and loving it. He pushes me, relentless, to the edge of orgasm, and then stops. I moan my protest. "More." "Yes, more," he says, squeezing my ass with hard possession. "Always more, always yes. You'll take whatever I give you, won't you?" It sounds like dirty talk, but there's an undertone of sadness, of grief. It's going to take him away, I think, from this moment, from arousal. I look back at him, and whatever he sees in my eyes pulls the last vestiges of sanity from him. He thrusts back inside me without preface, without concern. There's only masculine want in the way he slams into me, his cock filling me, stretching me, before leaving to plunge back in again. Triumph arcs through me as his hands grip my hips, holding me still for his cock. Then I close my eyes for the ride. He fucks me like this moment will truly never end, like he has forever to thrust and thrust. He reaches underneath me to pinch my clit, and then I'm coming again, gasping with my head facing down, watching us in the slender mirror of the center as he roars through his climax, surely leaving marks on my hips that I'll trace for days, not with shame, but with pride. Chapter 20. The circus wakes late in the mornings. I wander through the backyard, which is what they call the part of the circus unavailable to the public. There's a clear distinction in the circus between performers and operations. Performers get the prime locations, presumably so they can make their showtimes. Though operations arguably work longer hours, they get shoved to the back. The RVs get smaller back here and house multiple people. Some people sleep in their trucks or cars. A couple of massive RVs owned by the circus house bunks for anyone who doesn't have their own vehicle. This is where I should have stayed, if I wasn't sleeping with Logan, if he wasn't pulled in by my sob story, as one of the men pointed out. These RVs also serve as the cafeteria, which feeds anyone who wants to eat. I may sleep in Logan's bed, but I insist on eating the food here. It's free and surprisingly good. Much better than the slop they served at Forrester Elementary.
Beef or chicken?
Says the cook without looking up. Chicken, please. He hands me what looks like chicken enchiladas, complete with a spice that smells very spicy. The first time he asked me that question, I assumed he would spoon a pile of mush onto a paper plate. Instead, I've gotten tasty coconut curry, onion-topped pierogies, and a gyro topped with some kind of creamy sauce. I've had a wider variety of food in the past 3 days than I've had my entire life in a small town, where barbecue and meatloaves reign. It does come on a paper plate, though. It's a little rectangular dish curved up at the sides, the same one they use to serve corn dogs and corn chip pies in the fairgrounds. I imagine the circus gets a good deal on these, seeing as they use about 100 a night. I take a bite while I'm still standing right at the window of the truck. Henri pretends not to watch me, but I notice he's fussing with the stacks of paper trays and styrofoam cups. The sauce hits my tongue first, with both spice and tang. It makes my eyes water in a good way. Then the chicken hits, cooling down my tongue. It swallows with a subtle depth. These are the best enchiladas I've ever had, I announced to the man who's studiously not listening to me. As usual, this makes him glare at me. His name is pronounced the French way, he told me the first time we spoke. Henri. He speaks with a French accent that makes everything sound better, including insults.
Are those the only enchiladas you've ever had?
Of course not, I say, even though I'd never had curry, pierogies, or gyros before. They serve them at Taco Bell 24 hours a day. Henri's face turns red. He emits a stream of rapid-fire French that sounds like he's cursing me, my mother, and every person who ever created fast food. I walk away with a smile on my face. He's the closest thing to a friend I have in this place, which is saying something. Something bad, that is. Some people glance up at me from the picnic tables, but no one offers me a seat. To some, I'm Logan's whore. To others, I'm a temporary fortune teller who will be gone in a few weeks. Either way, they're not interested in meeting me. I wouldn't mind talking to Emerson Durand or a few of the other performers I've gotten to meet, but most of them don't frequent the food truck. Like Logan, most of them cook in their RVs or get takeout. From across the way, I spy Albert. He makes the motion of a finger slitting his throat, and I hide my shiver. I throw him a middle finger and look away. It doesn't stop my heart from pounding.
Get the fuck out of here,
snarls a man beside me, and I jump. He kicks toward a small dog who runs in a beige blur away from him, circling the tables, his mouth full of food he stole. A stray, like me. I turn away and trudge back toward the performers area where Logan's RV is, using the plastic fork to take bites of my meal as I go. Someone dumps their tray into a big metal drum trash can as I pass. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone lanky with pale hair get up. I put my head down and keep walking. Ignore. Sienna. I wince. What the fuck is he doing? I walk faster. Sienna, wait. Travis runs to catch up with me, which only makes the dog take after him. He's barking, but he's keeping his distance. He's a little thing, liable to get kicked if he gets too close. I'm surprised such a small stray can survive in this broiling dry heat. Leave me alone, I tell Travis. Wait, please, listen. I'm sorry about before. I turn and face him, this person who was once a friend. We were children. What the hell did we know? It didn't matter then that he was gay and I'm half Indonesian. It didn't matter that Kyle liked sports and monster trucks, because we didn't care about differences back then. What the hell do you want? I try to sound angry, but it just comes out tired.
I don't know. I wanted to talk to you.
I wave my fork. So talk.
I didn't mean what I said when you were helping me. I was embarrassed.
Yeah, so stay embarrassed and leave me the fuck alone. I turn and start walking away, but it doesn't do much good. Travis falls into step behind me. Little pitter-patter sounds on the dry earth tell me the dog is following too. I have a whole goddamn entourage.
Do you like it?
He asks.
It's kind of spicy. I'm drinking a shit ton of water.
But you figured I would like it? I ask, my voice sarcastic. I only brought Nasi Jingo to the cafeteria once. My mother made ground meat and rice, wrapped them both in a banana leaf, and tied them up with string. It formed a compact meal, much like a sandwich, only it was shaped like a pyramid instead of flat. That was when Kyle and Travis and I were still friends. They were no match for the assholes, though, who were bullies back in kindergarten and twice everyone else's size. The assholes grabbed it from me when I pulled it out of the brown bag I'd carried it in. They tossed it between each other, playing keep-away, making me the monkey in the middle. Kyle had pushed asshole number 1. A fight had broken out. 2 noses were bloody by the end of it, and I went hungry for the rest of the day.
Don't give them a reason to hate you, Travis told me.
After that, I always punched my free lunch number into the little black box to get whatever they served on the plastic trays. It hurt that my friend hadn't backed me up, but I didn't know then that he had his own parts to hide. He shrugs.
You always liked Taco Bell.
Don't tell that to Henri. He hates fast food.
To who?
Henri, the cook. Travis looks at me sideways.
He's always shouting at people.
Yeah, well, I'm used to shouting. I guess you could say it's my love language. A short laugh.
I don't talk to a lot of people here, actually. Just the other clowns when we're working on the sets. I'm glad you came too.
I sigh, turning to face him. The dog stops just behind us, giving me a mournful look. He has the wide, glassy eyes of a chihuahua, but longer hair that says he's mixed with something. A mutt, like me. We aren't friends, I say to Travis. We were once, but that was a long time ago. Now, you don't know anything about me, notwithstanding my enjoyment of Taco Bell. And I don't know anything about you. We're strangers.
Sure,
he says easily, not taking offense.
But we could talk. We could be friends.
I shake my head. You were the one warning me not to come.
Because I didn't want him to fuck around with you.
I suppose that's what he's doing. Fucking around. Why do you care?
I don't know.
Maybe he wants to fuck around with you, too. Did you think of that? He snorts.
Not likely.
He could be bi.
He could be, but anyone who looks at him looking at you knows he's into you.
That makes my face feel warm. I attempt to hide my awkwardness by shoving another piece of enchilada in my mouth. The spice makes me even warmer. I asked him about why he went to Forrester. He said the circus means family. Travis's expression doesn't waver, which means he doesn't know about their relationship. I couldn't be sure, even if Logan said he didn't tell him. I take a deep breath. Did your mother ever tell you about your father?
All she told me a long time ago that my father traveled for work. I assumed that meant he sold vacuums door to door, or whatever they did back then.
Do you ever wonder if he had a family? If he had more kids like you? Ones he left in small towns around the country? He stops in his tracks.
Why the hell are you asking me that?
I'm just trying to figure out if you'd want to know. Pale blue eyes burn like ice.
Of course I'd want to fucking know.
I'm not sure I would, I whisper. Would it help me feel less alone, knowing someone struggled as much as I did? Or would it just emphasize how isolated we all were?
Sienna, tell me what the fuck you're talking about.
Logan is your brother. That's why he came to Forrester, to find you, to see if you were okay, to offer you a job if you wanted to leave. What the fuck? So when he says the circus means family, he means that literally. Fuck. Don't be mad at him for not telling you. He's just skittish about commitment, emotionally unavailable. 100 other red flags I've been willfully ignoring, trying to help. He runs a long-fingered hand over his face.
I'm surprised, but I guess also not surprised. It had to be someone, and someone from a circus makes more sense than a vacuum salesman. Not that I can imagine my mother going to one.
I'm not going to tell him that his father wasn't particular about consent, that he lured women to a private place with the promise of showing them a special tattoo. I don't care what you do with this information, but I figured you had a right to know. Hey, he says, touching 2 fingers to the outside of my wrist. Thank you. I yank back. Don't. I'm not about to forget years of you pretending like I don't exist just because you're bored and lonely now. That's fair, he says, his eyes as sad and expressive as the dog who still watches me. With a sigh, I set down the paper tray, which is still mostly full of enchiladas. The dog waits until I back up out of kicking range, which breaks my heart a little, even though I would have sworn I didn't have a heart anymore. That muscle should have stopped working a long time ago, but it just keeps pumping. The dog eyes us with suspicion and then, giving in, he digs into the food with gusto, his little snout pushing its way through the delicious red sauce and corn tortillas to the chicken, which means I'll be hungry the rest of the day, like the day I brought Nasi Jingo to school. It feels better this time, though, because this time I don't have to hide. It's great that you found your circus family and all that shit, but I'm not part of it. I'm the temporary fortune teller, and I'm gone as soon as I make enough money. He frowns, his pale eyebrows furrowing. I notice a small piece of white paint in them, a tiny version of the dry flakes of dirt beneath our feet.
And go where?
Anywhere.
It wouldn't be safe.
I snort. First you warned me away from Logan. Now you warn me not to leave?
I don't think he'd hurt you.
There's enough hesitation in his voice that I know he means that kind of hurting. The kind with fists. The kind my father did. Everyone in town knew it, but no one cared enough to do anything about it. Except for my mother. She defended me sometimes. Took those blows instead of me. If you ever get the chance to leave, Sienna May, leave. Don't worry about me, and don't look back. She sacrificed herself, really. My father would have beaten her half to death once he discovered me gone. Maybe all the way to death. Instead, he ended up in the hospital, unable to hurt anyone. For how long? Would he wake up one day? Would he come after me? I'm not stupid. He's 12 years older than me, rich enough to own an entire freaking circus, boss to hundreds of people, able to travel anywhere he wants. And if he ever gets tired of that, he can go relax on the nice farm that has a bunch of retired lions and bears if the stories are to be believed. What possible interest could he have in me? I hold out my hands so he can take a good look. The sudden movement makes the dog jerk back, but when he looks up to see me standing like a scarecrow in the middle of a desert, he goes back to eating. Travis just stares at me, looking solemn. He wants to fuck me because I'm young enough to still be pretty, right? Tell me the truth, Travis. After all, he's your brother. That's what I want to tell him. You must know him better than I do, even if you just found out about that. Tell me that he just wants to fuck me and then dump me. Stop, he murmurs. I laugh, a harsh sound. He's going to drop me as soon as he gets tired of me. But guess what? I don't care. I'm ready for it. I'm saving every fucking dollar I make, telling people whatever they want to hear. I've even learned who the easy marks are, the ones who will pay extra to have me do a sage cleanse on their spirit. A little spiritual spit and shine for the low price of $20 cash in hand. So I won't need him or you or anyone. I know you don't, he says, surprisingly fierce. You've never needed me, or Kyle. That was obvious when you were 5 years old, leading us around the playground. We were both half in love with you, and scared of you. Why the fuck are you telling me this? I don't know. So you can see yourself the way I see you? You're telling me that the only two people who were ever my friends, the only two people I ever thought were my friends, were only with me because they were scared of me? No. Yes. Pale blue eyes flash. I used to envy those eyes, his paleness in general. All of it seemed so much more interesting than straight hair, black eyes, bronze skin. You're pushing me away because you're pissed at me. I deserve that. I turn away, shaking my head. He wants to play the victim. Or maybe I want to play the victim. I can't really tell. Or maybe neither of us is playing a part. Maybe we were both actual victims of the lead pipe of small-town judgments. We're not in Forrester anymore. We're in the circus, but we're still battered and bruised from before. Travis doesn't follow me as I make my way home, but the dog does. Logan is somewhere else working on circus business. It doesn't run itself, after all. When I open the door, cool air rushes out, turning my sweat to icicles. I lean against the door and knock my head back. What the hell am I doing here? This isn't a plan. This isn't a life. Running away with the circus isn't an actual strategy for life. A whine comes through the door, then a scratch that vibrates through my back. I close my eyes tight, so tight that a tear leaks out. More scratching and whining. God, this place already feels too much like home. But that's a lie. It isn't. I don't belong in this beautiful, austere space any more than the stray dog does. We're mongrels, both of us. Outcasts, reliant completely on the mercy of beautiful strangers. Whimpers make me shudder in the cold air. Fuck. Logan's dishes are simple and white. They feel like ceramic, heavy and glossy, but they don't break easily. One fell on the tile floor and survived. I grab a bowl and fill it with water. Wait. I use the fridge to add a few ice cubes. The dog's eyes light up when he sees me. I put the bowl in front of him on the shaded step and slam the door in his face. Then I slide down to the floor, elbows on my knees, head hanging down. Silence on the other side of the door. Maybe the dog left. That would be for the best. The circus means family, but it isn't very interested in townies. This is their gravy train, as Albert called it, and they don't want to share. Chapter 21. The last customer leaves at midnight. I count the day's take and add it to the rest of what I've saved. A few $1,000. More than I ever would have gotten working at the Coffee Bean. Vlad lifts the front flap. You good? Very good. A few of us are heading into town to hit a bar. You want to come? The question stills me. It's the first invitation I've gotten from someone in the circus. They're including me. Unless they want to take me to a country road and... No, they wouldn't. Perhaps I wouldn't put it past Albert and Mikey, but not Vlad, who clearly has a healthy respect and at least some fear of Logan. This is a real invitation. I don't relish the bar scene, but it would probably help if I got to know these people, if they got to know me, the real me. That would be a novel experience. Yeah, I say. Thanks. Are we going now? Meet at the parking area in 20 minutes. I nod. Thanks. He departs to get ready. I wonder what Vlad looks like when he's dressed up to pick up women. Does he wear the same navy blue dress shirt and dark scowl? I'm sure some people are into it, in a rough, intimidating kind of way. Like he might fuck them or interrogate them, depending on his mood. Or both. I pull out my phone to text Logan. I wonder if he wants to come. He doesn't usually go out with the group. That's partly why he has those after parties. But those are only once in a while. In a way, it would be better if he didn't, so they could get to know me without his shadow. There are a few missed text messages from Maisie. She sends me updates every other day about life in Forrester. It makes me miss her, but not the town itself. She also sends me updates on my father's condition, which has been stable, but he hasn't left the hospital. Before I can open the new messages, my phone rings. It's a number I don't recognize, but the area code is Forrester. Who would call me from there? Hello? I ask, half expecting to hear my father call me a dirty whore on the line. Sienna. Her voice sounds shaky. Mom, where are you? Are you okay? She's not usually awake at midnight. Did he hurt her? Is she doing her own version of a bike ride middle-of-the-night escape? I'm at the hospital. Your father, he died. My heart stops. Breathing stops. Everything stops. He's dead. The boogeyman from my nightmares. The person I fear most in the world. He can't follow me here. He can't hit my mother again. Nothing. I should feel relief. Instead, I feel empty. As if it's his anger that gave my life meaning. How? I whisper. They said his heart. It was weak. He never went to the doctor. Too much red meat. Too much red meat didn't break his bones. Even if it was a heart attack that took him, his injuries had to be part of it. I don't know how to feel. I've spent so much of my life running away from him, and now he's gone. I want to cry, but there are no tears. Only a numbness that I can't shake off. My mother is still talking, but her words fade into the background. All I can hear is the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Finally, I managed to speak. I'll come home. No. Maisie told me about your new job, your new life. You shouldn't be alone. Bessie O'Rourke is here. She's been spending time with me at the hospital. Bessie? I know she said things before, but she's been helpful. Don't trust her. That's what I don't say. Except I don't know if she can trust her. Maybe she changed after learning the truth about her husband, after taking a step back from the grind of the rumor mill. Maybe people can change. That's a terrifying thought. Could my father have changed? What would it have taken? Too late. Too late. A heavy sigh. I know I should be more sad. The truth is that I'm not. You don't have to be sad, I say, my voice fierce. He hurt you. He hurt me. He hurt everyone. Will you be okay, Sienna May? Yes, I say, but that's a lie. I'll call you again in a few days, once we have the funeral arrangements. I hang up and stare at my phone for a moment. How ironic. My mother feels like she should be sad, but she isn't. I feel like I should not be sad, but somehow I am. The invitation to the bar suddenly feels like a distant memory. I can't go out and pretend like everything is okay. Not after this. Not after all the years of abuse. Will I go home for the funeral? Maybe. No. Do I need to go home and face my demons? Do I need to say goodbye to the man who made my life a living hell? Grief roils in my stomach, along with something else that's a surprise. Anger. Not anger that he's dead. Anger that he was killed. Murdered. I know how silly it is to care about justice for someone who was evil. Logan was only protecting me. No, that's not quite true. I was already safe in his trailer when he sent his men after my father. That wasn't protection. It was revenge. It might not even have been revenge for me. It might have been revenge for Alessandra, for that country lane years ago, for all the women who've been hurt and the men unable to defend them. I open the antique trunk and pull out the sketches again. The couple getting married, a woman holding a baby. Who are these people? Her customers? There's a small box of charcoal pencils. I take one out, along with a fresh sheet. Moving the crystal ball to the side, I spread out the paper and begin to draw. Logan's features are sharp and defined, his eyes narrow and calculating. I capture him in the moment just before he sends his men after my father. There's no regret, no hesitation in his expression. He's a man in control, unafraid of the consequences of his actions. It's an unsettling image, but I can't stop. I add shading to his jawline, to the muscles in his neck. The charcoal moves across the paper, smudging and blending until Logan is a shadow on the page. I'm not just sketching his features. I'm trying to capture the essence of who he is. The sharp angles of his jaw, the intensity in his eyes, the slight curve of his lips. The lines blur and smudge as my hand shakes with emotion, but I keep going. It's as if I'm trying to hold on to something that's slipping away from me, something that's been slipping away from me for a long time now. He doesn't usually come straight back to the RV once the circus closes. It takes an hour of, what, organization? Accounting? I have no idea what he does. Circus business. Which means I don't know where to find him. Why do I even want to find him? What will I say when I get there? Accuse him of murder? Or beg for comfort? I suppose I'll figure it out when I get there. The operations trailers are closed, the food wrapped up tight. Everyone has either gone to their homes or joined the group heading to the bar. That reminds me to pull out my phone and text Vlad. I have his number from coordinating our work times. Can't come out tonight, sorry. Backing out probably won't help my popularity, but there's no way I can face a random crowd in my current mood. I peek into the big top. The stadiums are empty and swept clean of stray popcorn and pretzels. This is where the party was that night, but there's no buffet tables and bar out tonight. Only the antique living room set from the show, the fainting couch and clawfoot chair, the wooden coffee table with its artfully placed books, the stone fireplace, and Logan. He stands behind the fireplace, his elbow propped on the stone surface, right where the mirror would go if it hung down from the rafters. His white dress shirt has become rumpled throughout the day, sleeves rolled up. He looks lost in thought. I'm only a few yards away when he notices me. "What's wrong?" he asks, immediately sensing my mood. Good. Then maybe he can explain my mood, because it's a mystery to me. Got a call from home. My father died in the hospital. Silence. His lack of expression strikes me as careful. How do you feel? That's the question, isn't it? I take a seat on the fainting couch, as if I'm at some old-fashioned therapy session, with an audience of thousands of ghosts. I don't know how I feel. Angry, sad, hurt, relieved, confused. He nods as if feeling that many things is normal. Maybe it is. How do you feel? I ask, because it was his order that landed my dad in the hospital. He understands, of course. Not sorry. He could have killed you, or your mother. What if he could have changed? A pause.
Society would say that's the goal, but I don't agree. He still deserves death for what he put you through. You were his child.
I would dream about it sometimes. Him dying. A lumber accident. That's what it usually was in my head. Someone calling the house to say a bunch of logs fell on him. Even in my imagination, death was instant. In my imagination, he didn't suffer.
That's because you're a good person.
The undertone in his voice says, as opposed to himself. He told me once that he was from bad stock. I told Travis about his father.
What did he think?
He said he was surprised, but also not surprised. I hesitate. I didn't want to betray your trust, but I thought he should know. He's been wondering about his father since he was a kid.
Maybe wondering is better. Our father is the worst part of us.
My brows draw together. You're nothing like him.
Aren't I? I've taken advantage of you night after night.
There's a big difference. I consented.
Yes,
he says, faintly mocking, circling the fireplace, coming through the looking-glass in essence.
You, with your multitude of options and resources, your college fund and your backpacking trips through Europe. You had so many other choices than to hitch a ride in my bed, didn't you?
Shame heats my cheeks. That's not why I fucked you. A shrug.
I don't suppose we'll ever know.
I know, and I'm telling you. If you believe in my right to consent, then it goes both ways. If I'm allowed to say no, then I'm allowed to say yes. That makes him smile.
God, you're mesmerizing. I knew I wouldn't be able to resist.
That's why he didn't want to bring me. I study him, this handsome man, this man who I know intimately, this stranger. He is the tiger on the carousel, in perpetual roar. He is the mirror, reflecting all of it back to the world. He's the crystal ball with its unknowable smoke secrets. He comes to stand by the couch.
You're right. He deserves to know. You're also right that I didn't want to tell him because I didn't want to deal with the emotional fallout.
I have to look up at him. Are you angry at me? The drawing captured him well, his physical features, his determination. I'm not sure charcoal can completely describe the guilt that haunts him, though.
No.
I understand it better now, I tell him. The thing about circus means family.
Do you?
It doesn't mean your family is always right, or even good. It means you protect them. You defend them against the world, no matter what.
Are you angry at me?
He asks. Am I angry at him? Yes. Angry because he had a hand in my father's death. Angry because he wasn't there to do it sooner. It's a wild anger, irrational, feral. I reach up and unbuckle his belt. He puts his hands on my shoulders. Not to stop me, to pull me closer. I'm not sure I forgive you, I say, unzipping his pants, pulling his cock out. It's already hard and heavy in my hands, impossibly hot.
I'm not sure I forgive you either, he says, for making me want you this bad, for making me desperate and hungry and fucking primal when I think about your pussy.
What about my mouth? His breath catches as I close my lips around him. He lets me explore him, his eyes closed tight. The expression on his face is pure bliss. He doesn't mind, even if I'm angry at him. Is the caress of my tongue a reward or punishment? Maybe both. His voice is gravel.
Your mouth feels like heaven.
I don't answer. I don't think he really expects me to. I take him deep, sucking his cock, running my tongue along the thick vein that runs the length of it, doing my best to make him feel all the things I want him to.
God, Your mouth is so good.
He thrusts his hips forward. I try to allow my throat to open, to let him in. It's difficult because he's so big. He crowds me back so I'm on the cushions, knees on either side of my head, his hands on the backs of the couch for support. He doesn't say anything. It's not necessary. He's already pressed deep in my throat when he pushes back, then slides out to the tip, then back down again. He's done this so many times for me to suck his cock. He knows just where to place it and how to angle it. I submit myself to him, to the warm tickle of hair at the base of his cock, the hot hardness and the sensation of power. I don't take him deep. I don't make him come. I do what he wants me to do and wait for his mercy. He thrusts deeper, faster, faster. The tip of his dick touches the back of my throat. He pulls back.
That's good, Sunset. Good. But do you know what I want?
My voice has become a rasp. What?
The truth.
I push him away. I would take his cock in my throat, but I won't take his demands for the truth. He pulls back, falling beside me. He doesn't look awkward with his cock hard. Of course he doesn't. He's magnificent. And I'm just a girl with a sad story. Why now? I whisper.
I've wanted it forever. If you would give me that kind of pleasure, that kind of trust, then what I want isn't a blowjob.
A blowjob would be easier to give. A self-deprecating smile.
I was lying, of course. I also want the blowjob, but I want this more.
He seems to sense that I need comfort. One moment I'm lying back on the fainting couch. The next I'm held in his arms, snug and warm in the center of the ring. This is where the story starts, where the little girl is bored, where she notices the clown in the mirror, where she disappears into another world. That's what I did, isn't it? It's nothing original, I tell him. Nothing new.
Ah, Sunset. It's always new. Every time hell is put on earth.
A tear runs down my cheek. I wipe it away with an angry gesture. He puts his hand over mine, stopping me from wiping away more.
Let them come,
his hand says with a squeeze. And maybe he's right. Maybe I need to cry after all this time. I thought Kyle was my friend. I force myself to take a deep breath. No, he was my friend. I couldn't imagine that. For years we were close, the three of us. Me, Travis, and Kyle. The three musketeers, our fourth-grade teacher called us. Then we grew up. I got breasts. Kyle got into sports. Travis started theater class in middle school. We drifted apart, but sometimes when we were together, it felt like we were still best friends. Memories flood my mind, whispering secrets in the treehouse, playing at the lake. Now those memories feel like a dream from which I had a brutal awakening. The betrayal didn't just hurt. It shattered my trust in people. My dad is a bastard, but everyone knows that. I never believed he cared about me, not for one single minute of my childhood. There's some security in that, you know? Trusting that people are who they say they are.
He's not worth your tears,
he murmurs, his thumb tracing circles on the back of my hand. It was 9th grade. We all had to take some kind of communications class. Travis took drama. Me and Kyle, we did speech. We would sit together. It felt like old times, but different, you know? I had these breasts. He looked at me different. One day, he asked me to go to the bathroom to make out. I keep thinking, what if I'd said no? What if I hadn't gone? It was stupid to do it. I wanted to be cool or something. I wanted my friend back.
It wasn't your fault.
Wasn't it? Well, we got there, and he wanted more than a kiss against the wall. He wanted me to go into a stall and get on my knees. He wanted me to... I can't finish, but I don't have to. Logan gets the drift. He curses.
I'm sorry that I...
No, that was different. Don't let them taint what we do together. His eyes darken.
Them?
He'd made these other friends. I call them asshole number 1 and asshole number 2. They were bullies back then. They gave Travis a hard time for being gay. They gave me a hard time for being half Indonesian. I couldn't believe he'd made friends with them. In fact, I didn't believe it. When they first came into the bathroom, I thought they were there to bully us both.
It was planned,
he says, his tone grim, as if such a plan happened to him. Kyle told me that he couldn't stop them from telling the whole school about what I was doing, that all I had to keep them quiet was to suck their dicks. They'd each get a turn. I was terrified, shaking. I'm shaking now, even years later and sitting in Logan's lap. I wanted to fight them, but they were so big and strong. There were 3 of them and 1 of me. They said the threat was about telling people, but I knew. I just knew it was about hurting me. They blocked the exit to the bathroom with their bodies. There was no way I could get out.
Don't blame yourself, Sienna. Those bastards knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I give a harsh laugh. So I did what they wanted. And of course, what a surprise. They told the entire school anyway. I was labeled the town slut after that. His hands tighten. Only when I wince does he gentle his hold on me.
I'm going to kill them.
I've given them plenty of hell ever since. They haven't once cornered me since then. And even if they did, I know now that I'd let them murder me before I'd do what they say.
You were fighting like a Valkyrie, he says. No one could fault you.
Some people could, I say with a ghost of a smile.
Those people don't fucking know. They don't know about your choices, or the fact that you didn't have any. They want to believe it was your fault so they feel safe in the world.
The world isn't safe. I learned that night. His forehead meets mine.
I wish I could change that for you.
He wants to change that for more than me. This entire circus is his own little world, made safe with playful artistry in the shows and circus-sponsored cast parties. It's a valiant attempt, but it won't actually work. That's the painful truth of it. The world isn't a safe place, which means the circus isn't either. We only have the illusion of safety. It's all just smoke and mirrors. Chapter 22. It's our last night in Phoenix. A storm rumbled in late in the afternoon, blowing women's skirts up and making the heavy tent fabrics ripple. Only a few drops of rain dot our faces, a relief of cool against the heat of the day. It's the wind that really rages. A lone baseball cap rolls along the desert ground like a tumbleweed. The little red flags at the peaks snap like fingers. Families with small children head toward their car, but plenty more couples and groups of teenagers stay in the fairgrounds, their eyes alight with the kind of exhilaration that only comes from danger.
Danger is an aphrodisiac.
My cheeks flush, remembering what Logan did to me that night, what I did to him. Vlad peers inside.
They may be shutting down.
I step out and see what he means. Heavy storm clouds bear down on the circus. Even if people want to stay, it may not be safe. I've never been more aware of the fact that they build tents. Tents. They're by their nature temporary, even if they are reinforced with steel and thick rope.
The rides are off,
someone shouts at another. A group of teenagers head for the parking lots. If the rides are off, no one wants to hang around. A loud crack of thunder claps so hard everyone ducks. It's an opening of the gates. Rain comes down in a thick pour, coating everyone's faces.
I should go help,
Vlad shouts.
Will you be okay?
I'll close up the tent. Go. He hesitates.
He will not like it if I leave you alone in the storm.
I roll my eyes. I'll be fine. Promise. Reluctantly, he turns away and disappears through the downpour. Sometimes my description of Logan as a cult leader isn't that wrong. We pray at the altar of the red and white striped tent. A hard ripple of the blue constellation pattern fabric hits my side. Okay, girl, I say, pulling the front flaps closed. I've got you. There are ties in front to keep it closed. I tie them tight so nothing inside goes flying out. I put some of the looser items, the tarot cards and the small pillows, back in the trunk. Even opening it for a few seconds makes the pictures at the bottom flap in the wind. God, the wind must be 20 miles per hour now. That storm came through fast, which means it might be gone just as quickly, but not before it does some damage. Once the fortune-telling tent is closed up, I head outside, where it's pure mayhem. The other tents around me look closed, and I see most of the circus people helping to move everyone safely to their cars. I help a little girl retrieve a teddy bear she won, so she stops fighting her mother. There are a few stragglers, but the big issue is the crush at the exits. The rides are all at a standstill, their lights still blinking, but barely visible in the thick rain. I make my way through the crowds, trying to help where I can. The rain is so heavy that it's hard to see more than a few feet in front of me. I've never seen a storm like this in my life, and I'm praying that everyone manages to get home safe. Suddenly, I hear a loud crash nearby. There's a game where people use a giant hammer to whack a bell, which sends a slider to the top. If they reach high enough, they can win a prize. The entire tower of the game has toppled over. That makes people scream. It starts a frenzy. People run, bumping into each other, not able to see where they're going. I hurry over to help, but it's hard to see. I can't get close enough to see if anyone was hurt. Then Logan appears, so in command that the rain almost parts for him. He's shouting orders and pointing people to safety. He's like a beacon in the storm, and I find myself drawn to him. I make my way through the crowd, pushing people aside when necessary. Finally, I get close enough to see that Logan is comforting a young woman who looks shaken. Her boyfriend is with her. "Let me call help," he says, the sound of his words carrying over the roar of the storm. She shakes her head. "I'm fine." "I'll get her home," her boyfriend says, nodding to Logan in thanks. Then they're off, joining the stream of people. There's now a heavy mud that slows everyone's progress. It's slippery, making people unsteady. This could turn bad. I realize that as I see a teenager fall hard on their ass. He's laughing, along with his friends, but someone could get hurt. Logan is in full command mode. "You have a ride?" he shouts. They turn to him and immediately sober, sensing his authority even if he doesn't wear a sign proclaiming it. His confidence is the sign. "Uber," one shouts, holding up his phone. "Go," Logan says, and they scramble toward the exit. Years ago, there was a fire in the Lloyd's barn. I'd been sleeping over at Maisie's that night. We rushed over when we saw the flames. They got most of the animals out, except a sheep who brayed so loud and sharp in its final moments, I had nightmares for months. The moment comes back to me, along with something familiar. A scent? A sound? I look around and gasp. Smoke rises in a dark spiral from the big top. "Fire!" Logan curses. "Get back home." For a second, I stare at him blankly. Home. Forrester? No, he means the RV. That isn't my home, but this isn't the time for that conversation. I'm coming with you. No. Everyone else in the circus is helping right now, from the people who sell concessions to the people who take tickets. I even see performers outside directing people. We're all hands on deck. I can help. No, you can't. And I can't do shit if I'm watching you, so get the hell inside, now. That's an order. An order. Like we're in the army. Fuck. I don't want to obey him. It's a bullshit order. But I also don't want him to waste one more second arguing with me if people need help. I hope the tent was mostly empty. The huge surge of people earlier implies as much. Fine. Yes. Go. He looks torn, like he wants to pick me up and haul me back to his RV and lock the door. But he turns and runs, because the circus comes first. It should. It's full of innocent people, strangers, and family. The crowd in the fairgrounds has thinned out. Almost all of the attendees have gone. The circus folk run toward the fire. God, I don't want to be useless. How is there even a fire in the rain? Wouldn't it get put out by the downpour? Then again, the tent itself might be blocking the water, protecting the flames. Fuck. What could have happened inside? An electrical fire? Something knocked over in the wind and a stray spark? My stomach drops. What if it wasn't a piece of equipment? What if it was one of the fire breathers, the jugglers? What if they're hurt? The thought makes every muscle in my body seize up. I barely know their names. We've only met a few times, and yet the idea of one of them hurt makes my breath catch. The circus means family, and I'm starting to feel like I'm part of it, which means I can't go back and wait in the RV like a good little girl, no matter what Logan wants. Neither will I run into a burning tent, because I'm not stupid. I don't want to risk making a bad situation worse. A bark catches my attention. What the fuck? The little dog is barking, not at a person, but at the storm itself, baring its teeth to the darkened sky. It's the same dog from the food truck, the one who looks too incredibly small to survive on its own in a fucking desert. It's shivering, both from cold and fear. Hey there, don't take on the storm. I hold out my hand so it can sniff me. You're going to get blown away. The dog growls at the storm, backing into me so that I can protect him. Or maybe he's standing in front of me so that he can protect me from the storm. Either way, I'm screwed. I can't leave him out here in this weather. God, it must be clocking 30 miles per hour right now. As fast as the knife that Wolfgang threw at me. The papers and other debris flying around the fairgrounds would hit him as hard as that knife hit the orange. I pick him up, holding his soggy, shivering little body against my side. Maybe I will go back to the RV, if only to get him safe and dry. He shivers in my arms. Hang on, I tell him. I know a place, somewhere warm with food. I tuck him close and hunch my body over him, but it provides little shelter. I head toward the back where the performers park. On the way, we pass the rides area, which should be empty. It is mostly empty, except for a few people standing at the Ferris wheel. The metal cars rock heavily in the wind, back and forth, going in all different directions. Men stand at the base of the Ferris wheel, shouting and waving their arms. Shit! Is it possible that someone was left in the Ferris wheel when the rides were stopped? That they're currently at a car at the top? That would be terrifying for anyone. It's hard to imagine such an oversight happening, but the storm came as a total surprise. Visibility is shit. Chaos has reigned. I glance back toward the big top, where smoke still puffs from the top in hard gusts. Everyone went that way to save the tent. I quicken my pace, my heart racing in my chest. The dog in my arms whines, his little body trembling. Suddenly, a gust of wind hits us and I stumble, almost losing my grip on the dog. I grit my teeth and keep moving, my eyes fixed on the ride. I find the men who were putting up the fortune teller's tent the first day, Mikey and Albert. Not my two favorite people in the world, but a crisis is no time to be particular. There's also the ringmaster. He shed his top hat and his coat, but still manages to look debonair, even as the wind whips around him, raindrops pressing the white of his shirt around lean muscles. "What's going on?" I shout over the wind.
"There's a kid," Emerson yells. "She's stuck up there."
"Why?"
"She climbed up," Emerson yells. "Thought it would be fun in a storm. Now she's too freaked out to climb back down."
I look up at the swinging metal car. The angle and the solid metal frame make it impossible to see inside. I imagine a little girl huddled beneath the steel bench. "Where are her parents?"
"No fucking clue," Emerson says. "But I ain't going up there. Afraid of heights."
Christ. Why can't we turn the ride back on? Albert gestures toward the machinery.
"Don't have a key for one thing. They turned all the power off when the storm got bad for another. No one should have been back here."
"Then how can we get her down?"
"I'll climb up."
I didn't particularly like Albert, but I have to admit he's got balls. "It's going to be 30 feet high and slippery and wet."
"No choice,"
he says, kicking off his boots. I watch in horror as he begins to climb up the Ferris wheel. The wind howls around us, almost drowning out the sound of his breathing. Every time a gust of wind hits us, I can see the metal cars swaying even more violently. If this gets much worse, the girl might bump her head inside there. Albert's a solid 5 feet off the ground when the accident happens. He slips and hangs, dangles, while I gasp and shout. Nothing. There's nothing I can do to help. It happens in slow motion. He grasps the metal bars, but they're too wet in the rain. Then he falls, landing hard on the metal platform. "Shit! Are you okay?"
"It's my foot,"
he says through gritted teeth.
"It took the weight."
"I'll go find the key." It will take forever to run across the fairgrounds and figure out who has it, but it's the only way.
"No way to get the power back on," Mikey says. "Not safe."
Albert looks up at the swinging car. They're painted bright blue and orange and yellow. That particular one is green.
"She's been real quiet. I hope she didn't get knocked against the walls."
That had been my thought. What am I supposed to do? Sometimes I feel ancient, having seen and heard and experienced too much in 19 years. Other times, like now, I feel my youth keenly, my inexperience. I have no idea how to save a little girl from the top of a Ferris wheel in a storm. But I have to try. The circus means family. I'm part of that family now, whether they like it or not. "I'll go up."
"No,"
Albert says immediately.
"It's too high."
Mikey. "I'm good at climbing." That's true, at least. I set down the dog and decide to leave my shoes on. I left the costume in the tent, so I'm down to cutoffs and a cami again, which are currently drenched. Albert tried to go up through the middle, the most direct route. It also has the widest gap between the bars, which is partly why he slipped. If I go around the side, it will be harder and take longer, but the more slender bars will be easier to hold. You can do this, I tell myself, even though it sounds like a lie. It sounds like something crazy people tell themselves before they end up on the news. Girl runs away to the circus, only to crash to her death. The dog whines, but I can't worry about him right now. I'm too busy trying not to fall to my death. My fingers are slick with rain, and the wind is making it hard to find a good grip. But I climb. one hand over the other. I keep moving until I'm halfway up the Ferris wheel. I might have kept going. I might have, but something, whether instinct or fear, compels me to look down. And I see the glint in Albert's eyes, the curve of his lips. I'm far away now. The rain makes it hard to see. I might be misreading his expression, but I don't see any pain. He's standing. Of course, people who hurt their feet can stand. I know that. It doesn't have to mean anything, except that it does. Every instinct inside me is screaming that this whole thing is some sort of crazy setup. I glance up at the rocking car. I've never seen a girl peek her head over the top. That made sense when I thought she was terrified. But what if she's not even real? Still, can I just go back down? What if she is real? A jolt, a shudder. I slip down a foot before getting a new hold on the bars, except they're not staying still anymore. They're moving. The Ferris wheel is moving. I look down, shouting, frantic, but Albert has his arms crossed. Mikey is wearing a shit-eating grin. This was definitely planned. I'm between cars right now, heading up. My fingers scramble against the metal. I'm sliding down, down, down. It's like one of those poles they have in fire stations if it was 3 stories high and zigzag. It feels like I'm in the mirror maze again, everything distorted and duplicated. The world isn't real, but there are no exit signs. There's no Logan to come up behind me, to hunt me, to catch me, to save me. When I'm at the top, the Ferris wheel judders to a stop. I hang there from one hand, my other slipping and sliding over metal, failing to find purchase. Did they really do this so I would fall and die? That seems extreme for someone who's fucking their boss. Then again, he did give me the throat slit motion at the food court.
See, we make more money this way. A lot more money. We have more food, more rest, more money than we've ever had before. And no one wants the gravy train to stop, especially not for a little bitch from Forrester, Texas. Money is a good motivator. People have gotten killed over less. How the hell am I going to get down? I can't. That's the answer. I'll most likely plummet to my death. The best thing I can do, I realize, as I move across like they're monkey bars, is get into one of the cars. The bottom halves are made of solid metal, but the tops only have a few bars across, so people get a good view when they're at the top. Which means if I can get close enough, I can slip inside. The dog is barking again. Not at the storm this time. He's barking at Albert. Mikey kicks the dog, but misses. Barely. The dog runs around in circles, but it's only a matter of time before they get him. "Leave him the fuck alone!" I shout, but the wind whips away my words. I barely hear them. There's a loud crack of thunder, and the Ferris wheel shakes violently. I cling to the bars with all my might, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, I think I'm going to fall, but then the wheel steadies again, and I let out a shaky breath. I pull myself toward the car and manage to slip inside. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze my way through the bars. I collapse onto the seat, trying to catch my breath. There's shouting below, and I look down to see that a couple of the other circus members are running this way. And Logan. My heart thuds in relief at the sight of him. Thank God. There's shouting down below, too far away for me to hear, too far away for me to contribute. A creak, and then the Ferris wheel moves again. It seems to last an eternity, the click, click, click of the machinery as it takes me down to the bottom. 1,000 children have taken this ride. Couples have made out on this metal seat, which is currently slicked with water. I'm not sure any have been as terrified for their life as I've been. But it's over. It's over, I tell myself,
repeating it as if that can make it true. My legs barely work when I try to leave the car. Logan catches me, hauling me out. His expression is furious, and I feel nothing but sweet gratitude. I fought his protection for so long. I doubted it. I pretended not to need it. But now I can finally acknowledge how badly I needed someone to protect me.
What the hell were you doing?
He demands, and I shiver. He's not angry at them. He's angry at me. Albert has a solemn look on his face. Mikey looks pissed off, which is just his normal expression. The other people standing around look worried and angry. Why the hell do they think I went up there? They said there was a little girl stuck up there. Logan shakes his head.
You think they don't check?
I don't know. Frustration raises my voice above the storm. I don't know anything about your fucking safety protocols, but they said there was a little girl at the top. Emerson said so. Though I don't even see him now. Albert tried to climb up, but he fell down, so I went up.
And just decided to take a breather in the car?
A couple of circus folk exchange dark looks. I see Travis, looking worried, and Kat, the expression on her pretty face opaque. They shake their heads and walk away, because the show is over. The prime pussy that the boss has been fucking just proved that she's insane. Nothing to see here, folks. Just a girl with a bad reputation. Chapter 23. He drives me off in his RV, his movements brisk and impersonal. There's nothing of the private intimacy we shared in the bedroom before. I realize I've been crying. Salty tears coat my lips. It tastes like a mistake. He's gentle as he wraps me in a blanket. He's also a stranger. The dog shivers at my feet with his own wet blanket wrapped around him. His dark eyes look up at me, pitiful. We're both pitiful. The ringmaster told me someone was up there. My teeth chatter, but I can't seem to make them stop. I couldn't see anyone, but the wind was making the car stop. It wouldn't have been safe. He said she climbed up. Then Albert tried to climb after her, but he fell down. He spears me with a look of quiet disbelief. Gone is the man who pinned me to the antique couch in the middle of the big top, demanding my throat, demanding truth. This is someone who wants nothing from me, someone who has nothing left to give. It reminds me of when I ran away from my dad, except he appears even more stern now. This time, he's not mad at my dad. He's mad at me. I'm telling the truth. I won't beg. I won't beg. I tell myself that. But the truth is that I might. I won't fucking beg because I did nothing wrong. He sighs.
Then why wouldn't they turn on the ride to bring her back down?
They said they didn't have the key. It was only when I was halfway up that they turned it on. They wanted me to slip.
They said you wanted to experience the Ferris wheel in the storm, that you asked them to turn it on, but they refused.
They're lying. He's silent, damningly silent.
We have safety protocols, Sienna.
I'm Sienna now, no longer his sunset.
They've kept us safe through hundreds of storms.
They were trying to get rid of me, Albert and Mikey. They were both doing it. They told me I was changing you. I was distracting you. That they wanted things to go back to the way they were before I was in your bed.
They said all that while you were hanging in the air?
No, they said it before, when I was watching the show, when I first met them. He's looking at me like I'm deranged. I sound deranged. Doesn't matter that it's the truth.
Listen,
he says, his voice painfully gentle.
I know you've had a tough time, that you've learned not to value your own life, that you want excitement, even. But I can't risk the safety of the circus.
The circus means family.
If you could only admit it and apologize and promise not to—
Promise not to what? Try to save a little girl in a storm? That's what you want me to say? I didn't go up there for fucking fun. Nothing was fun about being up there.
I want to believe you.
Then do it. Believe me. The world is full of men who don't believe a word that comes out of my mouth just because I have tits. It's full of men who think the worst of me just because they want to fuck me. He runs a hand over his face.
If it were only Al and Mikey, I don't know. I don't want to think they're fucking around about this, but it's not only them.
They were the only people there.
Kat was there. She's the one who came and got me after the fire. She said she saw you boasting that you could get to the top, that she told you not to. It wasn't safe.
Oh, fuck. She turned on me. Emerson wants me gone. For whatever mysterious thing happened last time Logan brought a townie woman to the circus. Albert and Mikey want me gone so they can keep their gravy train. So does she, if for slightly different reasons. She thinks I'm taking her mother's place, even though I'd stand the fuck aside if her mom showed up. Maybe even in a twisted way, it feels like if she kicks me out, her mom will come back. It doesn't matter why, but I'm thoroughly screwed. I don't have any proof, I whisper. Only my word. He swallows hard, then shakes his head. Tears prick my eyes. I thought you were different.
I always knew you wanted risk and danger, Sienna. I know it even now, the way it means something to you, proving your independence. I get it, but I can't risk the circus.
I'm not a danger to the fucking circus.
I'm sorry.
God, I'm sorry. There's so much meaning encapsulated in those two words. What could have been? A dream ending. Goodbye forever. The circus means family, and I'm not really part of the circus. Don't blame yourself, I say, repeating his own words back to him. Those bastards knew what they were doing. Well, they did. Again. He shakes his head.
I know this is hard.
You don't know shit. They want to believe it was your fault, so they feel safe in the world. You said that, and you were right. You want to believe it was me, so that you only have to kick one person out to make your circus feel like a safe little haven. But it's a lie. I shouldn't have expected anything else. People don't stick up for me. Not really. It seemed like Logan did, but he just wanted some of that prime pussy, like Albert said. I lift my chin. I'm not going to apologize for something I didn't do. Kick me out. Put me in the fucking hospital, whatever you have to do. Reluctance darkens his handsome features.
I'll get you airfare back to Forrester.
I snort. Don't bother.
Sienna.
Does it seem like we have an airport? If you flew me into Houston, I'd have to take a bus anyway. It would be my first time on a plane. Besides, I can't leave him. Logan looks down at the dog. He opens his mouth as if to ask a question, then closes it and shakes his head. No questions. You have to care to ask a question. I turn away to hide my tears.
You don't have to go back, you know. You can go somewhere else. Anywhere else. I'll give you money.
You'll do absolutely nothing, Logan. You control the circus and everything in it, and you've made it clear that doesn't include me. The storm left as quickly as it came, much like the circus itself. The rain stopped. The wind died down. Even though it's the middle of the night, there's an eerie light hanging beneath the stars. I can see the school, and beyond that, convenience stores, motels. This isn't like Forrester, where there's nothing around. I'm leaving the same way I came, with the clothes on my back and my phone. One more thing. I also have the money I've been saving. That's a thick wad in a small, cheap wallet. I pick it up, along with the shivering dog, and open the door.
Wait until morning.
And sleep in your bed? Should we do one last fuck for old time's sake?
Sienna.
You can't tell me what to do. You lost that right when you proved that you're just like everyone else. The words would pack more power if my voice didn't break. I don't want to cry as I'm leaving, but if I stay, I'll cry anyway. There's no avoiding it. I head into the night, and Logan, for all his protection, for all his worry and his truths, watches me go. He disappears as I head down the dirt road. Dirt turns to gravel, which turns to concrete. The school is dark, but there is other life in Phoenix. The streetlights cast an orange glow on the empty roads. I walk for what feels like hours, the dog shivering in my arms. I'm exhausted, both physically and emotionally. But I can't stop. I need to keep moving. Businesses start coming slower. Then I'm walking on an empty road. Shit. Thirst tickles my throat. I'm basically in the middle of the Sonoran Desert. Far away, I see Picacho Peak, which used to be a volcano. I've heard there are Mexican poppies around the verdant land, but here there's nothing but rocks. The occasional cacti juts from the ground like a giant middle finger. I can't pretend like I didn't see the red flags, his commands, his secrecy. Somehow I knew not to trust him, but my foolish heart insisted. It made me care against my will. And now I'm paying the price. The price is a hard pit in my stomach. It's an ache throughout my body, more painful than the bruises my father ever gave me. Finally, I see in the distance a rundown motel. The neon sign flickers, spelling out vacancy. It's not the Hilton, but it'll do. I head toward it with intention. At least my feet will stop aching. An engine roars behind me. I weave deeper into the desert so I don't get clipped at 60 miles per hour. Except the car doesn't speed past me, leaving a tornado of dust. It comes to a screeching stop. My heart thumps with hope. Logan, Logan, Logan. I whirl, but it's not Logan who steps out of a truck. It's Kyle. My heart drops. Naturally, he's flanked by the assholes. They have me cornered. I back up, but there's nowhere to go. It's not a wall of bricks against my back, like last time. It's an endless expanse of desert instead. Miles of openness, waiting to dry out my body and let it feed the carrion.
You're a cold bitch, Kyle says, keeping me on the string just to hop town when I turn my back.
I didn't keep you on anything. He smiles. It's a charming smile, which makes a shiver run down my back.
I'm done being patient, sweetheart.
The word sweetheart feels wrong. I want a man who calls me sunset. A man who looks at me as if I'm blue and purple and pink roaring across the sky. That man sent me away.
You were always going to be mine. Didn't you know that?
Damn him. I feel a tear roll down my cheek. Because I did know that. I knew that I was destined to rot in Forrester like one of my mother's china dolls behind glass. How did you even find me?
The fucking circus posts on the internet. I wasn't sure you'd gone with them after that bullshit with your dad. Thought maybe you'd hopped a bus like you used to talk about. Then I see a video of you getting knives thrown at you.
Fuck. Someone must have been taking a video at the party and not have known it would put me in danger. Or maybe they did know. Maybe that was the knife thrower's contribution to the Get Rid of Sienna plan. The ringmaster certainly played his part to perfection. I'm not going to get in the truck, I say. They can't force me. I'm no longer part of the circus. but I'm also no longer the woman I was back in Forrester. Do I even have a future? It's hard to imagine. It's as endlessly blank as the dark horizon. I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing, but it's not with Kyle.
What makes you think you'll have a choice?
My blood runs cold. I'll fight you. A lazy smile.
You know, I'm not sure I'd even want you if you didn't. It's your fire that's so fucking hot.
One of the assholes takes a step forward. The dog growls, and I tighten my hold on him. Kyle's expression darkens.
Though I had planned to keep you for myself, I know how much it upset you last time.
Last time, I say, spitting the words. You mean the time you cornered me in the fucking bathroom? A smirk, though his eyes are shadowed. Somewhere underneath all this fucking toxic masculinity is my old friend. Or is he thoroughly gone now?
You came in there willingly.
To be with you, I cry, the pain from so many years ago bleeding through my voice. To fool around, not for you to trap me with your bodies, to tell me what I had to do to get free. The entire thing was a threat.
You sucked their dicks,
Kyle says, and impossibly, jealousy flashes in his eyes. He looks hurt, as if forcing me to get on my knees for his friends is somehow my fault.
They never fucking shut up about it. About your mouth, about how they want you again.
They're just saying that to fuck with you.
Yeah, well, it's working. Because now they're going to have a turn. And then we're finally going to settle things between you and me, Sienna. I want you, no matter what your reputation is. That should count for something.
You're the one responsible for my bad reputation.
No, you did that. For wanting to leave. Everyone can tell. Everyone in Forrester who knows they live in a shithole but wishes they could leave. Only you were brave enough to say it. But Sienna, you aren't strong enough to do it.
Except he's wrong. I was strong enough to leave. With nothing but the clothes on my back. With a relative stranger, I left that town. That's not the sort of strength he means, though. He means physical strength. No, I'm not stronger than Kyle, with his football player build. Definitely not stronger than the assholes who wear girth like armor. I shiver, remembering the show under the big top. The way the little girl wandered through the world of flamingos on wire and jugglers throwing fire. She discovered that the world through the looking glass was more interesting and beautiful and terrifying. Her sofa was safer, turning a nightmare into a gentle dream. This is real. Hard-packed dirt beneath my sandals, heat simmering around my ankles, a distant dawn peeking over the distant peak.
Get in the truck, Sienna.
I shake my head. Kyle takes a step closer. I envision the fight at the fairgrounds, the one Logan interrupted. He won't be interrupting this one. That much I know. We must be miles from the circus now. I remember the feeling of his hands on me, the strength of evil men. Kyle never came for me after the bathroom incident. He let me fight his assholes when I wanted to defend Travis or someone else they were bullying, but he didn't touch me. I suppose that was his version of patience.
It's not too late.
Kyle's voice, so soft now.
We can start over. You can be the queen of Forrester. They made you into something you never wanted. You can rule it all.
A queen doesn't live in a cage. I'm trapped in our history, in this desert, in this moment. I don't say it out loud, though, because Kyle is reaching for me. I put the dog on the ground with a gentle toss and a breathless, "Run!" We both sprint through the dirt. The dog is faster than me. He's 10 feet away when he looks back. Thank God. He'll be safe, at least. The widening of his dark eyes, the sharp, high-pitched bark are my warning. Someone tackles me from behind. Kyle isn't waiting any longer. The ground hits my face, and I curl, frantic, fighting, trying to get away. He subdues me easily, proving that he doesn't need the assholes for muscle. His lips twitch with a smile.
You're going home, Sienna.
This recording of Red Flags was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Leanne Woodward, produced by Haley Taylor. Text copyright 2023 by Skye Warren. Sound recording copyright 2023 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Donald Moss Literary Agency. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.